into the Earth curve calculator, and it will tell you how far the horizon should be. And let's just say you're looking at a lighthouse that's 20 miles away. So you put in the distance, 20 miles, and the Earth curve calculator, and I'm going to grab hold of it right now and get it happening. Earth curve calculator. And up he pops. So eye height, 6 foot, target distance, 20 mile. Press the calculate button because there's nothing else really to click on. And it tells me that the horizon should be at 2.999547 miles. So we may as well just say 3 miles. So at 3 miles, that's where the horizon should be. So you can take your camera there, snap a nice photo of this lighthouse. But what's also cool is it'll tell us at 20 miles, that lighthouse is hiding behind 192.7 feet of curvature. So if you're looking at the lighthouse and you can get a clear photo of it right down to the rocks, and then all of a sudden you go, hang on a minute, I can see quite a bit of this here lighthouse. I'm going to go back home and I'm going to look him up on the internet and see how tall he really is. And you get home and you look up the lighthouse and you find out that the lighthouse is only 160 feet tall, and you need to be 192 feet before you can even see it. That's when you start asking yourself some questions. Like, what is going on? And that's a big capital WTF. So just little things like that. You don't have to go too far out of your way. You don't need super fancy equipment. Like if you want to go and spend lots of money, oh mate, the sky is the limit. Go and buy yourself a laser that's worth about 30 grand. Some kick-ass cameras, get them converted to infrared. How much money do you want to spend? Give me a price range and I'll tell you what you can get. So you can shoot lasers over the distance, and the laser will act like a tangent to a circle or a curve. And then you can just go and measure the height of the laser to the ground. So you do that over a large lake, say 20 mile across, 30 mile across, and you can measure the difference between the laser and the water. Now if you're on a curve, that difference should get bigger and bigger and bigger all the way along. If you're on a flat surface, it should stay the same. That's a pretty easy test. As long as you've got the coin to buy the laser. The other way you could do it, if you've got a couple of mates that want to help you out, go and find a lake that's only 10 mile across. You stand on one side, get your mates to stand on the other. Get your camera out or your binoculars out and see if you can see them. As simple as that. Because what you do is if you chuck into the Earth curve calculator, 10 mile, number 10, and press the calculate button, your friends at the other side, so this is assuming you're 6 foot tall, your friend at the other side needs to be at least 32 feet tall before you can even see him. Because of the curve that's supposed to be there. So if you can see him standing on there with his toes in the water, you know your friends are not 32 feet tall. They probably wish they were. But anyways, mate, you don't want to be listening to me rambling on all day. Not with this accent anyways. Welcome to all the other new people that have just dropped in. What I'll do for you, Sev, I'll chuck up in the side chat the calculator so you can click on it yourself. We'll see. And you can use that for doing your own workings out. And what I do like about the calculator is you can switch it over from metric to imperial, or to freedom units, whatever you want to call them, and just by one click of a button. So pretty simple stuff. Chuck your own numbers in there, how tall you are, or your eye height. You might be standing up on a cliff, and you know that cliff is 100 foot high, above, say, sea level. So you just put in 100 feet. and you can go and do your own long-range observations. So yeah, you don't have to spend big bickies, mate. You don't have to be some crazy scientist with your hair all wiry and sticking out in all different directions, like you've just been electrocuted or something. None of that's required. This is just basic observations, and you just got to know some really simple information to go with it. Your elevation and how far is the thing you're trying to look at. That's all she is, mate. But anyways, if you've got some more questions, don't be scared to ask. There's quite a few more than capable people that can answer some pretty curly questions. What are we looking at here? Truth by proxy. What do you got for us? Don't tell me you've turned back.
No, sir. That's I just find this one entertaining because I saw it this morning. It was the those astronauts coming out to whatever introduce themselves, but there's all these people taking pictures, but nobody shows up in the cameras for the pictures. That's just a still shot, of course, but in the video, there's like 5 people with phone cameras and nobody's in the pictures. No astronauts, so
Oh, wow.
just another inconsistency. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't even looking at that. I just seen the hands up taken with their camera or the phone, and I'm just thinking, yeah, another clown, bloody space card believer. And yeah, there's no dude on that. There should be.
Nope. Yeah, and then the live footage, there's like 5 or so people. Maybe there's 4, whatever. But yeah, no astronauts or claimed astronauts are even in the pictures live. It's crazy.
Now, I'll tell you what I want to know. This is the bit that's got me. See how that little shuttle bubble thing that they were all in has just splashed down? Now, allegedly it was doing some ridiculous amount of speed. There's scorch marks all over it. It's just landed in the water. It's popped back up. They've come and grabbed them. I want to know what paint the NASA logo and the US flag is painted on there with. The rest of it burnt to the shithouse, and those 2 items not touched. Like, what is the dealio?
Yeah, no steam, no nothing. They're supposed to be flying in at 25,000 miles per hour, and I can't remember how hot. 5,000 degrees, and that's all through the atmosphere. So that's happening because of our atmosphere. So and then who was breaking it down this morning? Who's that guy? I don't know. Everybody refers to all the buddies of him are the bear people. The bear guy. What's his name?
Bear guy?
Well, people put bear in their name for this dude that became a flat earther. He's like a YouTuber.
Oh, there's heaps of them. The bears. There's heaps of them, dude. Good luck with that.
Well, right, but they put that in their name because of a certain guy on the internet. I'm pretty sure. I think anyway. Either way, the guy was breaking it down. He's like, it takes them 7 seconds from then to hit the atmosphere. They're flying at 25,000 miles per hour. The atmosphere heats up the capsule because that's the only reason it's heating up. and then they have another 7 seconds to cool down to hit the ocean, and no steam. So they heat up to 5,000 and cool
the
down.
reason I'm asking about the paint
within
is years ago when I was a
7
kid.
seconds.
Mum and Dad used to have this old house down in the city, and it was time to repaint the house. Naturally, older houses need repainting.
Yeah,
now this old girl had your traditional lead paint on it, so she had the good stuff on it, and Dad tried putting that paint on chemical stuff where it blisters and does all weird stuff. That did 5/8 of not much. He eventually got to the point where scrapers and stuff didn't work. He got the oxy preheater out of the back of the truck and took that to the side of the house and was burning the paint off it. So that preheater at the tips of it is good for probably about 1,500 degrees centigrade. And he was just using that just to basically blowtorch the crap off the side of the house so he could strip it back and paint it. And that's what I find interesting is they claim that these little shuttle thing got even hotter than what's off the side of a preheater, and that paint didn't come off. So I want to know what that shit is painted with. That's why I was curious, that's all. Because think about it, you go and paint your house with that, you're never ever going to have to repaint your house again. Like, don't worry about getting it clad.
Yeah, no
just
kidding.
slap some of that shit on there, walk away, and you might just have to hose it once a month. I don't know.
But yeah,
the thermal insulation of that shit
morning,
must be spectacular.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, so I figured I'd throw it in the chat just to spark something. But
yeah, I didn't even look at the actual mobile phone. I just looked at another space tard.
Yeah, just more funny business. Just more funny business.
Oh wow, that's sad, isn't it?
It is, yes, very much so. But yeah, FLW posted that. Yeah, Owen Benjamin is the guy that I was referring to.
All right, yeah.
All right, but thanks. I gotta get going to work here, but yeah, I'll be around.
No, all good, mate. Have a good day.
Thank you. Actually, I think I can quickly post that Owen Benjamin video in this chat. I think I might have saved it.
Heard new people flashing in. Welcome. Yes, it's quiet. It's quiet so we can hear you speaking. Pretty rare you'll get a channel with this many people in it and you can hear yourself think. So this would be the ideal opportunity to say hello. Tell us why you think you live on a globe. Or not. You might be a hardcore flat earther. In which case, how did you get to that conclusion? You just woke up one Sunday morning and went, I think it's flat. That'll do, mate. Go and have me brekkie. So welcome to our new people. Please, grab your microphone, say g'day, run away. Do I really sound that aggressive?
Yes. I'm just kidding.
Are you hot micing, or do you actually wish to answer that then?
I'm just kidding, dude.
It's like, no, I was sitting there quiet, and I was like, oh shit, I'm hot mic'd. Damn, he got me. Hey, bone lads.
Yo, what's up, bro? I'm on break at work right now.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme. Everyone's going to work on me. It's been quiet in here.
Like even Flatloyd said you're aggressive. Look at him.
Well, compared to Flatloyd, I am.
And I said the nicest dude ever.
Everyone's at work. That's right. It must be just after I go to bed. So probably about 12:30, somewhere around there. It must be when you have your lunch break or smoko break, and that's you all get back on. And I seem to miss that. And then there's a quiet patch for a couple of hours, and then early in the morning for me, probably about 5ish, just before I get up. It seems to be really busy about 4 or 5 o'clock. It's really busy then. So that must be when you all knock off work, get home, and you just jump on. And it's like, right, let's do some flat smacking. I've had a crap day at work, so I'm going to take it out on a Glober.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, you got our schedule down to a T.
Oh, you get to notice patterns after a while.
Is your mattress flat or curved?
My mattress? It depends if your mum's on it. If she's on it, it's got a great curve to it.
Oh.
You asked for that, Zodiac. You want to try a sensible question? And we'll give you some decent answers, mate.
No, this is Jaeger from Politics.
Jaeger from Politics.
Oh, I think I've seen you around before.
Yeah. I just saw a different name there. I was like, hang on a minute, who's this cheeky bugger?
Where's Ice JJ, bro? Is Ice JJ in this channel or no?
I don't know. I think I've only seen him once or twice in here. I think he got booted because he's just so much of a dishonest clown.
Yeah, if he wants to come in, he has to come in an alt. I think he's like permabanned on here.
I think when they first kicked the channel off, they one of the rules was they didn't want all the clown show getting dragged across from Politics. So if they came across to here, they had to behave themselves. If they chose not to, well, yeah, bad luck. Like, it's one thing if they're just pulling up, having a good listen. That's all good. We can't stop anyone from listening. But it's when two other people are having a perfectly good conversation and they have to drop in and just spew garbage, then, yeah, it gets pulled up in a hurry.
How do you level up in this server? Like to be able to post photos?
How long have you been in here for?
I mean, I'm not active in here. I've probably been in here for a couple of years though.
April
Yeah,
13,
let's see.
2026.
Oh, never mind. I
Couple
think
of
T-Dub
days.
just invited me. Yeah.
Yeah, look, Kathos was saying it took him about 3 weeks.
Well, lately, this past week, I've been really happy to see like all the widespread inconsistencies being posted about the Artemis footage and the Artemis logistics that are totally illogical.
You saw the image that Truth by Proxy posted up? 23
I've seen
past the
ton.
hour?
Yeah. I saw a video about that of how, yeah, like there's a video of it where all the reporters that pull out their phone, if you look at their phone screen, there's like, they're not recording the astronauts in front of them. It's fucking creepy. Gotta be like AI or something. But there's also so much. There's like, so like when the rocket supposedly goes to space, right? Like it breaks off everything except for a tiny little capsule once it's in space, right? Like a little tiny little 4-person capsule. So like what how are they storing, and then they're supposedly traveling 30,000 miles an hour to get back. So like how are they storing all the fuel for that? There's nowhere to store the fuel.
How are they decelerating before splashdown? If it's Earth's atmosphere slowing them down, they've got, 60, 70 miles to slow down, coming in at 25,000 plus miles an hour. The G forces would be not survivable.
Exactly.
7, 8 miles a second coming
I
in,
mean,
and they decelerate at 70 miles up. They got
I'm not worried about
they
the G-forces, Bill. I'm just thinking that little capsule would be like an old school rotisserie popcorn machine.
got
yeah, well
That's right.
that's another thing. The video of it landing, if you've seen the video of it landing, it's supposed to be like the outside is supposed to be like 5,000 degrees, right? And there's no steam. There's no steam that is produced when it hits the water. And then like
Yeah.
1 minute later, people are like touching the outside of it.
Yeah, popped out of the back of a C-130 or C-17 or something. They dropped it.
So what's that thing supposed to be made of? Ceramic titanium composite alloy something or other. You've just heated that
Right.
up to $5,000 and dropped it in water. That'd bloody near explode. Bits and pieces would be flicking off that thing everywhere.
Exactly. Also, I don't know if you saw another video of a recorded so like you can see there's like websites, official websites where you can see like every plane and you could see their flight paths, right? Their flight paths are mapped out. And for like 8 hours straight, or not 8 hours straight, but maybe like 4 hours straight, like before and after the landing of the pod supposedly falling in the ocean, right above where they found the pod, the officially registered plane that was used for testing, for NASA testing, where they load the pod and then drop the pod from a parachute from like a cargo plane, right? They do that for testing. That officially registered plane that does the cargo drops of the pod for testing, it was flying for like 4 hours in a circle over where the pod supposedly dropped. So why would the cargo plane that drops the pod for testing be flying over where the actual pod drops? What would be the need for that cargo plane at that point?
How's this? Think about it from the other side of it. As a safety perspective, if NASA knew that that thing was coming in at roughly this area, why wouldn't all flights in that area be cancelled just in case a 5,000 degree missile goes through the top of your plane?
Exactly, bingo. Yeah, I'm just proud. I'm proud of the world now because like people are like recognizing this bullshit and recognizing the inconsistencies right away, you know. I don't know how the motherfuckers in I don't know if you guys were alive in 1970, but I don't know how those motherfuckers went along with that bullshit. Like it's I don't know. In reflection, it's like so fucking obvious that it was all fucking fake, like all the footage and all the bullshit.
Most people watched it on the radio, dude.
Yeah, I have some family friends. They're in their 70s, and they're awake about a lot of stuff going on in the world, and lead and et cetera, et cetera. I don't have to get into the weeds. You get it. But the one thing that so the wife, she knows that the moon landing's fake, and she's coming around to flat Earth. I've told her about it a lot. But the husband, he can't let go of the fact that we landed on the moon. He's just clinging to it. I've provided so much evidence. He's like, I just can't. I've just been taught this every day for my entire life. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly like, you got to let go though. Oh yeah, another thing is I don't know if you saw another video, guys, but there's so the video that NASA shows you when the rocket was lifting off, it shows like a straight path that the rocket's taking up. But then if you look at like every firsthand account of people that are recording it with their phones, the rocket's going sideways. It's not going to space, it's going sideways.
Welcome to our new person. This is what we call our Friday night cope session, where you tell us how you love astronauts and the moon landings and you think you live on a globe, And we point and laugh at you.
You made him leave, bro. You made him leave.
Mate, I've just got to say welcome. And then click my microphone button and shut up, and they still leave.
Angry Australian chasing people
See?
away. How's it going, man? I hope all is well.
Not too bad yourself.
Same shit, different day.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be funny if I was only like 4'9" or some shit like that? And they're all running away from me. I'm not, but I think it'd be funny.
Yeah, Kathos is saying get a voice changer. That'd be funny.
Get a voice changer that makes you sound like Darth Vader so you can be Australian Darth Vader.
An Aussie Darth Vader.
Oh, Matrix, did you end up seeing that movie?
Which one?
Project Hail Mary?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've been at work, dude. It's like Friday night. This is me, feet up.
But like, what is their explanation for how they're able to withstand the G-force? Right? Because only like 0.1% of the population is trained to not pass out when you're in an M16 or not in. Yeah, when you're in a F-16 going 1,000 miles an hour. So, like, what's their explanation for how you can handle the G-force of 25,000 miles an hour?
There is none.
Well, traveling at 5,000 miles an hour doesn't produce a G-force. It's the acceleration or turning or changing of angle that would create a G-force. If you're flying straight, ain't no problem there. Slowing down, however, will put your face through the windscreen, but it depends how rapid that happens. And allegedly, this happens over a very short distance, 70 miles?
Yeah, they'd have like 6-7 seconds to slow down to 100. Where do parachutes come out? Like 120, 150 maybe. They'd have to decelerate in like 7-8 seconds. If 30 to 40 G's is what I heard. To
So
do that,
they're asleep.
it'd
You
kill them.
ever seen Total Recall, where when Schwarzenegger's outside and his eyes are popping out of his head? That's what their faces
Yeah.
would look like when they're slowing down, if that kind of level.
Yeah.
Literally.
30 to 40 G's is not survivable no matter how trained you are. No way.
Yeah, another thing somebody pointed out was that like, so the entire time they were like on this quote unquote mission, right? They show us a live stream camera of the inside of the pod. The only time in the entire trip where they don't show us that camera of the pod is conveniently when the pod's landing back on Earth. Like, why would you turn the camera off then?
Only if you were trying to hide the truth.
Like, there's so many opportunities for proof, right? There's so many opportunities for proof, and they always fall short.
Yeah, no way that mission took place as has the scripted. Total science fiction movie. Might as well have been Star Wars or Star Trek. Just fantasy. A lot of people see the one or two pictures and a couple newsreels and believe it, though. I talked to a guy a couple days ago. He showed me a picture on his smartwatch and said, "Look, I told you it was round." Yeah, yeah, great proof, buddy.
Yeah, I saw another like comparison of the photos that the mission took versus photos you can see with your telescope. And like there is nothing profound about the photos they took. Like there's no high definition photos of the moon. There's not even photos of the moon showing the moon like as a ball. Like
And that's
let
the
alone
sad
showing.
part about it. In this day and age, there is no excuse why they shouldn't have gone up there with the latest and greatest of technology and just sent that. Here we go, guys. We're uploading all the digital photos now. We've been filming. We've maxed out our card, and yeah, like the thing should be freaking sponsored by GoPro. That shit should be everywhere.
You don't even need the latest and greatest. The quality of their videos, Matrix, is worse than any iPhone. Like, where are they getting the cameras? It's worse
Don't know.
quality than any phone.
Yeah, I just don't get that. But yeah, there's absolutely no excuse
Well, it's because
why
bad
the
quality
most
gives them plausible
excellent
deniability.
cameras.
They should have Zoom footage of upside down shit. That's what they should be having. We should at least be able to see
Yeah.
something like Mount Kosciuszko upside down. There's no reason why they wouldn't be able to zoom in and see something upside down on the bottom of the globe.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. They certainly could. If you can observe 85-kilometer, 50-mile structures on the moon with the naked eye from Earth, why can't they zoom in and take a picture of a mountain upside down from space? They certainly should be able to.
Dude, I can zoom in on the moon with my, well, I don't have it anymore, but when I had it was like a 15-year-old shitty $400 Panasonic camcorder that had 60x zoom or something like that. And I could zoom in on the moon and I could see upside down, like I could see the ridges and stuff of the craters upside down on the moon. And then I could pan up and I could see them up right up the top. If I could do that with some shitty old camera, surely they could get some HD, 8K, freaking amazing footage of some upside down shit.
66 million a day is what they get. That's what NASA gets. 66 million a day.
And they can't afford one decent camera.
Like seriously, what did the mission achieve?
Like seriously, they could have
besides
borrowed my fucking R10 and taken that. That's how bad this is.
well, it's purposeful, right? Because bad quality video gives them plausible deniability, right? If it was higher quality, it would be obvious that it was that it was AI, that it was fake. I mean, it still is obvious, but like the worse the quality, the greater the plausible deniability.
Yep. Yeah, the more of the quote unquote compression, the better for them. They say everything's compression. Oh, it's just camera compression. It's not CGI, it's compression. And that's so they put in as much glitching and compression and shitty quality as they possibly can get their hands on. So
Yeah.
they can deny. Yeah, good point.
Another thing is, I saw another video of so there's websites where you can like see a CGI representation of all the supposed satellites orbiting the Earth, and there's literal thousands. I mean, it's like our entire it's cluttered. Like that's how many there's supposedly thousands upon thousands. It should be so cluttered that you should be able to see a satellite no matter where you look in the sky. But even more than that, if the Artemis mission, right, when they're showing videos of the Earth, they should be seeing thousands of satellites, right? But you don't see a single satellite in Artemis footage when they're filming the Earth. Not a single satellite is visible.
There's literally no footage of any satellite. Like
Exactly. Bruno just posted a great photo to illustrate the point. That's what it should look like.
if you have a look at the map of just how many Starlink satellites alone are up there, it's freaking insane. I mean, how many alleged Starlight satellites are up there? It's crazy. If you just go to Google and type in like Starlink satellite map, it's and that's just the Starlink ones.
So someone probably knows about this better than me. It's my understanding that radio waves are not able to bend. Is that correct? But then their
No,
explanation for how.
it's not right.
Oh, it's not right.
They,
Okay, I'm thinking of something else.
yeah, they can bend still apparently, but not as much because they're really long wavelengths compared to the visible light's very short wavelengths compared to that, so they're not as susceptible to the refraction, but they still do bend apparently. The things they don't say bend, I think they say what are they called? The Dr. Blitz was talking about them. What are they called? Let's start with a Q. I forget. It'll come to me in a second.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
probably what I'm thinking of.
some little
I just
things
remember.
that you can't even see, some little particles, and they say, these particles, because they're not affected by refraction. I mean, they go straight through the Earth.
Quarks.
They go straight through anything.
Quarks?
No, some other type of particle.
Neutrinos?
Yeah, neutrinos.
That's not a freaking Q.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where I got.
That's it. Count how many hands you've got. We need to know.
I don't know if I might not have hands.
Yeah, exactly. Like that photo Bruno posted, like of the supposed pictures of those astronauts. You should see like so many satellites. And yeah, you can't even see a satellite with a telescope.
Well, we can. I mean, we got tons of footage of satellites, but every single one that we actually have footage of has a balloon attached to it.
You want to check the side chat, man?
Tell me what I'm looking at here.
Pretty much what he just said.
Oh, it's like a balloon.
Yeah, dude. And I'm just saying these exist, and people do record them from the ground.
But then they're not in fucking outer space, are they?
Yeah, outer space is fake, okay? So I I'd call it upper space. The outer space thing's just sci-fi.
I don't know, but I don't know, boys. I see it as progress that like now. I mean, at least with my algorithm, I can't go on social media without seeing a bunch of posts about all the inconsistencies about how it's fake and how it's bullshit. So
It's gone
I don't know. I
viral. There's
Yeah.
countless amounts of people woken up from the disappointing NASA mission recently.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's going to be like a domino effect as well. Right? Like those videos are going to get shared. People are going to tell people. It's going to get millions more looking into flat Earth, or at least doubting NASA's credibility.
I was at the bar about a few nights ago. Excuse me. Excuse me. And I was talking to these 20-something-year-old kids, about 80 of them, or eight of them, not 80, 8, sitting at, and they thought I was crazy talking about flat Earth. But the interesting part was these kids were dumb. I mean, dumb. But not a single one of them believed that Artemis was real, and the moon landing was real. Not a single one of them. And these are just mainstream media, TikTok, quick news kids. Yeah, that's all they get, and not a one of them believed it. I thought that was really interesting.
Good, man. Good. I think there's a lot more distrust in general in the powers that be. And then, of course, you guys know they found out like a couple of the supposed astronauts are like actors, right? Like one of the girl astronauts. They found her in a Mad Max movie, and then
Yeah.
the lead black actor
So when
was
there's enough
found in
people that
Fallout.
question the shape of the Earth or the moon trips in space or whatever, and it's a hot enough topic, when do they make the revelation that they've been lying all this time and tell us, yeah, you figured it out. Here's the truth.
But you're asking like when they're gonna say that, like when they're gonna say, "Oh, you figured it out."
Yeah, at what point? At what point? When
I don't think
enough
they ever
people
will, bro.
just die with the lie like a con man would, right? But how can they? I mean, at some point, there's going to be so many people aware of what's going on, whether it be flat Earth or space or whatever. When do they? Because if enough people are awake, they're going to say, "Hey, why is our money going to NASA? This is all fake." Right? And they're going to have to justify it at some point, or tell the truth. We had to fake it for a while. It was a psyop or whatever. Here's the truth. At what point? How many people have to be aware and start asking questions before they reveal the truth?
I don't think they will reveal the truth. I mean, that's like asking. I feel like, why are they lying about it in the first place, right? Like, I mean, why would they reveal the truth ever? Because I feel like sadly, there's a lot of people that will never wake up. They're just too stubborn.
Well, but that group of kids I was talking to is a good example. When enough of your peers believe something, then then people just jump on the bandwagon. They don't even need evidence. They just, oh, these 3 people believe it. I guess I will too, And at some point, that could happen where it's just widespread acceptance and awareness, whether it be knowledge or not. But anyway, when enough people say, "Hey, why are we spending what was it, $66 million a day on NASA?" I mean, taxpayers start getting pissed off. You might be right. They never will. I mean, that's the con man's credo: die with the lie. So maybe they won't. But I'm just wondering if they'll ever be put in the position they have to. At what point would push them over the edge where they've got to reveal the truth? Yeah, the Earth's not a ball. Yeah, space is fake. I don't know. It's an
Yeah.
interesting idea.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. But I think also, like, I know it's not speculation Sunday, but I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff about that they might try to pull like a fake alien invasion.
Well, yeah, that could distract everybody from everything. And like Werner von Braun said to his caregiver, allegedly, the last great deception will be the alien invasion. So that could be next on the spit.
Yeah, make people afraid, get an excuse to throw in the one world government. Be like, oh, we have to all rally against these aliens. So you have to let us have martial law all over the world.
Yeah, man. Whatever the impetus, one world government, one world currency is coming. More specifically, the currency, but I don't know about the government part. But the one world currency is organized, ready
Yeah,
to
programmable
launch.
money. Freeze
Yeah,
your
man.
bank account.
Yep.
I don't
Social
know. We
credit.
might get our accounts flagged for talking about flat Earth. You never know.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I've watched. You guys probably all seen the social credit scoring stuff in China. I watched a deal on a girl over there, 20-something years old. She can't go to a grocery store. She can't travel. She can't get a bank account. She can't have a loan. She can't get an apartment. I mean, she's basically, she lives with her family, but she's basically homeless, jobless, has nothing. And the reason why? She's a Christian. She was documented to be a Christian. What are they going to do to a flat earther? So, yeah, it is coming. And that digital biometric ID is it's already established. They just have to give an excuse. So maybe an alien invasion. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, like having like a bunch of like government fucking people like that are totally part of the club have started like talking about like UFOs and aliens. Like anytime they're saying something, and it's fucking bullshit. It's a lie because they don't say the fucking truth. So I don't know. They just kind of like keep dropping seeds, kind of preparing us. Like, oh, alien! I saw an alien. I saw a UFO. Blah blah blah.
I think one of the biggest fallacies of the whole thing is that people are like, oh, they won't expose aliens and UFOs as being real because it'll destroy God and stuff like that. And I think we're more coming into the realization it doesn't destroy God, it destroys religion and the power within, but it doesn't actually destroy God. And that's been a good thing. So I don't understand how somebody can believe in aliens and not a God or whatever, since they feel like it is. That's their business. But I mean, aliens are obviously real.
Totally, man. To separate us from God, that's one of the big reasons, I think. To know, like, yeah, we have a divine purpose here, you know?
Yeah, I know we don't talk about it too much in here, and definitely don't use it as any kind of proof because while there's a lot of evidence and knowledge now because of the evidence that those things, in some sense, are real, we don't have the ability to, like I said, to find the empirical evidence, even if we know it's there, we can't go to those literal places and take pictures and measurements and mapping and things like that and get that empirical evidence that we want. So we do desire to do that, yes, but we don't use that as like any kind of proof, and I don't believe we should. There's still a lot of faith involved in that. I think it's a good discussion to have, and I think like you said, like a lot of the reasons why things are that they are is because of those things.
Yeah, definitely. So do you guys get a lot of Globies that come into the server or no?
Well, every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, we get shitloads. It's slow at the moment for some reason, but yeah, it's a 400,000 member server, so plenty of people come through.
400,000?
Yeah, it's massive.
That's nuts, dude.
And this is the top channel in the whole server in watch in hours here. I'll put these statistics in the chat. This is this is our server. So we got 5,000 watch hours, and then the next highest one's not even close.
That's crazy. And what's your YouTube subs at?
We got two YouTube live streams. They're kind of shadow banned. They don't really get pushed in the algorithm because they're flat Earth related. So
Right.
YouTube's not the best for flat Earth content. But yeah, I don't know, within thousands. But people take clips, right? We encourage people take clips from the live streams and put them on other platforms, right? Like one of our members put a clip of something or other on his TikTok and it's got 20,000 views. So I mean, people clip them, put them on other less censored social media platforms, and then they get stacks of views. So it's kind of like one of those things that the actual YouTube channels, because it's just 12-hour live streams at a time. A lot of it's it's not structured. People aren't going to sit there and scrub through it. So it needs to be clipped, and the conversations need to be extracted and put out with good thumbnails and stuff like that. Interesting titles.
Yeah. What do you guys' thoughts on Austin Whitsitt?
I don't agree with everything he says. I think he's a super smart guy, and I think he's excellent at debating, and he's got a lot of awesome arguments, and he crushes. But there's also a few things I disagree with him on. He goes into ether theory, and a few things that most of the people here don't necessarily or fully agree with him on. I'm sure some do, but yeah, no, it's a very smart guy.
Yeah. Obviously, you've seen the debate of him and like Professor Dave, right?
Yeah, he destroyed Professor Dave. Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's important to realize that we're not all going to think the same things and we're going to disagree on things. But I mean, as long as we're going the same direction and working for the same goal, we kind of need different viewpoints and different perspectives and things like that to do everything we need to do. So disagreeing with each other, not necessarily a bad thing as long as we're working on parallel lines towards the same end. Like sunlight from a 93 million mile away sun.
Yeah, we all agree on one thing, that's for sure, and that's that the Earth's not a globe.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, the most important thing is like what you can measure, and you know, there's no measurable curve, right?
Exactly.
And you don't need gravity to explain why things go up and down.
Definitely not. They do though. They need they need some magic for their crazy globe to make sense, right? To be able to have oceans sticking to the outside of a ball, or to have water inside a vacuum, that kind of thing. They need some crazy gravity forces.
Yep. That's all you need it for, is to explain why water can be on the outside of a spinning ball, why the air of the atmosphere doesn't get sucked into space, even though there's a vacuum right next to a high pressure system. Like, it's stupid.
Exactly. Yep. They
But
need to defend gravity to the death if they want to cling on to their space ball.
my Van de Graaff generator's coming in today, so I'm going to do some actual magic.
Sweet. As Zodiac, I was going to jump in and agree with you earlier, but my phone glitched out. Yeah, they are. They're trying to hide God. We're involved in spiritual warfare, and it's what do you call it? There's nothing more crucial than this topic and some others. But I was going to jump in. I wanted to agree with you, but that was a bit ago.
Yeah, totally. But you know what's weird is, I would say the majority of religious people that I know don't believe the earth is flat. So it's even more than like hiding God. It's like even moving religious people away from the truth.
Well, but you made an excellent point right there. Religious people are being taken away from understanding God's work because of scientism. So their blindfolds being put on them too.
Well, dude, when faith and fiction become fact, it gives you incredible power.
There you go. I mean, to me, it's clear as day, but yeah, there's a war going on, and it really is about controlling hearts, minds, and souls.
I think that when I was talking about parallel lines, I think is really important on that topic, because we all have different beliefs. We also have a lot of stuff we do not know. But if we can all focus on what we agree on as far as the outside shell of that goes, I think we can all agree on a few things. There are forces that we can't see that are influencing things. There is good and there is evil. And we are choosing the side of good. And if we can all work towards those very little simple, broad spectrum things, then we'll stop fighting about all these fucking stupid details that don't matter, and all work together to win the game. But that's what we need to do, is put all the bullshit aside and realize that we have the same goal, and it'll be good for everybody. So we don't need to discuss who God is as a personal thing. But that doesn't matter. What we do know is that God, in some sense, exists. There are supernatural forces. However you put it, you can believe in crazy supernatural ghost stories and things like that, but there's something that exists outside of what we can see. And that's all we need, is that and the goal.
Yeah, man.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
isn't that part of the objective, is to keep us all fighting against each other instead of working together towards goodness? Because I would say most people you meet are inherently want, you know, what you might call faith-based goodness, and do not want what you might call evil. whatever that may be for you. But most people just inherently want that instinctively, and they're trying to keep us at fighting with each other with all these different wars and politics and finances and whatever, and ultimately keeping us from acknowledging God, like you said, whatever acknowledgement that may be for you.
Yeah, like if I think I think a lot more people in the world would be better people, kinder people, more moral people, because right, if everybody knows the truth about flat Earth, right, that the Earth is stationary, there is no debate that there's some sort of creator, right? And I'm not saying it necessarily has to be like verbatim, because who knows who's influenced, books over the past 1,000 years, but like there would be no debate there's a creator. And so then it's like, oh shit, I better I better watch how I treat other people, right? Like better like, start being a moral person, because if there's a creator, like I gotta be on top of my shit,
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There's somebody to answer to. Dad's watching. I don't
How
want
can
to
you be a
misbehave.
nihilist, right? Like how can you be a nihilist if you know the Earth is stationary and that everything was perfectly designed? The moon's a clock, et
Good
cetera, et
point.
cetera.
It'd be
But,
undeniable.
but like I said, it depends on who God is for you. I mean, you can even take somebody that thinks about scientists will even tell you that God is a non-zero possibility. They could deny the existence of a God, in colloquial terms. Well, it's irresponsible even as a scientist, because you can't prove that it doesn't exist. And the percentage possibility of it being true is a non-zero thing, and there is a possibility. So even the most hardcore scientists refuse to fully deny the existence of a God. So if somebody's like, a hippie who's like, no, I believe in Mother Earth and the energy within us and all that kind of stuff, if that's God to you and the aim is the goodness and build up of people and the empowerment of us and fighting for good, but then we need you, man. I don't care how you got there. We're working for the same thing. I'm not going to argue with you on details. There are people that are going to agree with you that that's the path. And if the path we all end up at the same place, fighting for the good, then who cares, man? We need you to help bring some people along. Let's go.
Definitely.
Even if, say, you're a hardcore atheist. I mean, there are people talk, oh, I'm an atheist, but you're a good person. And I find that within myself. And I believe that God doesn't exist, that we do, and that we as humans are inherently evil, but we have the power. Like, well, okay, so how are you using your knowledge? So to fight for the good guys, because there are bad people that are doing bad things, and we should be working together for the good of people. Well, cool, man. I don't give a shit what you believe. It doesn't matter that you're working towards the good. It really does not matter what you believe or if you believe. That part does not matter. We all want to work for the good and betterment of humanity is what we all should be working for. And that's what they're dividing us from, is working together and having some solidarity, because they got it fighting over shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah. They want us to fight with each other. They want us to like blame everybody except for like the powers that be that are really in control,
And it starts with empirical evidence, because that's something we can all experience. This is what we do here. Okay.
Did
So
the sound cut out?
we've been taught and told.
What was
Can
that?
you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Saying that's what they're trying to separate it from, is the solidarity, because they know that together we're more powerful. So, I mean, we can start with the empirical evidence of what we do here. They told us this story of how things are, and when we look at the Earth, it's fucking flat. So obviously, that story doesn't match up with anything that we can measure and see. So that's not true. And that's a great place to start. Get you thinking and wondering and trying to figure out what things are, because things are not what we've been taught. That is an empirical fact. And that's a great starting point. And I'm glad that we do that here.
Definitely. I really want to get my hands on these so-called gravimeters.
I've been really delving into electrostatics lately, and I even got to do a cool one at the beach, a test of myself, because you talk about negative ions pulling from the ground, especially since the seawater carries them to the shore. And so we had a saltwater indoor pool at the beach, the hotel. We were staying at the beach, but we also had the beach. Too cold to swim, but we were walking along the beach for hours and putting our feet in the water, it's pulling a lot of negative ions. Well, I've never been able to float, not even salt water, man. I got on the beach my whole life, never been able to float in salt water, ever. Never been able to float at all, just terrible at it. Too dense. So I walked on the beach for several hours, and then night we went back and got in the pool. I couldn't sink. I literally had to fight to go downwards. I curled up in a ball, barely took any air in my lungs, and I was bobbing like a fucking cork. I bounced out of the water, literally bobbed up. And then the next day, I was on rubber shoes all day, no walking on the ground with my bare feet, and went to the same pool, still floated, but wasn't floating out of the water as much as my body. Wasn't going as fast up. There was a noticeable difference in how much the strength of my float was. And so that was just a cool thing to test, even with just myself, and to see that in action. Now, I hope to do that in a more scientific fashion with the Van Graaff generator. But that's a cool little practical thing that I did with myself with electrostatics. And it's been a lot of fun to learn about.
Yeah, that sounds awesome, dude. Sounds really fascinating.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it comes to the forefront, because it looks very much like that's what we call gravity. It's a different force altogether. It's not how they tell us it works. Of course, it's not. They don't tell us how things actually work at all. I mean, they think they tell us we're living on a ball. It's not happening. So I got to listen to them about gravity. I don't think so. I'm going to find out. And what I'm finding out is that it looks like it's electrostatics. That's what it is. It is an electromagnetic field. It's just different from what they tell us. And it can be put into practical, measurable, empirical tests. And so that's what's going on a lot right now. And I'm glad to be doing something myself. And I hope it really comes to the forefront. And like the flat Earth gets widely known.
Hey, D-Town, have you looked into gravity capacitors or bifield Brown effect?
I've heard the bifield ground effect, but no, I haven't heard of the first thing you said, the gravity, what?
Gravity capacitor.
No, I haven't heard that.
There's another name for it. Dadgum, I can't remember right now. It's a guy's. Dang, I'll have to look it up. I can't remember. Yeah, check it out, man. It's electrostatics. And NASA's even claiming now, about a year ago, Dr. Charles Bueller, about a year ago, gave a little interview about propellantless propulsion, and they're now claiming the use of electrostatics, ionic propulsion, but electrostatics. but it's not an ionic propulsion like they've been claiming in the past. It's different, but it might be tie into some of the research you're doing.
Yeah, and part of that's been the whole jet engine conspiracy. The fact that they don't use hardly any fuel whatsoever, and they're pulling energy from the ether using a vortex and electromagnetic powering capability to run the turbine. So they don't use hardly any fucking gas whatsoever. While they tell us that half of our plane ticket price is the gas they have to use, which is bullshit. But at the same time, it's really cool to see the literal electrostatic energy being pulled out of the air, powering these big ass planes with a vortex technology of pulling itself through the air. That's fucking cool. The truth is way cooler than, or excuse me, yeah, the truth is way cooler than the fiction they give us is truth. That's for sure. And that's fucking cool. So I got a pissed about it, about the lie, but the reality is fucking sweet. And so yeah, learning about all that stuff and how it works and the crazy power within it is a lot of fun. It's straight up really cool, like science fiction level science. It's great.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know all the details or the ins and outs, but the stuff I observe in the night sky using night vision, you can see 100 times more lights than with the naked eye. It's wild, and the stuff that's moving up there, they might claim are satellites. I don't know. I'm thinking there's some kind of craft, or I don't know what they are, but whatever's moving them is pretty advanced technology, and there's a lot of it.
Yeah, I agree. And there's things we don't understand. One thing that got me, I can't find the video anymore, but I went on deep dive back in the old sites, Newgrounds and stuff like that, E-Bomb's World back in the day, doing conspiracy theory dives and stuff like that, zeitgeist type shit. Before I even knew about this stuff, I was delving deep into that and UFOs, of course, as well. I saw one video, dude seemed like he was quote unquote in space. He was definitely way up there. And he had like these UFOs, but they almost looked like not a physical thing, like not a physical craft like we understand. And they were a big circular like disc, and there were a bunch of them floating around him and like kind of going around him. But they were like one of those old millstones, a big circular disc with a hole in the middle, and there were a bunch of them. And I was like, "The fuck is this?" It was like he has a bunch of weird alien jellyfish swimming around him in space. What the hell's going on? It's not something I'd seen before. But I didn't think about it again because I couldn't explain it. Didn't really have any other descriptions. But this is fucking 20 years ago. And so I'm looking at the stuff that we look at where you can zoom in on the stars. Bro, a lot of these stars look exactly like those circular, the holes in the middle that I saw in that video. I tried finding it, can't find it. Of course, it's so fucking old. But that's what they look like. It's what we see and that we've zoomed in on with the cameras. And they look like those. They look just like the stars. The disc with the holes in the middle and shapes in the middle. That's what I saw in that old video. Can I explain it? No, but those things very much look alike. And so there's, again, a ton of questions on what the hell is going on there.
Yeah. There's some crazy stuff going on above us. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's refrigerators with solar panels going at 17,000 miles an hour.
No. I think the movie Note, do you remember that? The Jordan Peele movie? Did you see that one?
Which one?
Nope.
I have not.
It's the one about like Alien, right?
Yeah, about the UFO in the sky in the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah. So without spoiling anything, it's actually like an organic living being that's a UFO, and there's actually some theories about that maybe not all, but it's a possibility that some quote unquote aliens or alien, what we think is a ship, is actually like a living thing. And so there's that theory as well, and that's what that theory is in that movie. And so that's an interesting one too.
Well, one of the preponderances I have observing the night sky is, they claim there's no circumpolar satellites. They claim there's no east-west satellites. I've observed both. North-south are more common. Most of them do go west-east, but I've seen a very rare few go east-west, like due direct east-west and due direct north or south. So where's the explanation for that in their satellite telemetry claims?
Well, first off, I know that there's ones up north at least because I had some pictures that I shared before. I got on a wind tracker site trying to see what the guys had seen. Like at the North Pole, there's like wind disturbance up there, which links straight into the mythology and stuff. So I was trying to find that for my wife, and I went to this one site. It was a flat map, and so I was like, "Well, this isn't going to work." But I kind of zoomed over it, and the graphics wouldn't load because of my old ass iPhone on LTE. And so it broke, and what saw underneath this Photoshop looking ass fake ass wind shit was what looks like a giant whirlpool in a tree up in the northern Arctic Ocean. So something took that data point. So they say there's nothing up there looking down. That's bullshit. There are ones up there. Otherwise they wouldn't have that data and I wouldn't see what I had seen. They're up there. They just, of course, are not going to show up.
Right, but what are they? I mean, they're not satellites. So what are they using for real?
But from what we've seen, they are satellites. They look just like they say, but they aren't in fucking space. They're on weather balloons. Somebody took a video of one transversing the front of the moon the other day. That little satellite, just like what they show you with the things. Little tiny little camera with solar panels, but it's on a weather balloon hanging up there. However many feet up, 100,000 feet up, looking down. So it is the technology. It looks the exact same. It's just hanging on a balloon, not orbiting a planet.
Yeah, for sure they've got that. I mean, you can follow ISR balloons, military stuff with their transponders on flight tracking data if they're transponding, if they allow it at that point in time. But I think there's like 7 or 9 above the US right now, but that we know of. But the stuff that's moving fast in the sky, I just don't see how that could be balloons. There's got to be more advanced technology traveling that fast, but I've heard of some of the most expensive parts of the satellite construction are what they call suspension mechanisms. I find that very peculiar. And then in the electrostatic realm, are they using a patented technology called electrodynamic tethering, trailing out a copper wire a mile or two behind the craft to function some kind of propulsion mechanism they have, and that's patented, acknowledged, capable technology that they have. So where are they using it? Where are they using electrodynamic tethering?
The way Flat Earth Dave was explaining the wind patterns actually lends some explanation as to why they're moving, if a balloon could be moving that fast, because the wind patterns aren't exactly like on the globe, they're a mess. But if you put the same jet streams on the flat Earth, they make nice big circles. But some of them up in those upper heights reach hundreds of miles an hour. So if you're riding a 350 mile an hour tailwind in a circumnavigational path, I mean, yeah, you'd be flying up there. Even if you're a balloon, you're getting carried along at hundreds of miles an hour if you're in those streams.
Check
Check
the official claim for Echo 1 and 2. They were satelloons that were launched, and apparently they went at a very high speed. Made a damn balloon go that fast. You'll be surprised at how fast they claim it went.
I don't question that. I mean, those jet streams are definitely what maxing out at potentially 700 to 900 miles an hour. I mean, that's cooking. But the stuff the lights that you watch at very high altitude, that I watch on a fairly regular basis, it's moving way faster than a jet, like an airplane or something. And I think there's something more advanced than that, than balloons. But I don't doubt 6, 7, 800 miles an hour in the winds up there for sure.
And you're right to be skeptical, bro. We don't know. We're being told lies and we don't have the facts. So being skeptical about it is exactly what you fucking should be, because we don't know what's going on because we aren't being fucking told exactly everything. So there's still a lot of questions to be answered for sure.
Yeah, I can't make any claims as to knowledge of what's going on up there, but I watch it and there's some crazy stuff going on. I mean, speeds and altitudes that are just hard to understand, and the numbers. Like, so I asked a couple of satellite guys that know, or they claimed that they would know. So, like, certain times of the month, they'll be, I'll look in one aspect of the sky. I look up toward Polaris, and whatever my field of view is, just a portion of the night sky. Some nights I'll count 10 to 15 moving lights per minute. Sometimes I'll count 1 or 2 every 10 minutes, but it seems to time with certain times of the month. So why is that? That why is there a whole bunch one day and almost none another day? It's kind of weird.
From what I've heard, of course, this is from what I've heard, but with also kind of what you're saying, I'm just thinking here, spitballing. But you're saying at different times of the month. I've heard from measurements, even in things, of course, that if we're talking about electrostatics, when the moon is full, there's cold light that comes off of it, and it does have some electromagnetic effects. So maybe it's lining up with some kind of field there from the moon being that time of month, or maybe there's some other kind of effect there. But I mean, something like that would make sense as far as what you're saying. Different times of the month making a difference. It's maybe it's not the moon itself even, but maybe it's a matter of a rotating timing of energy. Much like how they say like UFOs congregated with thunderstorms. Like, why is that? Well, now if we know about all the electrostatic power in the air, especially if we're talking about thunderstorm, they're fueling up in their own sense. They're pulling that energy from the thunderstorm, which 100% no. But does that make sense? Yeah, that's a good idea, a good theory about why they're doing that. So yeah, maybe it has something to do with the field that is timing.
That's interesting. I've never considered what phase of the moon's going on when I'm watching these, what I call them movers, but when I'm watching these, what people might call satellites, I'll have to look at what phase of the moon's going on when they're most active. The other one was you mentioned was phase. Oh, the cold light. So you might find this interesting. So I thought that too. In fact, I just got a laser thermometer. I'm going to test out the moonshade and moonlight, but so it was about a half moon, I guess, one night, and I've been curious about this cold moonlight deal. Well, I've got a thermal rifle scope that it shouldn't detect heat signatures too far away. I mean, I've seen stuff maybe 5-6 miles away, like a slash fire from a logging operation on the mountainside, big old bonfire. But, how far is it really capable? Well, I looked at the moon with it, and mind you, this only picks up contrast of heat signature against cold, or, contrast of temperatures from a something given a signature and the surrounding environment. The moon showed up in my thermal scope. So, and it's white hot, so it was showing up white. So it's picking up some kind of heat signature, and how is it possibly picking it up at 240,000 miles away? You know, I don't know.
That's a great question.
It was very bizarre and very perplexing. You know, how is my rifle scope picking up the moon? And it just popped right in the screen, man.
See, that's the kind of thing we've been talking about. Do you know what's going on? No, but you know it's not what you're being told.
Yeah, definitely. So how far away is that moon? You know, if I'm able to pick it up with a digital scope, how far away is it possibly? And what is that light coming off of it? Yeah, it could be reflective from a close and local sun. I don't know, but or related to it. But yeah, I'm curious to test out the cold moonlight myself. I just got the laser thermometer.
New toys, let's go. I've been definitely delving more into the science, like it's supposed to be a laser thermometer. Like I said, I'm getting a Van de Graaff machine today. So it's really cool to work on the science and look at like the distances we can see and stuff like that. Um, I'm really enjoying that a lot, like being able to do that, but also just learning all the stuff we're learning is a shitload of fun. And like I said, also just I've also been focusing on personally thinking about um, instead of like I don't even know if I'm proofs empirical evidence, but at the same time, and the first step is that we say, well, if the Earth was curved, we look at it, it's flat, it's not curved. In the same kind of sense, I've been looking at a lot of the different things we quote unquote know or that we're told how things are. I'm looking at them and they don't work. And you're talking about Polaris, that's like common sense when they give it their eyes. You don't need any like you don't need anything. You can sit there and watch the stars rotate in perfect linear circles around Polaris. You can see the time lapse pictures help, but you can watch it yourself. You can just sit there and watch it. And so that's a cool way to be able to do things. And that doesn't make sense. It does not match with what we've been told. It just does not. That's not possible based on what we've been told. So that's again, you start asking questions, but it's using just your common sense on, hey, does this work? I think that's a good jump point.
Yeah, that's exciting. You're getting a Van de Graaff generator. That's cool, man.
Yeah, me and my son are gonna play with it tonight, so I'm pretty excited about it because he loves science. So we're about to do something.
For the science fair, is he going to demonstrate that gravity is electrostatic?
Yeah, it'd be cool if we get to that point. We'll see.
You want to get him into more practical stuff, distillation, canning. showing pressure differentials and things like that. That'd be great for science at school. And also very practical around the home. Saving up food and whatnot.
You're damn right on that, dude. Damn right. We might need that really soon.
I'd recommend it, guys. Start canning stuff up. You can can meat, not just vegetables. You can can meat and all kinds of good stuff. Not only that, look into water glassing eggs. They have to be natural eggs unwashed right from the chicken, but you can get some oh shoot, what was it? It's some kind of lime. It's a certain kind. I'd have to go look at the bag. But anyway, mix that in some water, keep it in a cool place out of the sunlight. Just drop those eggs in there, unrefrigerated, uncooked. They can't be washed though. They have to have the chicken's natural bacteria barrier on them. But drop them in that water with that certain type of lime, and they'll keep for. I know people that have kept them for 2 years. And you crack them, wash them off, crack them open, fry them up. You wouldn't know that they weren't dropped that day.
Let's look into that.
Yeah, they call it water glassing. Just get some natural eggs if you're able to from a local farmer. Make yourself a little bucket. Mix it up with that whatever kind of lime it is. I've got some, but I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, yeah, drop those eggs in there. No refrigeration. Keep for a year plus, 2 years plus. That's the longest I know anybody that's done it.
And you got a great local farmer that I can get those eggs from, and duck eggs. Where duck eggs were too. He's got really good duck eggs too. So I look into that.
Yeah, man. Duck eggs are awesome. You can create a 3-egg omelet with 1 egg.
And it's funny. Last time I was over there because I used to work on that farm some with because I knew their cousins worked on that farm. So they gave me a duck egg and it was a double yolker. I was like, oh.
Nice. Man, those things are big and got a great rich flavor.
All you gotta do is get past that weird color that you're not used to, and it's good, really good. The genius, though. He was literally in Smithsonian Magazine a long time ago, but his farm was literally in Smithsonian Magazine because of like the way he run things. Like he basically had like a big movable pen for his chickens. Um, he puts them in the field, and so he takes the cows come over, eat the grass. Of course, they poop and have all the nutrients. Well, then the bugs come after that. Well, then he moves the chicken over the area where the cows will eat the grass and poop and stuff, and the chicken eat all the bugs. Well, then they poop. Those together make the grass grow better because it's all natural. And then the cows come around and eat the grass. So he just lets the cows run around and moves the chickens around. He's feeding both of them for free off of each other. It's genius.
Yeah, I've seen. I think they call them. Is it chicken tractors? I can't remember now, but I've seen one pretty big, built off of a hay wagon, and just pick the walls up, get the chickens in, lock them in. The chicken house is up on the trailer. Anyway, you lock them in there, pick the walls up, pull forward, 20 feet, put the walls back down, cut the chickens loose, and they graze that little portion and move that once a week or something, once every few days. And yeah, they work pretty good.
It's called permaculture.
Oh, what culture you broke up?
Yeah, it's called permaculture.
Okay.
It's basically invented by an Australian called Bill Mollison.
Yeah, I won't say he created it or anything. I'm saying I know he's been using it for like at least 27 years. So he's been doing that. And it's really good, and it's all natural, organic. I mean, it's as good as you can get as far as how you raise
Bill
animals.
Mollison's not the first to have thought about it. I mean, like, he's probably just revived it from like ancient times. But Bill Mollison was like promoting permaculture back in like the 80s, if not the 70s.
Hey, deep down.
Yes, sustainable farming. Yeah, it's the way to go.
Yeah, it is. Hey, D-Town, I looked up I couldn't remember the other name for the gravity capacitor, and it is related to Byfield Brown, Townsend Brown, and shoot, what's Byfield's first name? I can't remember here. Anyway, you might want to check it out. It's pretty interesting stuff. But they have another name for it called a cellular gravitator. That was what the British patent was in 1927. Patent number 300,111, issued 1927. Cellular gravitator. It might be something you could do with your Van der Graaf. I don't know what else is involved. But yeah, it's either a Byfield Brown or Brown capacitor as well, I believe here. I'm trying to make sure. But yeah, check it out, man. It ties into what you're doing.
Hell yeah, dude! I'll check it out. And I've also been learning about other stuff as far as that goes. Like of course, that's not as provable, but they were talking about the possibility that the pyramids were actually built because this is the Chat GPT was actually saying this, but they said they actually know that all materials have a frequency that they vibrate at through sound and waves like that, and ancient quote unquote civilizations knew this, so they knew the different frequencies, and so if they directed like the big rocks hit on the ground, they directed that frequency at the stone until it basically became like malleable, and then you could hit it almost became like a liquid type form, and then you hit that with a negative charge and it literally picks it up off the ground, and then you can move it around easily like it's anti-gravity, like it's floating. And that's the Chat GPT was saying that's how they built the pyramids. Is they didn't lift those rocks with physical force at all. They just tuned them and then moved them with electrostatics. That's what the bot said. I was saying, but that's what he said as far as that goes. That is a cool theory. It makes more sense than a bunch of dudes rolling them on logs and picking them up and put them up there, because that doesn't make sense for sure.
Well, that's what that guy that built the Coral Castle said he did. He figured out I forget if he said frequency or vibration or whatever, but moved these massive rocks in the middle of the night by himself. They might have been pieces of coral, I guess, but they're absolutely massive. Moved them by himself, and he said he figured out the way the Egyptians built the pyramids. And I heard tell they're tearing down the Coral Castle hiding the evidence of that story. They may have already torn it down. I don't know, but check that out. But yeah, is that related to like morphic resonance?
I've never heard that term before. This is something new to me. I was hearing about it, and I thought it was like, I've heard about the possibility of, about vibrations and frequencies being able to control things, move things, modulate things like that. Like it's an actual physical force, even. That allows you to do a lot of crazy things. I mean, we already know about direct energy weapons, and they're talking about it's a vibrational frequency. That the way it works, it puts out that vibrational frequency. It literally messes with your cells. Like that's the Vanna syndrome. Is it literally vibrates your cells and damages them? Well, I mean, if you're going to use that kind of weapon for something practical and good, that's how weapons work. You can use a gun for a lot of good things, or you can use it to kill somebody. One of the two. So it's just a tool that they're using in a bad way that we can actually use in a good way. But yeah, I've read a lot about that, but I haven't heard that particular thing. It's something I'm still learning about as far as that goes. But it's really cool to learn about, and it seems very rational and possible. I'm hoping to do some of that same testing myself in my little space.
Have you seen that experiment, D-Town, where they used a Van der Graaf generator to lift water, create a hump in the water? I can't remember. I think it might have been. I think I saw that. It might have been Zach Zabala that showed that, but pretty cool. Changing the electrostatics related to water.
I hadn't seen that one in particular. The one I saw was the viral one where they hit the water with like the music vibrational frequency. We're making it literally lift and dance and making it bulge up like that, but also hollow, almost with like weird buttons on it, with the vibration from the music. So yeah, I mean, I truly believe that's what happened. I'll have to check that out because that sounds cool. Because that's really cool.
I'm pretty sure it was Zach Sabala. His YouTube is Good Times for All, GUD, good. And I'm pretty sure he used a Van der Graaf generator and lifted water. It created like a hump in it. It was pretty cool.
So a hill of water.
Was that?
Would that be a hill of water?
Exactly. A hill of water, right?
Okay, round earther.
Just kidding.
Made me look.
Yeah, well, I got a pretty decent Van der Graaf generator coming in. I think it's like real output is like 250,000 volts. Stay away from the cheap ones. Spend extra like $150 to get a better, more reputable, more well made one. But I've also got an extra one. They sell small ones that they sell small little negative ion generators. That the little small plastic things look nondescript, but they're actually used for things like model. If you Google out the realistic model sets, they have like grass in them and stuff. When you have that grass, it kind of lays down. And what they do is they have this little device, it's like a little vacuum, and it has a negative ion generator in it, and they hit the grass with that negative ion generator, and it makes it stand up like hair does when you hit it with the negative ion, like with the Van de Graaff generator. So they use that little generator to make the grass stand up with static electricity with those ions. So I have one of those as well. It's much smaller, and so I'm hoping to figure out some way to boost it using those two pieces together. I don't know if I can or just use it separately, but that was really cheap. It was like $16. I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, I'm using this thing."
Almost as if electrostatics is in charge of the downward accelerative force.
That's amazing.
The guys at MIT built that little quote unquote like UFO type ship. That's what it runs on. It runs on pushing negative ions off the ground, and it just goes around hovering, based on the negative charge that it puts off. And they even like show experiments hitting things with negative charge and then jumping off the ground. And, that's just magnetism. We know how that works since we were little kids.
That's crazy that somebody would even think of something like that. Yep, that's a pretty good one.
What are you getting a Van de Graaff generator for? I guess I missed that.
Electrostatic testing.
Because he can.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's something you can manipulate is electrostatics, obviously.
Yeah, and that that silent drone, I don't believe it's propelling any ions. It's changing the ionic charge between the fins, and they claim that it's riding the ionic wind. So just by manipulating that field, allegedly, that's what some people are saying that was falsified, and there's actually a little jet engine in the middle of it because you can hear a whine, but I don't know really. But allegedly, according to the company that builds them now, it rides the ionic wind, and it just changes the field between the layers of fins that they have on them. So no propulsion whatsoever. It's
like
just
the way bumblebees work.
Huh? Yeah, right. Bumblebees.
Yeah, bumblebees and beetles hover. They don't actually use the wings except for direction. They're literally vibrating the space underneath those wings and hovering. Pretty fucking cool.
Well, the bumblebee makes a noise, kinda. So that means there's an engine. Because the guys debunked the silent drone because they heard a whining, so they had to whine about it having an engine, right? Is that how it works?
Well, so the claim is that there's this like cooling vent in the middle of it, and you do hear a whine. So they say that it's the charge that it's producing, but some model aircraft guys said, "Oh, there's a little jet engine in there." I find that hard to believe. I don't really know the truth, but I find that hard to believe because it's just going straight up, and it can change its vector a little bit and motion a little bit, but how would they control that with one engine, one fan? I find that hard to believe that they can levitate that with one engine, but I really don't know ultimately if it's fake or real. It looks like it's real.
Skepticism is what we do.
So you're saying that the people presenting the silent drone, presenting it to work a certain way, but there's a debunker that says, "Nah, I mean, there's an engine in there. I mean, who knows?"
Right. There is some people that say it's fake and it's not real, but I don't know. I don't see how they could control the side to side motion with one engine that points straight down.
Well, I mean, if they're manipulating the field in some way, you've got to have something. And even the dude who I saw on TikTok, he put magnets and rubber bands like on this post and just flicks it, and it just keeps going in a circle using electromagnetic energy. There's no engine working there, but it does put out a sound as it's clacking. So if you're having even something working on like a whirring electromagnetic quote unquote motor, that's not a fake motor. That he's just using the exact tech he said he's using, but there has to be some sort of mechanism creating the field.
Or the anti-field, because the field will be the place that the apparatus is in.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm not going to be the most technical person about it, but yes, yeah, you're saying the right thing. Yeah, for sure. We're on the same page.
The Bumblebee is like a pretty good example of something similar, because the Bumblebee is not flying, is it? It's kind of like creating a bubble around himself, kind of like zapping his way through the medium. I mean, in scriptures, it's described that the city of God up in heaven, it's in the heavens above. I mean, in that it shows like it's like rotating up in the sky. So I mean, I guess that stuff is from the top down to the bottom here. I mean, there is some hovering capabilities that can be designed in the medium. UFOs, those are definitely not airplanes, are they? They don't look like they're flying. Well, let's check on the new people. Where's the new people?
Hello, I just wondering why you guys are not talking. And why you think the Earth isn't a globe?
Because globes are 50%, sometimes it's 90% at your near retail store. Globes only work on a flat Earth, don't you know that? Because that's why they design a stand for it, so you can put it on the flat level table. That's the only way it works. Welcome.
That's because Earth is so big and it's on a flat.
Yo, Ali, can you help here? Oh, Alfie, what is that? Alfie.
Hello.
Hey, can you help me out here? This guy's in here believe that the Earth's not a globe. Can you help me out?
What do you mean by that? Not a globe, like a circle.
You know, similar to that thing that you go to the store, you go to a retail store and you buy and you put it on the table for decoration purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the thing they showed in the TV. You know, in the TV, like Artemis, NASA, they show this round thingy.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
But they're telling me that when they go to the Earth, so they turn off the TV. They told me turn off the TV, close the book down, and they went check the surface of the Earth, and they say that surface is not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving?
Wait, so do you think it's a sphere or do you not think it's a sphere?
I have my doubts right now because if the Earth and the waters across the Earth are level, horizontal, how can it be a sphere though? You cannot have level horizontal on a sphere. Can you?
But
No,
gravity.
you're absolutely correct.
Oh, this is too much for my brain.
He jumped out. He was hurting his brain, he said, or something? Too much braining?
He tried to say the word gravity, but bailed, but finished the word.
Yeah, he said, but gravity, and then...
Yep.
I'm using my brain too much.
If the Earth was a sphere, gravity was real, and the Suez Canal wouldn't work. I think I said to you yesterday. It just wouldn't. There'd be a hill in the middle, all the water going off either end. There'd be a big dry hump in the middle of the Suez Canal. It's like
No,
130 miles
gravity's
long.
real. Gravity is real. Gravity makes everything, made the world flat. Debunk me.
I can't. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. We've been expecting you. Please feel free to open your mic and say hello. Don't be shy now.
Hey, T-Dub, was it you that's working on the gravimeters?
I was just reading about it. Yeah.
I was
Earlier.
just reading over this gravity capacitor information, and there's a note in here about Greg Hodowanik in his gravitational wave detector circuits, which monitored the voltage across an electrolytic capacitor that fluctuated as gravitational influence of heavenly bodies changed with time.
All right. So, when are we going back to the future?
Right. Yeah. Right. The flux capacitor. But yeah, so this is describing a voltage measurement, a voltage exchange. You know, how are they claiming that that's gravity? Kind of interesting.
Well, that's what. Yeah, that's what. Was it? Was it D? No, it was not D Town. It was the other young fella. I think. Oh, it might have been D Town. Who was it? It was debating with Ice JJ about it, and it's what he was saying. Basically, was like saying, "Well, where's the gravity part involved?" Yeah.
Yeah, from what I'm looking at, there's some kind of electrolytic exchange going on, and they're saying, "Wow, that's gravity."
Yeah, I think in that exchange between Ice JJ and fuck, I'm losing the name. I do remember that.
Jaeger.
I think it was a bit of a different discussion there. Right, Jaeger. Yeah,
Jaeger.
It was
I remember now.
It was a bit of a different issue, though there was a similar conflation with, I guess, electrostatics or electromagnetism and gravity in there. This is new to me, I think. Because normally if you have a circuit, right, if you have a change in around the circuit, you can induce current play with all that shit, right? Voltage, I'm not
When
so
there's
sure.
a little bump, yeah, there's a little bump in there, like a little inconsistency that they say that was the
Yeah,
deviation in the gravitational field that caused that to happen.
that's very odd. In my brief study of, circuitry and shit like that, I've never seen gravity be a component to factor into your equations when you're trying to deal with determining how a circuit's going to operate, how to set it up. Basic circuit analysis does not include gravity. Now maybe at a higher level or some shit.
Nope, not even
I've
at our
never seen
level.
that before.
Nope, we don't use gravity for anything in
I wouldn't
circuits.
have thought so.
You have to go to the imaginary level.
In aircraft, no less, right? And the way they say that they separate, they isolate it from the turbulence and movement of the plane, right? Is they have two of them, right? Two of them. So they I think their basic reasoning is they have one at the front of the plane, one at the end of the plane, right? And if they both suffer at the same time, that's turbulence. But if one suffers, followed by there's a gap in time, and then the other one, the back one, suffers, then it wasn't turbulence. It was gravitational field anomaly as they flew over a point.
Oh yeah, you are right, brother. So can I ask a question? Is it
Oh, I
possible
appreciate
for
that. Thanks.
is it
Go.
possible? Sorry for like without permission speaking.
Yes, the
So
answer is yes to the first question. You can ask a question. Another question. Go ahead.
And yes, this is a dictatorship, and you are allowed to speak. Go ahead.
thanks a lot. I appreciate it. So is this possible for humans to have an aircraft like spaceship?
Oh, you lost me at spaceship.
When you say
Yeah.
spaceship, you mean the space across the surface of the Earth, the air, which is space. I mean, the space between you and I, point A to point B across the Earth.
Right. Maybe it's a spacecraft, like an airship.
Yeah, and
Oh, Goodyear
aircraft.
blimp.
Like,
Yeah, the Goodyear blimp. We have Goodyear's, or Akron is by my house, so we see the Goodyear blimp all the time. We see spaceships.
What you mean is the ones like in the TV, right? The outer space, the outer space travel. Is that what you're asking about that place?
Like the last Starfighter.
yeah,
Again, but I think, are you more asking about? You said this is what these are your words. You said, is it possible to have like a spaceship? Is that what you're asking?
You just asked. You just said. You mean like the word? Is that what you're asking? That's what it's literally.
Oh, did it blank out? Oh, I said, if you're, are you asking, is it possible to have a spaceship? And
Yes,
if that's
that's my
your question,
question.
well, as they tell it to us, I would say no, because there's been scientific tests done on the ion engines that they use inside a vacuum, like the vacuum of outer space. And it does, the ion engines have to push against something. Since there's nothing to push against in outer space, the ionic engines that they're saying to use through fly through space don't work. So I would say that at least what they're telling us doesn't work.
So yeah, I got you. Thanks. I appreciate your thought.
We don't believe in space because of things like that not working. What they're telling us not working. We don't believe in space. But that's the scientific explanation of the tests that have been done on that.
And because the vacuum of outer space would be a thermodynamic impossibility.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Suhabi, outer space, as they show it in the TV, doesn't exist. Not a place that we can go to and do things at because it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you have any questions about the surface of the Earth? 'Cause, another thing that you can tell is that when they show you this outer space in the TV, when they look back and they show you the Earth as a sphere, that's a telltale that that whole thing is fake because the Earth is not a sphere. So how can they be showing you the Earth as a sphere? So just by that, you know what they're showing you is it's a montage. You know, like in movies.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but
When the
do you
surface
know
of the Earth is, go ahead.
but, as I say, for instance, using your eyes and like he was saying, your common sense. You know the famous picture from the moon of Earth. You know where the astronauts took a picture of the Earth. That was back in '69. That wouldn't work. For instance, Earth is 4 times as big. It would appear 4 times as big in that picture as it looks because it looks about the size of the moon. That's just not how things would work. So that's just something we question, saying, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's obviously fake.
Yeah, so that's not possible in the future.
Well, you're saying that it's not possible in the future because it's not a place that exists. So even in the future, outer space thing or the Earth being a sphere, that that's not reality. So yeah, in the future, or now, in the past, is not reality. Like they can give you, you know, the you seen the movie Narnia, right? Narnia, the movie, the fantasy place. That place doesn't exist. Narnia 2, Narnia 3, Narnia 4 in the future. Still, Narnia is not real, right?
Yeah, right. But before that, the AI release, right? Like movies, uses in movies, like they show that how an AI works. So after that, movies, and we have AI now, and now we like in movie they show craft like spaceship they have in the future. I thought it would be possible.
Space is fake, so you don't even have to worry about it. It's never ever going to be possible because outer space doesn't exist.
Don't be afraid
Yeah,
of that thought though, bro. We were all thinking the same thing at one point in our lives. We were all taught the same stuff. We all had that same feeling. It's just not reality. That's all, man. That's just what we woke up to. But we all had the same feeling. We all thought space was real and everything, though. So we were taught. It's cool as shit, but it's just not real.
so thanks a lot. I got my meaning. Yeah, I got you all.
Thanks for participating. And if you have more questions, you are welcome to ask more questions about flat Earth, globe Earth, and if you have friends and someone that you know that might want to entertain this topic, either you can bring their questions or invite them to this channel and they can ask their question. If you have a outer space expert who would like to talk to him,
Go and get your friends. Yeah, bring them in.
Get your friends to do some science yourself.
yeah, good point. The way you debunk the idea in the TV, the way you can debunk it yourself basically is by testing the surface of the Earth or looking across the Earth, and you acknowledge this place for what it is. You come to notice that it's not what they show you in TV. Cannot be. Montage imagery that they gave you on the TV, or gave you and gave everyone else. Some people do believe it, not everyone, because some people are capable of testing the claims that they make, and the claims don't stand up to reality. They don't pass the water test. They don't pass the smell test. Therefore, it cannot be true. You know, they don't pass the water test, right, guys? Because water level horizontal cannot have that on a globe, and then they cannot have they cannot pass the smell test, because how can you smell something when the air is blowing outside of your lungs violently?
You mean if the atmosphere goes flying out into the vacuum of space?
Yeah, imagine you trying to smell something like, you know, trying to bring that air in when the air is actually rushing, evacuating your lungs violently and knocking you out. What are you gonna smell?
Yeah, I follow you. It doesn't pass any tests.
Say that, I remember people saying the smell test, right? If it doesn't pass the smell test, kind of like a telltale. There you go. Biggest smell test on a globe. Smelling is impossible. You cannot smell on a globe, or the one that they portrayed in the TV, right? Can you smell something on a globe, Lord? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. If you have any questions about the topic flat Earth, you are welcome to ask the panel. The Earth is not a sphere. Pretty obvious. If you want to present any information about your knowledge or beliefs about this topic, you are welcome to do so. Let's check usernames. Ramsey. Welcome, Ramsey. Suhai, you have another question, Suhai? I see your mic going.
Uh, yeah, I own my mic, but I don't know what to say about flat Earth.
Oh, it's pretty simple. You can start by acknowledging that your frame of reference in this reality is based on the frame of reference of the world, which is a horizontal frame of reference. Even your senses kind of like attached to it, because for you to be able to operate across this reality, the creator gave you your senses so you can operate here. You have water, a liquid, in your ears. I mean, all over your body, obviously. But your vestibular system give you like a balance, right? Give you a balance, and that's orientated to the horizontal of the world, which is a water level, basically. And that's why when you stand on your floor, your flat level floor, you can stand right up, perpendicular to horizontal, and your table is flat and level. It'll be round too. It's also orientated to that flat and level, huh? So it's more like an acknowledgement and of the state of the physical and natural world. And flat, level, horizontal is the words that we use to describe it. Obviously, the world is made out of many things. There's many words that you can use to describe it. As an axiom of reality, an obvious state. The words that are big to use are the ones that we describe it with. So what was it? Got the username. He dropped out. Oh, Uhab. So you are probably maybe I don't know. Are you like a? I'm in America. You're not in America, are you?
No, I'm in Afghanistan, Central Asia.
Okay, you're in Afghanistan. Perfect. I'm pretty certain that in your house, the structure that you're standing on, the builders. Do you know about water levels? Water level. They
Yeah,
use it to.
water level of what?
What was that? Go ahead.
Like water level of what?
Water. You know water.
Yeah, water. I know.
So when someone is gonna build a structure like your house, they want to build the structure horizontal, right? Level to they use a water to establish that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So you can walk across the house without being tilted or sideways. And when you're having dinner and drinking tea or water or coffee, whatever you drink, that you can put the water on the table and it's horizontal level, flat. The liquid at the surface as well, right? The water. Even if you have
Yes.
a lake in Afghanistan, you have many lakes. I'm pretty sure bodies of water, and they're all parallel to each other, level, horizontal. Have you noticed that about
Yeah, they
water?
all are.
Yeah,
Yes, yes, horizontal. They didn't fall like when someone create a house, like they they made a map horizontal. Like we have an all like the land is all horizontal.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So your liquid in your inner canals, your orientation to horizontal, parallel to your first floor, your second floor, your table, right? And when you go to the
Yeah.
lake, you're also parallel to that. Even if the lake is higher in the mountain or lower in the valley, that water is parallel to yours. And if it's tilted, the water is gonna flow, right? It's gonna flow down the hill, and the rivers flow towards the sea level. Maybe if I'm sorry, Afghanistan doesn't have a connection to the sea, does it?
What?
Is there? Is it, the sea, the ocean? Let me check Afghanistan. I forgot about Afghanistan. Sorry, guys, my geography. Well, anyway, the water
Mm,
flows across the river towards the ocean, right? Have you noticed that the water flows
yeah,
towards the
it
ocean?
flows from mountains to river.
Yeah, exactly. So that ocean is also leveled. Or is we call it the sea level. Did I drop out? Heard. Mic check. Be working. So that level is your level is parallel to my level here in America. There is
Mm-hmm.
no curvature between you and me. See, my
Yeah,
receiver system is
like
also
you said.
my liquid is also orientated to that horizontal. The lake next to my house and the river and all the bodies of water are either horizontal level or they're flowing towards the ocean, and then they flow towards the ocean level, and across the ocean, the horizontal frame of reference that you see across the water, it could go hundreds, thousands of kilometers towards your position in the other side of the world that I'm at. But we are parallel to each other. There's no globe, no curvature between you and I. There might be a difference in elevation. I could be down in the hill, you could be up in the mountain, but still within the tolerance of altitude, you and I are basically parallel to each other. Two horizontal lines between you and I.
Yeah,
Does that
yeah.
make any
So
does that
that's
make any
we
sense?
are
Does
part.
that make any sense?
Yeah, you know it 50%, I think.
50% sense. That's good. That's good. I'll take 50%.
Yeah, thanks. So in Afghanistan, there is no sea. Like we are far 800
Yes,
up
yeah.
to 1,000 kilometers away from
Wow,
sea.
really far from the sea, yeah. But you do
Yeah,
have a lot of lakes.
like in Asia, I think, yeah, but not uh, famous.
Not famous lakes, not big lakes. Let me check Afghanistan
Yeah,
geography.
not big lakes. They are small lakes.
Still, you know that the surface of the Earth, there's a lot of surfaces that are basically water, right? Big
Yeah, the
percentage of the
surface of
surface.
water.
Yeah, and that water lays horizontal flat the surface, and that shows you that frame of reference that we're talking about. People call it flat. So when they show you in
So
the
the flat
TV,
Earth,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so the flat Earth they show is mean like the surface of Earth is horizontal, right?
Yes. So there is the surface, right? But there's also the peak of the mountains, like the highest mountain in the world. And then there is the deepest regions of the ocean. So between the deepest region of the ocean and the highest mountain, there is about 13 miles between those 2 points. But then the surface of the world, let me see how many square miles is the surface of the world allegedly. Let me ask Grok. Hey Grok, how many square kilometers or miles is the surface of the world? See what I get. Grok is not listening to me.
Yeah, like so. Give it to ChatGPT or Siri.
It's been listening to you talk, so it's like I'm not giving this motherfucker the actual square mileage of the earth.
Let me see what she says. So 197 million square miles. So let's say 200 million square miles. That's the surface of the world, but the from the highest point to the lowest point is about 13 miles. So probably someone can probably fact check me on that. So when you put that into perspective, the world is flatter than a pancake, super flat, because there's no curvature between any of those points that we have been able to measure. Imagine a table that is that big. I mean, in reality, I'm not making a claim of how big the world is, right? But the area
Right.
that we are able to travel across, check, and test is vast distances, and there is no curvature, no drop over distance, so it cannot be a sphere. And then we have water as a reference, and that water shows the horizontality between you and I.
Mhm.
Go ahead, bro. My bad. What are you talking too much?
No, you're right. but so the Earth is the flattest place. Like we see when we see Earth from space, like from the International Space Station, we can like describe like the
You
Earth is
can't. You can't.
flattest.
No. You can't. Earth is the flattest place on Earth.
Remember, when you say we, when we see that, you don't have that frame of reference. You only have some people telling you that they've been up there, right? And they show you some imagery. But when you do the math, right, the International Space Station allegedly is about 200 miles up, right? 200 miles. Pretty sure that
Up.
Afghanistan is bigger than 200 miles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go, instead of horizontal across Afghanistan, you make a very high. You go up vertical, right? Perpendicular to horizontal. Instead of going across, you go up 200 miles. You're only gonna be 200 miles away from the surface of the world that is 197 million square miles. So you only gonna see a small section of the Earth. So you won't be able to see what it is on its as a whole. You know, can't see the Earth from 200 miles. You can see a section of it, but when we check that section that is observable, let's say from that altitude, we can go from one position to the next one to the next position, and we go all across the surface, many countries. There's no curvature. So if they showing you on the TV some type of curvature, that curvature is definitely not the Earth. It could be some lensing effect, some manipulation on the footage, but it's not the Earth curving, because the Earth is not curving. Testable, repeatable, and measurably. Right. So
It's like,
go ahead.
yeah, it's like different from the videos make like in a university. And university, a teacher is showing how far is moon from Earth, and teacher hold Earth on his hand, and student tells student to hold moon how far it is. Like the student goes like uh, 20 centimeter away, like hold the moon. Then teacher says go back, go back, and the reality, when you see the reality, it's much far.
And that's the teacher is basing that on a data set that it got from someone else that hasn't tested any of that. So the teacher, the student, and whoever person wrote that on a piece of paper and put it in a book, and the teacher learned that from the book, none of those people have tested that claim that the Earth is that sphere that the teacher is holding, and that the moon is another sphere that the student can hold and go to a certain distance. None of them have any evidence of that. They don't know that. It's based on a belief or a cultural notion that has been given to them, but hasn't been verified by them. In contrast to people that have closed down the book, right? Because the teacher is teaching that, because the teacher has a curriculum, right? The teacher has to teach certain things, right?
Right.
Right. The teacher has to teach certain stuff. But do you think the teacher checked? Think about it. Do you think the teacher checked and measured the surface of the Earth to say the Earth is this sphere that I'm holding on my hands? Or did he
No,
just read it
said
on the
like,
book?
yeah, he learned the things that write it on the books.
Exactly. But that information on the book, the teacher and the student haven't checked, haven't verified, or even tried to
Yeah.
falsify it. But come to find out, there's people that have tested. There's people that put down the book, turned off the TV, and went out there to the real Earth, not the one in the TV, and not the Earth that the teacher is holding on the hand, right? The ball that the teacher is saying, this is the Earth. We went to the real one that you can travel across, build upon, check, test, experience, verify, and come to find out that that information on the book doesn't add up to the reality of the world. Information on the book has been falsified. It's false, not real.
Yeah, so now I got.
So the teacher, the student, and whoever wrote the book are basing that information just on a belief system. And they're just
Yeah,
passing
so
it
no
around
one
like,
knows the reality.
go ahead.
Yeah, so no one knows the reality.
Rockefellers had the books made for you guys, so you can thank them because they didn't just do it for the United States.
When you say no one knows the reality, we do know a lot of things. We do have a lot of knowledge of the physical and the natural world. There are also things that we don't know, and it's okay for anyone to say, I don't know this and I don't know that, right? But the stuff that we can check and confirm and repeat and verify, yeah, we're capable of doing those things. And we come to know that water, that the earth is not curving. Water doesn't behave the way they show you on the TV, right? On the outside of a sphere in a vacuum. Imagine thinking about this, right? The water, surface of the earth, water, a lot of it is on the outside of a spinning sphere. Have you ever seen that in reality? Do you think the teacher can actually show you an example of the sphere holding water on the outside while spinning? Remember, the earth is allegedly spinning. That's another thing that is not happening. The earth is not spinning. The teacher is holding a sphere that is missing a bunch of variables. Then you can compare it to the claim on the book. Sphere holding water on the outside in a vacuum, right? All of those things. That doesn't add up to reality because you know very well that spheres don't hold water on the outside. You maybe can hold water on the inside of the sphere, right? Or air pressure in the inside of the sphere, but not on the outside. That doesn't work in reality. Think about it logically.
Yeah,
One
so
really
we have.
important thing to remember, bro, is take what you've been taught and don't just forget it. Just set it aside for a minute and go look. And then say, does that make sense with what I've been taught? But if you come with what's called the preconceived notion that the world is a ball, then you're gonna be saying, well, the world is a ball. Let me go find something that proves that. Don't try to prove the earth is flat. Don't try to prove the earth's a ball. Just go look and then match that against what you've been taught. And you'll see that it doesn't match up. But yeah, just clear your mind of what you know first, or what you've been taught first, what you think you know.
There is a lot of things that are real in your life. I mean, a lot of things that you learn that you use in practicality in reality. Like remember, the builders of your house, they took level into account to build the structure. That's real. The round flat table that you have dinner with your family with, right? You put the water, the food on the table. That's real, right? Not everything is fake like some people think. All that stuff is real. Then the thing on the book, the globe Earth, the water on a sphere in a vacuum, that's an impossibility. It doesn't happen in reality. It's only on the TV, only in cartoons, books, writings, doctrines of men, like a man-made religion. Like
So yeah,
storytelling. Go ahead.
so yeah, all of this is real, but we don't have a lots of information about this.
We don't have a lot of information about what?
Like that we talked about the water. Like we know how far is moon like from Earth, but no one is like I don't know how to say it in English.
Okay, listen, let's
Um,
start from what you said. We know, we. In that we, do you include yourself on that we, or is it you're talking about someone else that knows that information? In the we
no,
know,
no,
a
I don't
person that
include
holds.
myself. Like some people knows.
Okay, so listen, you don't know the distance to the moon and the earth, right? You don't know that, do you?
No, I am not. I
You
don't.
don't know exactly. That's very honest, and I appreciate you for that because you haven't checked,
Thanks.
you haven't measured, you don't have a tape measure that can go to the moon, right? So the other
Right.
people that you say we or they know the distance, who are those people? Do you know the name of them that know distance from the Earth to the moon? Do you know their names? And also the method that they use to measure that distance.
Yeah, but like in the books I saw in physics, like there are many ways to do like to measure the distance between like moon and Earth. Like when you write when you say when you ask to from ChatGPT, it can also give you the answer.
I get it. You're getting an answer, but you said physics, right? That's actually not physics. That will be astrophysics. There is no physics in the world that we stand on and we operate on. There's no physics that will show you the distance to the moon. That when astrophysics come in, and that's separate from physics, not the same thing.
Hello, everyone.
Oh hi.
Hold on,
See,
Steven.
you see, like when you say physics show you the distance to the moon, that I want to say that's accurate. Anybody want to help me with physics versus astrophysics and how he's saying physics show that the distance to the moon? Is that an accurate statement?
Physics
Holy
doesn't show
shit! Everyone
distance.
hates. Why
Physics,
everyone
being a
hates?
natural science, wouldn't answer that question.
I put the quote somebody said the other day. You can create a formula for something that's not true, that's inaccurate, that's not real. You can create a formula for it. That doesn't mean it's the correct formula, the correct variables, and grounded in what we know as reality. Like saying that gravity holds water to the outside of a wall. That doesn't make sense.
Do you get that, Suhei? Suhei?
Yes, brother. Thanks a lot, and I'm really happy to have be a part of this chat. So now I'm going. See you. Wish you all the best. I got what I
Likewise.
mean.
Thank you. Just come back later if you have more time later on and you want to continue the conversation. I guess you might be getting busy now. Thank you. I appreciate you talking to us.
No, I want to
Same
know.
here, brother. Be right back.
I want to.
Have
I
a
want
good
to know
time.
your opinion on the Artemis mission. What do you say?
Artemis, did
That's
you know
about
Artemis? That's the god of disease and destruction. That's a weird name, isn't it?
Well, it's just a name.
The Artemis couldn't even get off the launch pad before it was fake, dude. A plane disappeared behind the rocket in the middle of the sky, proving that they're projecting something up there while it was still on the fucking pad.
So it was fake.
Of
Have you
course,
ever
it's
seen
fake. Space is fake. So what? Rockets might have gone up in the air. I haven't seen anybody post any YouTube videos yet of it. and there were supposed to be thousands of people standing there, all holding their cameras, according to the shots I saw. Where are all those people, and why haven't they come in here yet with their videos for us to watch?
Oh, nice. I don't know what to
Yo,
say.
Bald, have you ever considered that people might be pretending, right? Pretending, and when you gather all of the information together and they show you this imagery, uh, are you able to verify any of this stuff that they've been feeding people in the TV? Because we can
No,
actually construct that data and that imagery that they gave us. We can compare it to the physical and natural world, and how do you say, see that their imagery has been doctored and is
all
not
right, all right,
comparable
all right,
to
all
the
right, bro. Look. I'm now
Bald.
physically.
Bald, let me just finish my sentence, Bald. I know you're being
Let me
bald, but
let me tell you something
when we
so we can
compare,
end
listen,
it.
Bald, try your best not to interrupt someone in the middle of the sentence. This is the English channel, and the way conversations work is that you start talking
All right, bro.
and the other
All right,
person is
all right.
done.
And continue your sentence.
All right. So when we compare the information that we were given, we can test the physical and natural world, and it doesn't add up what they gave us. So what they gave us has been falsified. Go ahead, Bald.
I think you stretched it a bit too much. Just said something about Artemis. I just needed to know. I don't want to be in a really complex argument. I'm
I
just a
get it.
spectator.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
giving you the answer. Look, I know you don't like the answer though, but the imagery that they gave us about the Earth, looking like a curvy thingy, right? Curvy thingy, Earth. We turned off the TV and we went to the Earth, the real one that we can test and check, and that Earth is not curving. So the one in the TV, Artemis, right? That they show you from Artemis, the real one is not that one in the TV.
All right. I agree. Was that good for you?
I mean, you and I agreeing doesn't affect the fact of the matter, though.
Well, I agree with everything you say. Is that good?
Yeah.
Good.
I mean,
Sounds
that sounds good to me. Thanks. Yeah, Artemis doesn't pass the water test, the curvature test, or the smell test. Doesn't pass any of the tests that you can employ to verify if something is true or not. Artemis failed when you compare it to reality.
cool.
I mean, it takes some common sense. We know the SR-71 Blackbird, they can't even paint it because it burns. It burns the paint off. They can't have any sort of bulge on that crazy slim knife at all, or it gets broken off or burnt off at 2,300 miles an hour. Or expected this Lego brick attached looking fucking rocket is going to go multiple times that fast and not completely break apart and shred apart. Give me a break.
Was the guy bald? Have you ever watched movies and at the end of the movie they showed you a bunch of bloopers during the filming of the movie? Have you ever noticed that in some movies? Bloopers and mistakes that they made.
So you're saying basically that the Artemis mission is a blooper or something?
It's
That's
a
what you just.
pretender clown show.
Cool.
That's why you see it on the TV and it's not found in the physical and natural world. I can show you things in reality, right? And then I can show you things in the TV that misrepresent reality, like the Earth
Mm,
curving, spinning.
nice. Very nice. Yeah, that was good having me and stuff. I'm gonna leave. Mine.
All right, have a good one, Bald. Keep being bold and come back later with more questions, or bring your friends, your experts, space believers in here. We'll talk
Oh
to
yeah,
them.
I want the experts to come in here.
Pretty cool. Bye.
Bye. That was very bald.
Very bald of him.
Yeah, his name was Bald. Son of Miami. I know there's a lot of water across Miami. Miami is flatter than a pancake. You know that, Miami? Florida. Florida is flatter than a pancake. You know that?
Well, good for you.
I couldn't hear what he said, but yeah. Florida is really, really flat. I mean, you call some of Miami, so my mind automatically goes to Miami.
You're from Flatter or something like that.
My bad. Maybe it's just me, but I couldn't comprehend what he said.
It's even a bit muddy on my end. I couldn't understand it either, bro. It's just coming through muddy.
All right, let's check on in the new people. John, is that John? John. John is here in the chat. Do you want to ask something about the topic? Ibada. Oh, Ibada, your tag, it says evil. Ibada, do you think evil might want to deceive the world, or is evil, I don't know, what does evil? Do you think it might be evil to deceive people? Ibada. Evil. Anyways, no reply there. Yes. Keep your secrets, Ibada. You don't want to answer. Evintronic. Evintron. Welcome. Hi. How are you? A lot of these people are kind of like trying to keep it quiet because, you know, the other side of the world is 9 times sleepy time for many people. I get it.
Yo, I'm good.
Oh, glad to hear you, Evintron. Do you have any questions about the topic though? Flat Earth? Maybe some
No, just listening.
Sounds good, just listening. Gonna say something to Aru, but Aru is deafened. 7C. LR 7C. Is that IR? So, or LR? One of those. 7C. Let me ask ask Artemis, ask Grok, how many C's are there? Or there is not an agreed upon number of how many C's there are. Okay. Got it. So the seventh C, it refers to a popular tabletop role-playing game, RPG, of swashbuckling, adventure, and sorcery. 7C, is that your name about? Is that what your name is about? Video game? Is that what it is, or anything else? All right, keep your secrets. Zodiac.
Pretty common that there are the 7 oceans.
All right. Yeah, I thought about oceans, but sea, ocean, I don't know if those are the same, huh?
You're correct on that.
Zodiac 420. Zodiac 420. Oh, Zodiac 420 is
Yeah, what's up?
YouTube. Hey, bro.
What's up?
What's up? That will be the ceiling above my head. Clouds, the heavens above, in my opinion, right? Thanks for the reply, bro. I see we share multiple servers and multiple friends. Yeah. Didn't recognize your username, but some
Do
Zodiac 420.
what friends do we share? Oh yeah.
What's your take on this whole thing, Zodiac?
What's my take?
Yeah.
My take is there's 10 NASA scientists that have gone missing or were killed under unusual circumstances. Wonder why that is.
Is that a recent thing, or you're talking about through the last 50 years or 60 years or something?
Yeah, it's a recent thing. Have you heard about it?
No, I have not.
Yeah.
I have.
They're straight walking into the woods and disappearing and shit.
Wonder why.
That's a really good question. Zoorobot. Or Zorobot. Sushit 2510. Welcome to the VC. Maybe he knows. Zoorobot, why has there been over 10 NASA scientists that have been disappeared? Do you know anything about that? Just checking. What was that? Can you get close? I can reply it if you can. That sounds like he's trying not to not make too much noise. So maybe he's in a place people are sleeping. Found this to be the case with many users.
There
Besides me.
hasn't been 10 NASA scientists that have gone missing or died recently. That guy.
Wait, who's saying
What?
that?
There's been people involved in science that have had some mysterious deaths, but I think it was only like one employee of NASA recently.
Dude, literally go to Google, look up 10 NASA scientists gone missing, and you'll see like 50 articles.
All right, well, post one.
They're all tied. I don't have perms, I don't think.
You can. I'm almost certain that you can post links. Almost certain. Maybe not.
Yeah, one person was working on nuclear energy, not associated with NASA. There's another person that was like in finance. She died of a heart attack, and they thought that was kind of suspicious. But I think it was only like one person that's worked for NASA in the last year that had like a questionable death. And one person that's included in that 10 is that guy that went on a killing spree, like killed somebody in Boston University, and then he went to that guy's house that was working on on a project on fusion energy and killed him. I mean, he didn't have anything to do with NASA. So this guy's just like, I don't know what you're reading.
I mean, that's what I heard too. So, I mean, the information is definitely weird. Not accurate, but weird.
Well, so 10 people, 10 plus people have died recently of what do you say, certain questionable circumstances, but they're not directly just NASA people. That's what you're saying. It's not like
Yeah.
when you add the label NASA, that's probably an extra add-on that is not real, maybe.
Yeah, that's not real. And also, they're not all questionable. It's more like all these high-level science people died, and maybe like I think the lady that died wasn't that old. So I mean, I guess that's kind of unexpected. But it's not like, I don't know. That guy was just making it seem like people were just
Okay,
yeah.
so all right, so you're saying it's not suspicious?
Yeah, I'm
So,
not
okay, so most recently,
yeah, not each one of those people very
okay, so William Neal McCaslin, retired Air Force general, was working on
Is he a NASA?
secret space programs for the government.
Was he a
Had
NASA scientist?
contracts. Okay, he disappeared. Literally
Was he
just
a NASA?
disappeared. Carl Grillmar.
Okay, so he wasn't.
He
He
was
wasn't.
shot. He was shot random a week, just 10 days before. He was shot randomly on his front porch. Nobody's found who it is. There was no reason for the shot. There was no sign of robbery. Nuno Lorino, a couple months before that, 2 months before that, is the head of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. Also has government contracts with NASA. Was attacked randomly in his home and was killed. Again, no robbery, no nothing. Three days before that, Jason Thomas, a Norvitis researcher. Okay, that's space research, space and fusion research, went missing, was never found. That was 3 days before the last person I talked about. Okay. Melissa Casius. Okay, she was a administrative assistant for a top secret program in the government for the Los Alamos Research Center. And along with her coworker, okay, Anthony Chavez, which was also an employee for the Los Alamos National Laboratory, they both just went missing, never found.
That's about 6 people.
That was a few months before the last person I just told you about.
Okay.
4 days before those two people that I just mentioned was Monica Reza, who was a NASA scientist who just disappeared.
That's about 7.
Just disappeared?
Yep. Just disappeared.
So that's what is that? 4 people that disappeared, like no body found, no murders, they just disappeared.
Yeah, and then you forgot the 4 people that were shot randomly at their house with no sign of forced entry, no sign of robbery. So I just named 10 that all disappeared months from each other.
Well, that was 8, right? You just said.
Okay.
Yeah, that is. I mean, yeah, that's very. That's concerning.
Oh, so now you do think it is suspicious?
Well, yeah. If everything you said is just true, yeah, that is suspicious.
He was questioning if it was accurate, not if it was suspicious.
No, but obviously I'm just listening to what they both saying, and it's good that someone presented something, the other guy was questioning it. But you said that there's only been one, but now he mentioned about 9 or 8 or 9. So the number was closer to 10, further from 1, like you said. Yeah. So extra information that maybe you didn't have, he added to that, and I mean, obviously, it will have to be verified because names and
Yeah. Yeah, if everything he said is true, then yeah, that is very suspicious. Because I saw that on the news, they were saying Trump's going to look into these missing people, and I just kind of scanned the names and looked into them, and one of them, I think one of them was like a heart attack. One of them was I didn't read that much into it. I didn't see anything about missing people that just went missing. I guess I just need to re look into that.
I will say the heart attacks are very suspicious too, but that might be another topic. So maybe move on to that. That will be with the heart attack one. Might be 10, like he said. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I mean they can definitely
I
induce
mean,
a
just
heart.
like coincidences, right? Like, I don't really believe in coincidences, you know, especially when like all these people working on these secret or there's top, I wouldn't say secret, but top secret government programs, you know, very high clearance security. They all like 5 of them go missing, like just disappear without a trace. I mean, listen, I mean sometimes people go missing, but not that many people with like within days and months of each other on the same projects, on the same high level secure clearance, it, you know, in safe neighborhoods, you know. And then on top of that, like 4 people just like shot, just like literally just like someone walks up, shoots them on their front porch in a safe neighborhood, like they're not even trying to rob them, nothing. Like that just doesn't happen, you know what I mean?
I
Yeah,
mean,
talking.
it does happen because you just reported on it, so I guess it does happen, huh?
Was one of those people that you were talking about was one of those people the person that got shot by the Boston shooter, the the guy that went on campus and shot some random people and then drove to that scientist's house working on fusion and shot
Oh,
the front
no, it's
porch?
funny. It's funny you mentioned that though, but I didn't mention him in that list. But it's funny you mentioned that because yeah, that is somebody that also was shot under.
Oh shit! So 420, you were on spot. You said 10 plus people, and that will make that guy 11, I think.
Yeah,
If my math is correct, for
yeah. I think
whatever you have.
yeah, yeah. I
I
think what the
posted
guy was talking about, what you just
sorry,
mentioned, you're talking about that MIT professor. Like, there's some school shooter on a college campus, but like I think only like a few people got shot, and one of the people that was killed was like the leading. He's literally like the world lead. He was rest in peace, the world leading researcher on fusion energy.
Yeah, but he wasn't. It wasn't like he went on the school campus and then just happened to shoot that guy. Like he went on the school campus, shot somebody, went and got to a car and drove to that man's house. So it was definitely targeted. And he was a physics student, like from years past. So I guess he had crossed paths with this guy. But yeah, it's pretty suspicious.
Yeah, dude.
there's a video that I posted on the YouTube channel called Redacted. I've been following this story a few weeks or maybe a month or so. Interesting video I posted in the side chat as well because it kind of draws comparison with other events in, say, over the last few decades with regards to NASA and other associated like organizations or whatever, where people have started going missing and dying. Seems to be a repeating pattern.
Oh, so you've been following this too, Jedi?
Yeah, man. Yep.
And weren't 2 of them, include that last military dude, literally seen walking into the woods and never coming back again? That's what I was reading. I didn't wonder if that's accurate. Because if that's accurate, that's fucking suspicious, especially if there were 2 of them.
Yeah, so like a couple of them just went missing on their like on their properties, on in their house, and then they were never seen from again. And then one person was went on a hike in a national park, or like a public trail, not like a backcountry trail. And then that's one of the high level people that went missing. They were never seen from again after that hike.
Please forgive the Star Wars reference, but if you've seen Rogue One, this is what the Empire do when they're finished. When the scientists have done their research, and they kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, imagine cracking cold fusion, right? You know, like unlimited energy. I feel like a lot of people would be mad. They wouldn't want that to come out. Wait, Jedi, have you seen Project Hail Mary?
Have I seen Project Hail Mary?
Yeah, the movie.
Oh no, I thought that was the code name for the war in Iran.
I'm surprised like I haven't really met many people that have seen that movie.
It just came out in theaters like 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, like a month ago.
You know, movie watching has been kind of like down compared to its glorious days. Like a lot of people are not watching a lot of movies compared to the past. They're mostly like listening to podcasts, watching shorts in YouTube, uh, watching other stuff like influencers. Not actual movies and going to the movie theater. That's an all time low.
Hey, why would you? It cost me like $75 for a couple snacks to take me and my kid to the movies. I can pay a total. I rented a home by a total of $30 with food and drinks, and like get high and watch the movie. Why would I go to the theater?
You get your kids hot. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, it's fucking crazy expensive. I just sneak stacks in though, bro. I'll buy a bag of popcorn from the grocery store and sneak it under my jacket.
Why popcorn? I just buy some rebuy.
You don't get the cell cultured stuff, man. That lab grown shit.
Oh, you had to mention lab grown, huh? Come to sun out. Go ahead.
I want a globe earther, man. I want some debate to go on.
You want a girlfriend, you're saying?
No, I said I want a globe earther to debate somebody right now.
Oh, okay. All right, let's find one. Let's see if there's any events going. Is there any events in the server? Oh, Artemis debunked. We have the event. We have 20. We have like 27 people in here. All right, help me out, globe believers. Help me out. People in here that don't believe in the globe, so I need your help.
I watched that launch from beginning till it was like in a little dot in the sky. Then I couldn't see it anymore on the TV, and then they had to switch to CGI. I watched it up to that point. Is that what? Am I a Glober now? And did that? What does that prove anyway? When it did that? I do that with airplanes, though. I see them take off. I can watch them till they're a little dot in the sky, and then I can't see them anymore either. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude. The Artemis guys, they were like, you could still see the rocket in. And then it immediately switched, and they're like, "We're 49 miles up, or whatever." And it's like, yeah, if you were 49 miles up, motherfucker, we would not be able to physically still see you in the atmosphere. You're so full of shit, dude.
Karim El Macas. Welcome, Karim. Can you help me out, Karim? Please help. Help me, Karim.
you. What do you?
Well, I mean, I found myself in this room, and there, some of these fine people are arguing that the Earth is not a globe.
Mm.
Can you help me out and tell him, please? Tell him.
I get into this voice chat to practice English and
Okay.
don't argue, okay?
Hey, that sounds good to me. Thank you, Karim, for the reply. That's very
Thank
polite
you.
of yourself. I appreciate it. If you just want to listen and you trying to learn English, sounds good to me, bro. Appreciate it.
Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna push it. But we still have John in here. Hey, John. I'm pretty sure. Are you in the Americas, John? It's daytime for you. Should be able to open your mic in your lunch break. John is definitely working today and being productive. That's probably why he hasn't replied. But if you get like a 15-minute break, will be lovely to talk to you for 15 minutes. Amine, Amine, can
Oi,
you help me out? Go ahead, Amine. You have the floor. Go ahead, Amine.
what?
Oh, I was just hoping for someone to help me out because there's some people in here that argue that the Earth's not a globe. I'm trying to find some help about that.
Help on what?
So can you tell them how you know that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know what you mean exactly, bro. I'm not a native speaker. But can you type it in the chat and they will know what you say?
Are you not of the common belief, like a lot of people, that the Earth is a sphere in a vacuum, a globe spinning through space?
I don't get anything of that, bro. Type it in the chat. Type your question.
Oh, okay. Are you like
Type your
a
question.
beginner? Are you like a beginner English
Yeah,
learner?
yeah. I'm like a beginner or something like intermediate.
And
Oh, sounds
maybe
good.
your topic says Artemis debunked.
Okay, just type your question and they will respond for that.
That's fine. Amine, thanks for the reply, bro. If you're a beginner learner,
Yes.
that's fine for me. Thank you.
Well, why everyone here is quiet?
Quiet?
Why everyone is quiet?
I mean, I was just talking to you though, 20 seconds ago.
No, a lot of people, the other ones. Why?
Oh, because when someone is speaking, most of the other people just mute, so they don't
Yeah,
overspeak on top of each other, and they're
yeah,
basically
yeah.
listening to me asking you questions. But since you just want to have the questions on the chat, I'm gonna check on Mart. Mart, welcome, Mart. Mert. I mean, you can ask more questions if you like. I was just saying that most people are muted, so we don't interrupt each other. Does that make sense? Right, Jazz07. Welcome, Jazz07. The other guy that I saw, Jazz07 and Mert.
Okay, bro. I have a question for you. How I can develop or improve and grow in English, in my English, or
Well, you made
how
it
I
to
can
probably the best Discord server for that. So you already took the best step. I will
Yeah.
recommend.
Do you have
I
some
will
of do you have some other servers that's good like this server?
not better. I have other servers, but not better than this one about learning
Yeah, this
English.
one.
I will recommend you to do reading, right? A lot of reading, so you
Yeah.
can get familiar with the words, the language. But myself, the way I kind of like improve my English, the best way was trying to
Hello,
read.
hello. Hi,
Oh, one
bro.
second. Hey,
Hello,
hello.
hello.
Hey, hello. 1 second. So do reading, which is visual, lecture. Reading on the words and then visualizing. Like if you see a word like apple, so then you check apple, so you see an image of the apple, so you can reference the
Yes.
wording with an actual image in the physical world, right? So whenever
Yeah,
you
I
see the
get you.
word, you can have it as an image in your head, and also the sound of it. So you want to have a trifecta: the wording, the image, and the sound. And if you mix
Yeah.
those three, your English is gonna skyrocket to the
Thank you. Thank
firmament,
you.
to the top
Thank
of the
you.
moon. Yep.
Thank you. Oh, okay, another question. Do you are a native speaker or a different one? You
Wait, what's the question? Am I a speaker? Yeah, I am a
you
speaker.
are
I speak in here.
no, you are a native speaker or just you are learning.
Oh, I'm a Spanish Espanol speaker. That was my
Yeah.
native language, Espanol.
You're
But then
Yeah,
I
yeah,
learned it.
yeah.
Edward, I see you want to say something. Edward, go ahead. You have a question about Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead with your question. Welcome,
No.
Edward. Okay.
I want to know. Yes.
You want to know what?
Um, a task.
Are you trying to learn English, Edward? Trying to learn?
No. I am learning is in English. Is studying English. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, you are studying English. All right, sounds good to me. Sounds just like our friend Amine. So welcome to the Flutter Discord VC in the English channel. So thanks. If you have any questions, you can either speak it in the VC or text the questions in the side chat. Okay, so you're welcome to do so.
Oh. Okay. It's
Right.
it's hobby.
Hobby?
No, no. You're a hobby.
I don't know what you mean though.
Sorry, my bad.
Can you post the question in the text? Maybe I'll be able to get it then in the text chat. Can tag my username. Let me just check on Meter or Miter and also Sarah.
Hi. Yeah, hello.
Oh, hi, welcome, Meter. Miter?
Hi. Yeah,
Would it be
Mike here. I
Miter?
joined in to check out what you guys discussing about the Artemis and how you debunking it.
Anybody want to touch on that with Miter? The Artemis? If not, I'll. All right. So, how do we debunk it? Are you asking?
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good question, right? So, myself, I will argue that the imagery that we're getting and basically the TV show, right, that we're getting, that you and I cannot verify if it's, some type of montage, right? Which is obviously looks like. There's a lot of bloopers, a lot of mistakes, a lot of Easter eggs that show you that it's some type of TV show that is being presented the way it's being presented for people to believe some
Okay.
type of narrative. But then when I go a little more objective, I compare what I'm observing in the TV and the imagery that I'm getting. I compare it to the physical and natural world, and come to find out what I've been shown on the TV doesn't add up to the real world. So the imagery of the Earth that they're showing is a misrepresentation of what the Earth is. The way the Earth presents itself to be as a flat, horizontal, motionless plane. That's not what they're showing in the TV. What they're showing in the TV is something else that is not the Earth.
Jamesy, if I may ask you, do you guys have like a video maybe that summarizes all the bloopers or inconsistencies in the videos?
Probably
Maybe like
not
an
all.
article.
Probably not. You asked for all, right? You asked for all.
I
There
mean,
is.
the main ones.
Yeah, I've seen. I've been. I'm also an internet user. So when I go around, I found stuff on the internet. But let me just go on the other chats that people have been posting things about it. And yeah, there are many examples of this. Let me just maybe find you one that I probably can access at this moment. If anyone in the VC have any links about Artemis nonsense bloopers, you know what? I found one. I mean, it's probably not a lot. I will say the bloopers are not the main argument, but it's more like Easter eggs of the whole show that we saw on the TV, right? So you can kind of question what is being presented in a sense. I've actually found two. You gotta remember, people has add satire to their videos. You don't want to make it fun because why would you not have fun while doing this? But I'm gonna post two that I found real quick. Don't quote me on this. This is not me. This is just people posting stuff on the internet, okay? But since
Yeah,
you're
sure.
asking directly, I posted in the side chat.
Okay, thank you. I'll check it later.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about the actual topic? Because Artemis, as being presented on the TV, is actually a secondary topic, in my opinion. Because
What
the
was the
real
first one?
topic, the real topic will be the place that you and I operate in, the physical and natural world, and the way it presents itself to us, and we acknowledging its nature
What
or
does that mean?
denying it. That means that the way we operate in reality, it shows us that the world is not curving. There's no curvature across the surface of the earth. It's also motionless. It's not spinning that they show on the TV. So there's many arguments about that we can talk about.
Actually, if I can, the reason why I joined it was because I was actually having a conversation about this, which was the moon landing specifically yesterday with a couple of friends of mine, and they have come to basically find out that they actually believe in the moon landing, which obviously I don't personally. But on the spot, they asked me for obviously proof, and I went quickly just to check on YouTube, and I found a video that I personally found that is just make it quite dumb. Like the argument they will bring is quite dumb. So, do you have, or anybody here has very good, logical, what's it called, proof that against the moon landing? I appreciate that. Videos, articles, whatever.
You look
There
at the
are
videos of Bud Dodger talking about it because he supposedly went, and then there's like at least 3 videos where he's like, "We didn't go, so it's fake, it's all show." So that's from the horse's mouth.
Yeah,
He
100%.
supposedly
But I
went.
mean, more. I understand that, and obviously, I also mentioned to them as well. I don't know exactly which astronaut that was one of those. For example, someone who went to him and said, "Swear on the Bible that you went there," and then obviously he got mad, and only he didn't do it. He actually
okay.
got
If you're
mad.
asking about a documentary, have you seen? There's many examples. Like there's many documentaries out there about questioning the moon. But have you watched American Moon? American Moon.
No, I haven't. Not. What do I find there?
Let me see if it's in YouTube, maybe on some of the other platforms. Since you're
Okay.
asking about the moon argument, which is secondary to the main argument, which is the place that we all operate in, the physical and natural world, the one that we can check,
Yeah.
verify, experience. So the moon stuff will be watching TV, basically. That's all you can do about this landing stuff. Just what you the only place you're gonna see it is in the TV, right, or in the computer digital
Yeah.
form.
Alright.
When we look at the moon from the physical and natural world, what we observe is not what we see in the TV. Those are two different things, though. So let me just find American Moon for you. It's probably somewhere in YouTube. Let me see. American.
You can't leak it, man, but some good. I know you're looking for empirical evidence versus what Aldrin said. One good video I can't link still. I don't know why, but I can't post those in chat. But there's the one where testing ion engines, which is what they use in a vacuum, and they don't work. So the engines they claim that took them through space don't work in a vacuum, which is what they're saying space is. So I mean, we can test that, and it doesn't work. So how did they get through space then?
Okay, good. Do you find any video that kind of goes more into depth about that?
I posted for you American Moon. JMC posted
Please.
it for you. Do you see it in the site yet?
Yeah, I just got it now. I'm gonna click on it. Bloody hell, 3 hours. All right, fair enough. It's gonna be some.
I mean, you know something. This guy is not a flat earther. There's globe earthers out there that believe in the globe that they actually don't believe in the moon landings.
Yeah, like myself.
Yeah. But like I said, if you're a globe earther and questioning the moon landings, that's not the root of the whole argument. Because the root of the whole argument will be the physical and natural world and the objectivity of it, and how the globe will be an impossibility when you compare it to reality.
Impossibility?
Yeah, it's the globe Earth, the way it's presented to us, like Earth is curving and spinning in a vacuum of space. It's an impossibility.
Sorry if I quite ask. Is that actually a word? Or what does that mean? Impossibility. I never heard
Well,
that before.
yeah, impossible. Yeah, impossible. So there you go. Because we have, I'm the one kind of like changing the syllables a little bit at the end just to make it a little more fun, right? But it's in reference because in reality we have the world as a stationary horizontal frame of reference.
Oh,
So we can
impossibility.
check.
Okay, yeah.
We can check on that. So the sphere is curving, right? The sphere curve, right? The globe curving. But in reality, we have a horizontal frame of reference, and we can measure it, check it, test it again and again and again all across the surface of the Earth, and we don't find any curvature. So you cannot have straight lines or horizontals on a sphere. That makes the sphere in the TV, the Earth sphere, it makes it impossible because you will need curvature to have a sphere. But we don't have curvature in reality across the surface of the Earth. That makes it an impossibility. And that's just one of the foundations, because the next thing will be the motion of the Earth, right? The spin of it. I mean, there's so many things about that we can talk about, but I will resume it. There is no detectable motion of the ground we're standing on. Nobody can show you that that's the case. So that's another thing, right? And also, it goes the globe claim that the Earth is a pressurized. You know how you have a pressure around you that when you expand the volume of your lungs,
Yeah.
the air pressure rushes toward your lungs, right? Because the gas pressure, high pressure, rushes towards the low pressure. Um, the globe says that next to this high pressure system that we're in, there is an infinite size volume of outer space. And if that was the case, the air pressure
You have a
was
2x60?
the air pressure that was rushing towards your lungs will be going the opposite way. It will be going away from your lungs. The air pressure will be leaving the earth violently, according to natural laws, the laws of thermodynamics. And so that makes the sphere that doesn't have a container around it, it will make it another impossibility, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So we live in a contained environment. That's why we can breathe air. You and I breathing air, the antecedent as a cause and effect relationship for us to have air pressure or gas pressure will require some type of containment. The ball doesn't have that, and have a containment, making it impossible or impossible. Does that make any sense? Was I too mean to him? Yeah.
Sorry, in the whole time, were you speaking to me or were you speaking to somebody else? I'm kind of confused.
Of course, I was talking to you. You asked me about
Oh,
what
so
did I
sorry,
mean
no.
by the
Yeah,
impossibility, and I was
yeah,
I was
yeah.
giving you 3 points, which the impossibilities of the curvature that doesn't exist. The ball requires curvature.
Right.
Earth doesn't curve.
Mhm.
The spinning that it hasn't been detected. The Earth is not spinning. The globe says that it is, right? And then we have gas pressure, air pressure. We breathe air, and that requires containment as a cause and effect relationship, as an antecedent for the gas pressure to be produced. And the globe doesn't have any of those points, making this globe in the TV an impossibility. You cannot. No one can show you an example of this thing in the TV, right? No one can show you in reality
Hey, bro,
something
you
like
kind of confuse me when you say impossibility. Like, I'm generally confused. Are you like kind of joking, or you actually say impossibility? Is that a different word? Like, I don't. Kind of confusing.
impossible. Yeah, impossible. Just stick to that one. Impossibility, impossible, the same thing.
All right. Yeah,
All
I guess
right.
I never
Yeah,
had
we're
that.
supposed to be
I never had
teaching you
that.
English. Yeah, it's impossible, but he's saying impossible because there is no ball Earth. Okay. There you go.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense now. All right, gotcha.
Did the other stuff make sense? Like the Earth is not curving. Does that make
That makes
sense?
sense. Obviously, this is some new stuff. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna pretend that I have understood everything, but obviously, this stuff that I need to kind of go into a little bit more. But main reason now I came here was just simply because I had that conversation with them, and I just found. I
Yes,
mean,
but let me.
yeah,
I'm trying to help you. Listen, I'm trying to help you out here. I'm
yeah,
using my air pressure that I'm borrowing from the environment.
yeah,
Speak to you and bring you back to your senses and your foundations.
yeah.
If you cannot comprehend the reality that we operate upon, and you don't get that, you won't be able to debunk this moon nonsense. Okay, so you
Yeah.
have to start
Oh, okay. So you're
from
talking about.
reality.
Okay,
To
that makes
start
sense.
from reality, you learn this, so then you can make a logical argument about the fantasy that people believe.
So you're talking about basically going at the root of the problem. Is that what you mean?
Exactly. You go within the foundations, that you acknowledge the foundations of reality, and basically take out the non-foundations of the fantasy, because the fantasy doesn't have any foundations. It's just that people believe it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they cannot demonstrate it. They cannot show it. There's no cowbell, no demonstration. There's only doctrines of men that people read in a book, learn in the TV, and they say, look, in the TV, I read it in a book, therefore true, because I choose to believe it. But this data that people got from the TV and the books, when you compare it to reality, it doesn't pass any of the tests. You cannot. It has been falsified.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, you got any other questions? We can help you with.
Nothing else. The only thing I had, since some people in the chat seems like they're kind of trolling, to be honest. Do you have any other article from other people that are qualified, either scientists or whatever you want to call them, that just kind of debunk that
Bro,
concept?
I appreciate what you're doing. You're trying to help your friends, but you have to start with yourself. You have to, if you really want to help your friend. I mean, let me tell you this: if they are interested in the topic, okay, talk about it with them. Present your best case, and for you to do it correctly, to present your best case, you won't be able to do it because you are basically, without disrespect, you're ignorant about this, right? You don't know about the testing, laser tests, many of the examples that will show you that the Earth is not a curving sphere. You have to get that first for you to be able to even try to get your friends to get it, right? Obviously, they think for themselves, but if you're gonna start from the outside, you're basically saying what you're trying to do. You're trying to go to the fantasy place and try to explain how things don't work in the fantasy place, right? And that might backfire on you. And you don't want to be the crazy guy in a group, right? If you have friends that are trying to entertain the topic, yeah, bring all the information however you like, but don't push it to people that don't want to hear it, because you're gonna find a lot of resistance, and you might lose friends too. I mean, it might be a good thing that you can filter certain people out of your friend circle. Maybe you stick with the real ones. That might be a good thing.
Damn. Not being friends with people because you tell me that all of your friends are flat earthers?
No, not all of my friends are flat earthers. Not
Right.
all of them.
Okay. Are you
But
in the way process of like kind of
you
changing
know how
them?
you operate. You know how you operate with different hats across the world. When you are a mechanic, you wear the mechanic hat. When you're a doctor, you wear the doctor, right? Clothing. You don't. You're not talk when you're in the operation room. You're not talking about how to make sandwiches, right? Yeah. So you pick your battles, and there's stuff that you can have in the public and stuff that you can keep in the private, right? So there, you pick who you pick your battles and who you're gonna have this conversation with. You're not gonna you don't bring this to your boss if your life depends on having that job. You don't want to get fired because you don't believe it, right? You probably don't know this, but people get triggered by this topic that someone dares to question their beliefs about the globe. Um, you have no idea how people react to this. They actually can turn into your enemies and wish you harm because you're not part of their religion, the globe religion.
Damn. Yeah, that's true in a lot of sense. Well, appreciate that anyway, and thanks a lot for the informations. Again, quickly,
All right, man.
what exactly am I going to find in that 3-hour videos? Just before I forget, what exactly? am I
What
going to-
exactly? You're gonna find someone methodically presenting the nonsense of the moon TV show.
Okay.
How you
Can't you
how when
just
you
send
watch
them
the
to our
TV show,
server for all the information, though? First, let them go to our server, get the real information, then he can try to debunk it.
that's true. We're trying to, since you're interested in this, we're actually trying to give you the best way possible, and we also have a server that have links about many topics, scientific method, laser tests that have been conducted all across the world. Uh, Communication system, infrared optics, satellite information, everything you can think about. You could probably inform yourself about these things so you can make an actual cohesive, logical argument, and your friends kind of like see that you actually are informed on what you're talking about and not just speaking nonsense, right, to them.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have your link somewhere?
Yeah, let me copy paste it for you. Let me just find your username.
All right. Good question as well. Out of curiosity, where are you from, by the way?
Me, I'm from America. I'm from the Caribbean, a Spanish-speaking country. And
Okay.
can you uh can you accept my DMs? Maybe
Yeah.
I'll send you a friend request
Yeah.
because we cannot share links in some
Gotcha.
of these servers.
Gotcha.
Salis.
Yeah, that's right.
Salis, isn't that like do you speak Spanish by any chance?
No, that's an Italian name.
Italian. Okay, Italian. Perfect. So I'll send you the server link. There it is.
Sweet.
You're gonna find additional information channels, and there's a lot of information in there. It's gonna take you years to go through it.
Gosh. Red Pill Music. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh yeah, you're gonna find a lot of good music as well. Artists. There's a lot of things going on this side of the objective side of things that people try to talk about,
Gosh.
which is include art as well and people making music. There's many good songs that I actually like. It's not for everyone, but obviously you have your own how do you say, taste things.
There's also some religious stuff I can see here.
Yes, within this world, across the surface of the earth, there's many nations and many religions. So yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for that.
All right, Solis. If you have any other questions, you're welcome to ask.
Thanks, boys. Have a nice day.
You as well. Take care. Salis. Okay, new people. You are welcome to open your mic at this moment and ask your questions about the topic. And you can direct all of your questions to Professor Triangle, because he's gonna have a quick test for you about triangles. Come on, Glovers. You can pass a triangle test, can you? We have Zuhair, Tony, who else? Zara. Oh, Zara has been here for a bit. Zuhair, Tony, Zara, John, Fred. Hi, Fred.
Hi.
How you doing, Fred? Who was it? Who just replied?
Did Annie say my name?
Oh, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing good. What brings you by to the Flutter Discord VC channel?
Uh, I'm sorry, I'm not good at speaking English.
Oh, that's fine. You're like a English beginner learner.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thanks for the reply. That's really polite. That's part of the English language. When someone, speaks to you, if you want to reply, that's very kind and polite. So thanks for the reply, Sarah. You're welcome to listen anytime. If you have questions as well, you are welcome to open your mic and ask questions. Since you're saying you're a beginner starting to learn, yeah, you can keep yourself in mute if you want, and maybe post questions in the text chat. Some people might be able to reply to you. But yeah,
Oh,
anytime you can also talk to us if you like.
thank you so much. That kind of you. Where are you from?
Me, I'm from America.
Oh, okay. I'm from Sudan, but I live in Egypt.
You're from Sudan and live in Egypt.
Yes.
Okay. How you like Egypt? You like Egypt?
Yes, very nice.
Good, good. I'm glad that you having you like Egypt. I never been to Egypt, but maybe one day I'll go visit the pyramids. Everybody goes to the pyramids. I would like to go there
Yes,
and visit.
it is very beautiful.
Awesome. Your English, your pronunciation is good. I like it. I mean, your English is good. So keep practicing. Do a lot of reading. Maybe some audiobooks as well might help you. In image viewing, image viewing.
Image?
Yeah, when let's say you read a word and the word is apple, right? Apple. When you see an image that is an apple, the image of an apple. So you in your mind, you learn the word, the spelling of the word, and you also see an image that you can relate to your observation, right?
Yes. Right.
Yeah, that helps you. And also the sound of the word. And so if you're trying to learn more English, that those three things will help you a lot. Reading the word, observing the image, and listening to the sound, it helps a lot to learn faster. And
It
whenever go ahead.
it's not good. It is a basic. I need to improve my understanding and speaking.
Yes, and to improve your speaking, so you need the sound to be able to pronunciate and that I also have to improve my pronunciation many times. I've been practicing for a long time, and still there's a lot of words you have to practice how to pronunciate. So yeah, just don't be scared, and definitely have do the how do you say, do the study and do the practice. Study and practice. That's how you get better.
Okay. That good. And what else can it improve with?
What else you can do to improve? Hmm, like I said, reading, audiobooks help a lot. And also, yeah, get whenever you hear a word and you don't know what it means, I would definitely recommend you to find the meaning of that word, like the definition and even the etymology, or the root meaning of the word. Because in history, a long time ago, maybe the word was used different that is used today, right?
Okay.
So etymology and the meaning, the definition of the words. So yeah, that will help, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Sarah. Thank you for replying. Your English sounds really good. Your voice sounds really good.
Oh, thanks.
And also, if you have friends that are interested in this topic or maybe learning English as well, give them an invite. Give them an invite to you might be able to join and the conversations here. So if they improve their English, you can practice their English with them as well. But that's another important thing. Get friends that speak the language, and that will help you too.
Sorry, but please speak a little slowly.
They speak different language.
A little slowly, so I can understand you.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just
Um,
gonna go ahead.
okay, so I can understand you. What did you say?
Oh no, I was saying that get familiar with people, friends that will also practice the English with you and learn the language with you, or maybe friends that already speak the language, and that's how you practice with people, and just practice it together with other people, and that's how you learn. That's it.
Yes. Um, yes, but I live in an Arab country.
Yeah, Arab country. Yep, I know. But there's a lot of Arab people that are interested in learning English as well. So you might be able to find Arab channels as well that are interested in speaking in English. So that's another thing to know.
Yes, but there is no practice except on the internet.
True that. Yeah, yeah. I get it. But good thing
Yes.
you have the internet. You have the internet, and there's a lot of English speakers in the internet. So yeah, take advantage of all of those little things that will help you with the language.
Who helps?
Also, do watch videos of things you do. Like, let's say, what do you like doing? Whatever topic you like, anything that you like, I don't know, cooking or sports, technology. Just go watch videos in English about those topics.
Yes, yes. Okay, okay. Sure. Okay. Um, thank you so much.
You are very welcome. Let's see. Welcome, new people. What's going on in here? Why are you guys being so shy? See, even Sarah is here replying to me, and she's very, very polite. Unlike some of you that don't reply. So, Mark.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Mark. How are you? Welcome.
Yo, I'm fine. What about you?
I'm fine. Glad to hear you, Mark. What brings you by? Are you interested in the topic, Flat Earth? Robert?
Well, I just so curious what is going on here. Just not really. I
You,
just want to listen. So
oh, you want to listen? That's fine. Hey, if you just want to listen,
and
that's good. If you have any questions, what's going on here is that people are having a conversation about the Earth being not the globe that you found on the TV. You know the globe that you
واحد
saw on the TV?
4 8
oh, what?
12 16
It doesn't-
20 like sec 33 واحد.
Is someone else talking? One
Yeah, it's
second.
me. And the down, under. I can help you. Did you see me?
Yeah, I can hear you. KS7? KS7?
Yeah, KS7WR. It's mean like wait. It mean
Are you
Kush Hour. It's mean Kush Hour.
are you
In
trying
English, like wait. Let me explain. It means like pussy upon my ex. For my ex, yeah. Ex is pussy. So this is my name.
Okay, that's your username.
Yeah, it means pussy in our
Like cat,
language, of course.
like you said,
Cause
like cat, like it
like
means cat,
cause
cat,
cause no. Cause it's mean pussy.
cat, right? A
Hour?
pussy cat.
No, man. It's mean cunt.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a
Like
pussycat. That's nice.
I like pussy cats too. I mean, they're kind of cute. Rather not own any, but yeah, they're fine because
Muslims.
Little weird people that want to be pussycats.
yeah.
I want to be pussycat.
Right. It's a little weird. You're a little weird. Just a little bit. I mean, well, probably a lot more than I think, but
I mean, there's a lot of weirdos out there. It's a big community of weirdos in the world. I mean, he's just part of that community, right? Pussycat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just stay within your own circles, right? Don't get driver's licenses. Don't get gun licenses. Just stay within your group. Don't go to your neighbor's property and try to be a weirdo there.
Don't
Just
you worry.
just stay within your own weirdo areas, okay?
Okay. Don't you worry. I can do it.
Yeah.
oh, I'm not worried. I'm not. Some people are.
Yes, you
I
are.
definitely am not worried.
So
And also don't vote. Whatever you do, do not go voting. We don't want weirdos in power, right?
no.
No, we struggled to get all that crazy shit out. We had to make America great again. So we don't need to fall back into We don't need to make it fall back into crazy land again, where boys think they're girls and stuff.
Don't you worry. I'm not from America. I don't live here, so be happy.
I think the
Yeah.
best thing is the people that come to America and they still hate it because they want to have a better life, but they hate America.
They want
Actually, I
to.
love America. Wait. I love America because your freedom. You have your freedom. You can do whatever shit you like.
Whatever shit we like. No, that doesn't work like that. We cannot just do whatever shit we want. No.
Yes, you can just do everything like drugs, weed, things like that. No, I don't think so.
I saw
But
Matt
other
at
things,
25. Matt at 25. I saw you kind of like flashing. Are you trying to say something, Matef, before we keep talking to the pussycat?
No, sorry.
Is it like weirdo hour? What's going on, Radwin? What do you do? You sent your link to. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Let's keep it. Let's keep it polite. He was bringing up his username and the meaning of it, so he's trying to go with the flow. It's the English channel, so we're trying to speak the language as long as we're breaking the rules. None. Hey, none. Welcome, none. My check. None. Do you hear me? None. My check. 1, 2, 3. None. Well, I see them unmuting and flashing for a bit, but then they don't reply. Is this mic
Maybe it's
working?
maybe it's your approach. Maybe you shouldn't be so mean when you talk to people. Maybe you should learn to speak like me when I talk to people.
All right. I apologize for being mean. Pussycat left. My fault.
Oh, what do you mean? That was my favorite one.
Yeah, I know. I'm being too mean. Sorry.
He probably left because I walked out of the room. I couldn't save him anymore.
Well, I guess it's break time. It's lunchtime. Hope you all have some decent lunch.
Oh, it's lunchtime? Oh, then I'll be back in like 30 minutes because you know what I mean. I'll see you in the lunchroom, Gemsy. You're buying today,
Lunchroom.
by the way.
All right. Steak tacos, bro.
All
All you can eat.
right.
Let me connect this charger. My phone is about to die. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my Xbox. Just talk on a console.
Yokoso. Everybody.
Yes, hi, welcome.
How are you, man?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm good. Why
Mic check. I
everybody?
just rejoined. How does this mic sounds? Better than the other one or no?
What?
What brings you by to this VC, sir? What's your username again?
I don't know. 2672.
67? Just kidding. 267? Is that? I'm just asking your display name. I cannot see when you speak for some reason.
I just put these numbers.
You just listening? Is that what you said? Bruh.
Don't be afraid of Gemsy. He's the super nice one, and so am I.
Yeah, I
This
learned to be
room.
nice from him. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. No, thanks. I wanna sleep. Like everybody.
Awesome. Are you saying hi? We're saying hi back. Do you want to talk about the topic by any chance? Do you have any questions about the topic of the VC, which is flat Earth, globe Earth?
No. I don't have. Just I wanna sleep.
You just wanted to say hi?
Thank you.
All right. Sounds like you're just trying to keep it to maybe a few words, sentences. That's fine. Are you trying to be quiet? Is there people sleeping around you?
Because there's a lot of people in here. There's no one talking.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people in here, and there's a few people talking, which is you, me, and Professor was just saying hi to you.
Professor for what? Professor, what you
For
learn?
for
What do I
triangles.
learn?
Yes.
What do you know?
Nothing.
Oh, well then, definitely I'm a professor. So I'm Professor Triangle. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
What is it?
Triangle is triangle.
Oh no, that's not how you answer that question.
They have 3 edges.
Tri means 3. Angle means angle. 3 angles.
Yes, I can speak English, but not very good.
That's fine. That's why I'm giving you the breaking it down for you.
That's
I'm
why
the nice one here.
I know the word in my mind, but in English, no.
Yeah, so 3 straight sides connected together, right? Making
Yes.
3 angles. Interior equals 180 degrees.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I'm a professor of triangles. And you could too. You can also be one. Oh well, don't get so excited yet. You haven't learned the big secret.
What's the big secret?
You can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball.
How?
You cannot make a triangle on the surface of a ball.
Yes. That's true.
No. Yep, that's true. So what that means is you can't make angles if you live on a ball. You can't make angles using a telescope or a sextant or anything that has angles on it pointing to objects in the sky. You can't make angles. Those angles don't count unless you live on a flat earth. So anytime somebody has an angle to the sun, like say the sun is at 30 degrees right now, high in the sky, then you can say, Well, we only can do that because the Earth is flat. Because you can't make angles on the surface of a ball, can you?
Wow, this is a lot of information. I
No,
can't
no,
understand.
it was not. It wasn't a lot of information before when you agreed you can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball. Now all of a sudden it's a lot of information.
Oh, because I can't understand all this information. I am not that good in English.
All right, just remember you cannot make a triangle on the surface of a ball. So anybody who says that they are navigating on the ocean by looking at the stars, they're lying to you if they think they live on a ball. That means they live on a flat earth if they're navigating by looking at the stars because you can only get angles. You can only get angles from a flat surface, not from a curved surface. Remember, you agreed to that.
The ball is very tiny.
No,
You
you gotta.
can't.
No, you can't use that.
Why?
Because you
The
haven't proven
Earth,
you lived on a ball yet.
the Earth is very big. You can do triangle
No,
in Earth.
no, you can't do a triangle on a bigger ball. Just because you can't do a triangle on a certain ball doesn't mean, oh, if I make it bigger, now I can make triangles all over it. That's not how it works.
Okay.
Yep. So you just learned the Earth is flat and debunked by triangle. And you can blame Professor Triangle for you knowing now the Earth is flat and triangles debunk globe Earth. Thank you.
It doesn't matter if the Earth is triangle or is
Earth's not a
flat.
triangle. Earth is flat. Triangle is a shape.
But
Sophos,
it
I
doesn't
think
matter.
Sophos trying to wait. Sophos, your mic is fitting in. Are you trying to say something, Sophos?
Yeah, I was.
Go ahead,
I was
Sophos. You want
trying
to
to
say
say
something
that,
to Triangle? Go ahead.
yeah, like surface is curved, so we can ignore that little curve and we can make the triangle on it.
No, you can't make a triangle on a ball.
So you think that Earth is ball? Just
Nope,
exactly.
Earth is flat. That's why you can make angles to things in the sky because Earth is flat. You wouldn't be able to make angles to
And,
things in the sky if Earth was a ball.
but who said Earth is ball? Nobody said Earth is ball.
People, NASA people, people who think they're flying
No,
in spaceships, going around ball moons and stuff. Yeah, those people all think Earth is a ball.
its shape is near to
But
ball, but it is not the exact ball. Not perfect curve. It is the flat at some point. So you
Which
you
point?
you
Okay,
can
so
make triangle.
which point is it flat at? Since Lake Erie, where I live, is flat, that's 165 miles wide or long from the way I see it. If I'm looking at it, it would be 165 miles wide looking north at it. Why is the 165 miles flat and then somewhere else it starts curving according to you?
Because it should be curving at that point.
Yeah, and I know it's not though. So how come that one's a special one? And then you got a bunch of other Great Lakes that are bigger. This is like one of the smallest ones, and those are also flat too. So it seems like the Great Lakes are flat. So we know swimming pools are flat. We know your bathtub water is flat on the surface. All these bodies of water are flat on the surface. So wherever you find water, you're going to find a flat surface. So that means the ocean must be flat too. And since the ocean is 70% covering your quote Earth, your ball Earth, that means your ball Earth must be 70% flat. The end. How'd you like that? That's why I'm the professor of triangles.
No need to be mean. Just kidding.
Hey, that was not being mean.
Hey guys, so what do you think? The guy, was it Phobos? Did he leave? Let me see. That's Phobos or something. Oh, Sophos. Sophos. Sophos! Oh, what about the other guy, the first one? What was his name? Oh, I couldn't ever see his username for some reason. I was trying to find him to call him by his username, but I could. It doesn't flash for me.
He was a pink bow.
Oh, was it the pink bow guy? That was the pussycat.
Yes.
Oh, he came back. Okay. He admitted to be a weirdo. Yeah. Sophos left, and that's your fault, Professor Triangle, because you tried to teach him about triangles, and he doesn't agree. And yeah, he's gone now.
He did agree with me, though. I don't understand what happened. How come he agreed with me, then he didn't agree with me? He agreed with me up until the point that he said, no.
But yeah, he said Earth is sphere though. Earth is curving or something, right?
Yeah, but I said you can't make triangles on a ball, and he said, "That's right, you can't."
All right.
And then
Awesome.
then I had to explain to him, and then he said, "Nuh-uh," like something made him think you can do that now. Hey, Jesse, Path of Lies is here.
Oh, welcome, Jesse. Maybe he's
Thank you. I was 10 feet away from my push to talk button.
You gotta remember, a lot of these guys come in with that preconceived notion that the Earth is a ball. So, like you said, the Earth is a ball. So, and they get that preconceived notion. Everything that they look at is going to be like, "Oh, this makes the ball make sense," and they just equate it to Earth being a ball. If you take that away and step back and look at it objectively, and then ask the question, "Does this fit what I've been told of a spherical ball, heliocentric Earth?" It never matches up. But if you immediately start thinking, well, it's a ball, so then everything you look at is going to prove, quote unquote, the ball to you. That's what's a big problem with a lot of people is they immediately start there and they're starting off immediately on the wrong foot.
Yeah, when I go down to the lake, as soon as I get to see it, real wide, there's certain parts where I can see very wide. I'm like, damn, that is like a flat line. It's not like, and I've always thought that. I'm like, if you had to level something, you could just use that just by eyeballing it and lining up a board against it. And that's funny because I leveled my, I have two lights I put in the front yard the other day, and then I used a level on the pole to get it as close as I could. And then when I put the cap on with the light in it, I actually lined it up to the siding on my house, which was also level. And so where it was making a 90-degree lamp, I lined that corner up through my eyesight. And wouldn't you know it, everything was parallel to the house when I actually checked it for real. I didn't have to make any adjustments because the Earth's not a ball.
People just don't want to change their whole life for that. I mean, and they just don't want to challenge their reality. I mean, when I saw these things, the common sense things, the things I've seen but didn't equate like throughout my life, I was like, at first I was like, God damn it, I'm a big dumb dipshit. I should have seen that. But then I remembered that I've been taught this, and it's not my fault.
Wait, what were you damning God?
What's up? No, I wasn't condemning God.
You said, "God damn it."
Oh yeah, that's just. I'm sorry if that's a problem. That's just just me. I don't consider that a curse of God as
Oh,
far
okay.
as the general sense goes. I don't subscribe to the meanings that people put on things, like the number 666. So like, oh, it's a bad number. Theirs. I'm like, fuck you, right to Satan's face, man. Fuck you. You don't get to put that power on me. I'm me, and that has nothing on me. That's why I have 13 tattooed on me. Cause fuck all that. It's not bad luck. That's mine. So when I say that, I'm not cursing God. I believe in God. And I think He's the creator, and I think He has this great power. So when I say that, it's just more of a colloquial just thing. So I can definitely watch that, but cursing God, absolutely not.
No, all right, I got it.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
Jesse,
Don't mean to
why
make
are
you
this
offend you.
guy
So
Jesse? Why this guy saying that Earth is not a ball? Why are they saying that, Jesse?
Oh, earlier? Me or somebody else?
This guy is talking right now. They don't believe in the globe. Why?
Who's this guy?
Professor Triangle says you cannot have triangles on a globe, and then D-Town
I
is kind
honest,
of like agreeing with him.
I honestly can't figure out what triangles means about that.
Huh? There you go, Professor. He doesn't get it. He said he doesn't know what you
Go
mean.
in your
Actually,
garage. Go over to your neighbor's house. Whatever. Borrow a basketball and get the straightest piece of stick you can find, or a yardstick, or anything like that. Hold the basketball in your left hand, and then take the stick and lay it on the side of the basketball wherever you want, and give me the angle to whatever it's pointing to. Like lay it on the ball and point it to like a light up in your room. So, and then tell me what the angle is to that light.
Relative to what?
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, guys, back to GD. We should be careful about taking his name in vain, though.
I agree, man. I said I slipped
You
on that. That's
guys will,
just a
you
me thing.
guys
I
will
don't
be
mean to
all
do
right.
that.
It's okay, D-Town. You guys will be okay. Things happen.
I'm as guilty as anybody. I'm not, but it's just a something to food for thought.
Yeah, my feelings are my own on that. I'm gonna watch myself saying it because I don't want bad feelings for y'all, man. I don't want that connotation coming to y'all. And if that's how y'all feel, then I'm just not gonna say it because I don't want to make y'all feel bad.
This ain't a
Or so that's
religious
what I'm gonna do.
channel. Yeah, that's fine. It's not a religious channel. Religion has nothing to do with the fact that water is flat and level if there's no wind blowing on it.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to respect the other people in here and how they feel. That's it.
That's fine.
What do you think, Gemsy?
What do I think about the triangle topic, though?
Yeah, I mean, if we can establish plumb, then we can measure an angle to that plumb, right? To that plumb line. So, if plumb exists on a globe, why could we not measure an angle relative to that plumb also?
If the Earth is not curving, how you gonna do anything on on the globe idea if the Earth is not actually curving? Because the globe will require curvature, right?
Right, but even on a curving globe, I could still hang a plumb line, right? A plumb bob? You know, that little brass pointy weight on the end of a string?
So but the plumb bob will be in reference to the ground below the ball, right?
You cut out. Say it again.
The plumb will be perpendicular to the horizontal floor below the ball that you're holding, right?
I'm not claiming to hold Earth. I'm saying on a globe, if Earth was a globe, I'm not asking you to agree that it is, but if it was, I could hang a plumb bob off of a apple tree branch, right? And it would point down, right?
Wouldn't that kind of like change reality to something else, though?
Well, we're purporting to claim that a certain thing would not be possible on a globe, right? That is the argument, that you couldn't measure it.
Okay, so on a sphere, right? Because we know spheres in reality. We can grab a sphere. I mean, let's say balls, right? Because a perfect sphere, a sphere will be, the whole surface will be equal distance to the center of it, right? Is that maybe sphere? Can you define a sphere for me, please? Help me out, Jesse.
I'm not sure why you need to talk about a sphere. I'm talking about the globe model claim of Earth being a globe, which is not a sphere. A globe is not a sphere. The globe is what Earth is claimed to be, which is not a perfect sphere. But it is claimed that that down is approximately towards the center, or normal to sea level, mean sea level. And normal means perpendicular, but it also applies to a plumb line or any line relative to a non-flat surface. So even if Earth were a globe, we could still hang a plumb line, right? And it would still point down, right?
Well, how are you gonna hang a plumb line if you are? I mean, how are you gonna be standing on a globe, though? Is that, I don't find how that can even be possible. That how can you be standing on a globe?
Maybe I need to talk to a flat earther who understands the globe model better than me. No offense, but part of
Better than me, or better than you, or better than me?
Well, flat earthers frequently say they understand the globe model better than the globers, and I feel like right now you don't understand it even well enough to examine a simple hypothetical.
But I could have a hypothetical about if I go to the store and there is no ribeye available, I'll buy fish, or sardines, and have that for dinner. Is that a hypothetical?
Sure.
Yeah, so I can apply realist level stuff, things that are possible, and come to a conclusion that if this, then that, and that's we can go from point A to point B and come to a logical conclusion. But on your globe idea, there is no logic and no logical conclusion, therefore.
Well, see, this is feeling really circular right now because the argument was made that Earth cannot be curved because you cannot measure an angle relative to a curved surface or something like that. So then when I try to examine the actual statement, then it reverts, well, Earth isn't a globe. It's like you're using one to prove the other, and then using the other to prove the first one.
Because the thing is, the globes, right? I know I can go to the store, to the retail store, and buy a globe, right? Can I? But that globe that I can buy at the store has no relation to the globe that you're trying to talk about. Because the globe that I can go to the store and buy doesn't work like the globe that you are proposing. So I have no reference to be able to come to a conclusion about this, about your globe. I can reference the real globe, but not the fantasy one you're proposing, though.
Okay, understood. You can't. You don't understand the Glober's globe model well enough to discuss what would or wouldn't happen according to their model. So let's use a model globe from the store then. Let's say I get a model globe from the store. Could I establish let's say I took a spaghetti stick and I glued it very carefully so that it was normal to the surface of the model globe. Normal is kind of like perpendicular, but it's more flexible in that it also means equal angles to a non-flat surface. So could we glue a spaghetti stick to our model toy globe that was sticking straight away from the surface where it was glued?
Still a floor below that globe, though.
Say that again.
So if you put the stick to the, if you having that globe and you're gonna get a stick and you're gonna go to the globe, you're gonna put that stick, glue it, right? Glue it to the one side of the globe, whichever side you pick.
Right, like a fence post.
Is it gonna be perpendicular to horizontal?
It would be perpendicular to a horizontal line whose tangent point was at the same location.
But then you will have to ignore the horizontal line that is below your feet and below the globe that you are working with, and the stick that you.
And to get the angle, you're going to have to use the imaginary tangent line you just created, and you're now using the tangent line instead of the actual curved surface to get the angle.
So, do we agree then, though, that we could glue a spaghetti stick on so that it was normal to the surface, or as you would say, perpendicular to the surface of the model globe?
It's not perpendicular to a curved surface. It's normal, fine, we'll give you that. But then to get a 90-degree, you can't do that with the curved surface.
Yeah,
to get any angle.
I use the word normal because that's the correct word, okay? He's using the word perpendicular because he knows that word. I don't think he knows what normal means, okay? So don't call me out on that fallacy. I use normal first.
Okay, I'm just saying though, you're not going to get an angle from that curved surface unless you're using like an imaginary tangent line. So for example, like celestial navigation where they have that 90 degrees to the GP point, which is the ground position. It's not the position of some imaginary tangent line that's going off into space.
So are you saying yes, we could glue the noodle
You can
normal
create
to the surface,
a plumb line on the surface of a sphere, yeah. But you're not getting an angle from that surface of the sphere. You would have to use an imaginary tangent line.
Okay, cool. So now that we've got our spaghetti stick glued normal to the surface of the sphere, and for you, Jemsy, that would be perpendicular, but the correct term is normal. Could I then measure the angle to something else in the room relative to that spaghetti stick? Like if I held my protractor up against the spaghetti stick.
Yeah, it sounds like non sequitur. We're talking about measuring the surface of the curve, and now you're asking to measure angles to random things in the room to a spaghetti stick that's normal to a sphere.
Maybe you came in late, but they're like literally go to your garage, get a basketball, measure an angle to something else in your garage relative to the basketball. So I'm just they started this thought experiment, okay?
Not they. Professor Triangle said that. Remember, one person said that. So
Well, and then you were backing him up, and so, and you
I
seem
was
to.
asking you why was he saying that, and you're presenting something now. You've been presenting something
Yeah, I
against
don't.
what he said, and now ancient traveler is. I mean, I'm sticking to the realist level. You trying to take me away from the realist level to a hypothetical that nobody can show me in the realist level. But then and now ancient traveler is trying to engage with you, so just engage with him. Because like you told me, I cannot go. I gave you hypotheticals that I can entertain in reality. Your hypothetical doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. Go ahead and engage with the other guy real quick.
But I gave you the model globe that you asked for, because you can go, like you said, you can go to the store and you can buy a model globe, and you can go to the other end of the store and you can buy a spaghetti stick. Actually, a bunch of them.
Forget about the glue. You have to go to the other aisle and get the glue as well.
True, although since spaghetti sticks are commonly made out of flour, you could grind one up and make flour glue, probably.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
So, are we in agreement then that in the case of the model globe, we could glue a spaghetti stick perpendicular, and we could measure angles relative to that spaghetti stick?
Not if you're
Measure
using a
angle.
curved surface.
Okay, there you go. That's an answer to your question. Not if you're using a curved surface. Does that work out?
So, you couldn't measure an angle to the spaghetti stick because one end of it was glued to a curved surface?
So the definition of an angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So you'd have to have two straight lines meeting at a vertex to measure an angle. You have a curved surface that's normal with a plumb line or a spaghetti stick. One of those lines is straight, the other line is not. So you're not measuring an angle unless you're using imaginary tangent lines.
I'm not. An angle to what?
Any angle is two straight lines, not one
Okay.
curved line and one straight line.
But let's say there was a spider on my garage ceiling. I could draw a straight line from the spaghetti noodle to the spider, and now the spaghetti noodle would be one straight line, and the thread going to the spider would be the other straight line. Then I would have two intersecting straight lines, and that would form an angle, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And that was my contention, because if I understand correctly, the claim was specifically made that an angle could not be measured from the surface here, or something like that.
Correct.
But if I can establish a plumb line or a normal line to that surface, I can then measure an angle from that normal line, right?
You're not measuring an angle between the curved surface and that normal line. You're making your own lines to other things. You're making lines to everything except the surface that spaghetti stick is normal to, which is the angle that we want to be measuring. I don't care about the spider. I care about that surface that the spaghetti stick is on.
Hey, Jesse, can I give a small reference point that I think that would connect the two of you? Basically, what he's saying is that the point of reference we have is the Earth. Comparing that to your garage, your spaghetti stick is long enough that it's sticking on the roof of your garage and going out of the garage. So, are you saying that you're measuring a triangle in your garage or in and out of your garage? Because it doesn't work in your garage, just like it doesn't work on the sphere, because your point of reference it requires that angle, the meeting point, the third angle, to be hanging out in the air, and therefore it's not on it; it's on and off.
I'm afraid you lost me. But
the third angle is sticking with the sphere. It doesn't lay on it. It's not sitting on it. It's off the sphere.
Well, so let's say I had my basketball or whatever, and I had my normal noodle stick, my spaghetti stick, and I then had a small clay mountain formed and stuck to the basketball a couple inches away. I could then take my protractor, hold it up against the spaghetti stick, and then I could take a straight ruler and use that as my second line and draw and measure the angle relative to my normal line and measure the angle of the little model clay mountain peak, right?
You can use as
Hey,
many
you're
imaginary
correct.
straight lines as you want, but the thing is, you're not using the surface of the Earth. That's the main point. You can create as many imaginary straight lines as you want to that noodle stick, but that baseline that it's on, the surface of that basketball is curved, so you're never going to be using that to get an angle. You're just going to keep creating rulers or imaginary lines to spiders or whatever it takes to rationalize for you to have that second straight line. But the fact of the matter is you're not using the surface of the Earth to get the angle.
But if I knew the height of my little clay mountain, I could in fact measure the drop over distance of this basketball and derive an approximate curvature rate of the surface of the basketball, right? Just using geometry and trigonometry?
Yeah, if it's a flat baseline, yeah.
No, I mean on a basketball.
Yeah, so the height from the mountain, you'd have to have that from horizontal. That's height.
Right. So like let's say my noodle stick is exactly 1 inch high, and my mountain is also exactly 1 inch high above the surface, and then I lay a ruler across the top of those two. The ruler will be not perpendicular to the noodle stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so I could then hold my protractor up against the noodle and the ruler and measure the angle of vertical drop to the mountain peak at the location of my normal noodle stick, right?
So if I understand your example correctly, then the angle you're measuring is, again, it's going to be between the two lines of the protractor, not between the surface of the Earth and the noodle and the mountain.
I'm measuring the angle between the normal noodle stick or a spaghetti stick and the straight line to the mountain peak from the top of the spaghetti stick.
Yeah, I'd be more interested if you can get an angle from the noodle stick to the Earth.
Oh, you
That's
mean
what's in contention here.
well, I mean, geometrically, never mind the Earth, I'm talking about a basketball here. I could, even if I know the height of the mountain above the surface of the basketball, the little clay model mountain, then I could, and I know the height of the top of my noodle stick, and I know the degrees of down tilt relative to my normal noodle stick, then I could quite reasonably derive the curvature rate of the basketball surface, right? Or is that something
Yeah,
that
I don't think that's practical and used in real life.
Well, no, I'm just
It
talking
doesn't
about
make sense.
I'm just talking about geometrically speaking on the small scale model. You don't think it would work there?
Yeah, no, honestly, to me, I don't understand exactly what you're saying. I just know that you're not getting an angle between the stick and the Earth. So all that other stuff that you're saying is just excess because none of that is getting an angle between the surface of the ball and the stick. Unless you're using an imaginary tangent line.
Well, I'm not sure.
And when people are using celestial navigation, the calculations aren't requiring anyone to create tangent lines or compensate for curvature. It's just a 90-degree angle.
What's just a 90-degree angle?
The angle that in the elevation angle, so that they get, and then the angle between the zenith, the GP, and the observer. after height of eye adjustment is going to be 90 degrees. Unless your eye is at surface level of the water, then you wouldn't need to do adjustment. But that's a 90-degree angle between you, the GP, and the zenith. No one's making imaginary lines to create an angle and measure it. They just measure it the way it is. And if you don't have the horizon, you could use a bubble sextant. Again, that just creates a flat baseline to the GP up to the zenith, creating a 90-degree angle. And that's the only, and that works, and that's how people navigate. No spherical geometry needed.
So I'm not sure, you've covered several things. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
All I'm getting at is
You
that
can
the
use the
angles
Earth
that we
as the
met.
third line.
Go for it, D-Town.
What he's trying to say is our point of reference is the Earth. There's a sphere and there's a flat surface. When triangulating, you need the two straight sides and the sloped surface, and the reference point we're talking about. So, in reference to our reference point, the Earth, you only need two lines. The Earth being the second flat straight line of the triangulation to see where you're going. If you try to use your reference point, a globular Earth, as that third line, it doesn't work because of the curve. The line hangs. Any imaginary line you put up there hangs, but you have to put an imaginary straight line there because of the globe. Whereas on a flat Earth, it's just a naturally flat level line that completes the triangle.
I really don't see what celestial navigation has to do with triangles at all. If you look at the relationship between the zenith angle to a star and the distance to the GP, that's not a triangle. That doesn't fit the math of a triangle.
Take a big stick, bottom of the Earth on one end, star on the other end. You're the observer, you're across the Earth on that flat line to the other line. Then you have the angled line going from yourself to the star, and you can triangulate using the Earth and that vertical line that goes to the star to see the distance between yourself and that star, the actual distance between yourself and that star.
In fact, that's how all the maps are even created, is using these elevation angles, assuming the Earth is a flat baseline and getting an angle to Polaris. That's literally how we've mapped everything out as well, and then transposed it onto a sphere using Haversine.
Well, I encourage you to actually try solving one of these once, and you'll find out actually try solving it twice for the same star at the same time, but with observers at two different locations, one twice as far as the other from the GP. You'll find that it actually is not triangle. The triangle math is not what you cannot solve it as a triangle. In order to solve it as a triangle, you have to have a known height for the star to do triangulation. Without a known height to the star, it's not triangulation, it's something else. So that's the wrong word.
It's different. I'll give you that. With celestial navigation, it's different because you don't need to know the height. So you're not actually doing like trigonometry because you're doing celestial navigation, but it works.
It works, but it's not triangulation. If it were triangulation, you would be using trigonometry, and it would be the math would match a triangle, but it doesn't. Not even close.
Yeah, you're not going to solve for height using celestial navigation, but you are using a 90, and it wouldn't work otherwise.
Well, so tell me this. Let's say we take this basketball, and we draw latitude and longitudes on it, and then we have a distant street light, and we're going to call that Polaris or whatever. If we were to measure the angles to that star as we move an observer along the surface of this model globe, would that not match approximately what we see in real life in celestial navigation?
No, because you're using a 90-degree angle, and you're not getting that if you're doing it on the surface of a sphere.
$90 to what?
The observer GP point to zenith.
Well, all I can say, and I say this with the utmost of respect, is you have no idea how celestial navigation works. I encourage you to learn it and try it, and then
So
we'll have something
where
to
was I
talk
wrong?
about.
What was wrong about what I said?
It's like everything. Everything. Almost, yeah, pretty much everything.
Okay, so just a hand wave dismissal.
I mean, can we make one statement about it? And let me see if that's got. You said a bunch of different things, so
Yeah,
and I did not write
sextant's
them down.
using an elevation angle to a star, using the Earth as a flat baseline.
The flat baseline part. They do not use the Earth as a flat baseline.
So what is the purpose of the bubble on the bubble sextant?
As a level reference or a plumb reference.
Okay, now you don't have that. You don't have that bubble. What are you using as a reference of a flat baseline?
That's the funny thing is you don't use the horizon as a flat baseline because you literally add a quadratic correction based on your observer altitude, as if it were a sphere.
The adjustment that you make with the Mariner sextant is to bring you down to level with the horizon. And if you're, say, near the equator and getting a minimum elevation angle to Polaris, that baseline to the horizon is over 5,000 miles to create the 90 degree at the GP point.
Just a second, I'm getting you a diagram here.
Well, with two angles of a triangle, we can find the amount of the third angle. So we have a 90, we have the angle in front of us that we can measure. And then we have the third angle we can measure, right? And it gives us the length of that third sloped surface, right? Or am I right on that?
Well, it doesn't work with celestial navigation. You can't solve for the opposite line, the height. You're not going to be able to. It's kind of the magic thing about stars, just like that elevation angle doesn't change with altitude. It's just one of the beautiful things about it. It's not going to be it's not something that you can do otherwise. It's just in celestial navigation because of the nature of the stars.
Check out this diagram I dropped for you.
It's more direction, not distance.
Yeah. Well, you get the distance to the GP point because that's recorded in the almanac. So you do have the distance to the GP, just not to the star. I calculated dip correction.
So the dip correction is literally the angle needed to be tangent to the surface of a sphere as you go higher and higher, and that tangent point moves farther
Why
and farther.
is it that with a bubble sextant we're not doing any dip correction if we need to do it to compensate for curvature? With the bubble sextant, there's no dip correction.
Right. Good question. The answer is very simple, because the bubble sextant does not rely on the horizon to establish plumb.
No, it's establishing the horizontal. The bubbles establish horizontal, not plumbs.
Yeah, but sextants read in zenith angle, which is relative to vertical, right?
Which is relative to horizontal.
Which is perpendicular to a horizontal.
And you're not getting perpendicular with a curved surface.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but you are correct, because if you're not at the surface level, then the horizon is not at eye level, it's below eye level, and the higher you go, the further below it gets eye level, and that's what the dip correction is for, because you're using something
that's the thing with celestial navigation, though, is that the angle to the star doesn't change with altitude. So as long as you have that flat baseline, or if I'm putting my eyeball in the water and say doing celestial navigation that way, there's no dip correction.
Right, but the angle to the star does not change with altitude. However, the angle to the horizon does change with altitude, and unless, like you said, you're in the at water level, then it is not an actual horizontal reference. It's actually below horizontal.
I can't agree with you because you're using a bubble sextant, you're getting a flat baseline, and the only correction you make with the Mariner is to get your angle down to the baseline. It's not compensating for curvature. If you had to compensate for curvature, if you were if you were using a bubble sextant, you'd still have to do dip correction because the curvature is still there.
I think you're misunderstanding me and celestial navigation. The dip correction is strictly a step to allow you to derive an approximately horizontal reference from a non-horizontal horizon, a horizon that is below eye level, right?
No. You're using the actual visible horizon that you're looking at with the mirror and the sextant. You're not using a horizon that's below level. You're actually looking at it.
Are you unaware that the horizon actually drops below eye level slightly as you go up in altitude?
Okay.
That was a question. Are you aware of that?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I haven't noticed it. I don't think it matters either way because when you're using the sextant, again, you're using the horizon to create that level, not some other horizon below that. And again, with a bubble sextant, there's no dip correction. If you're correcting for Earth's curvature, you're not doing that with the bubble sextant. So all of a sudden, the Earth's curvature doesn't matter.
Yes, all of a sudden the Earth's curvature doesn't matter because the only reason the horizon correction, the dip correction is needed for the Mariner's sextant is because the horizon is below eye level. The higher you go, the further below eye level it goes, and the goal of a sextant is to measure the true zenith angle of a star, right?
I don't think you understand what the dip correction is for. I think you're making that up.
Okay, well, like I said, I encourage you to learn more about it. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And
yeah, dip correction is to get you to level. Surface of the water. That's it.
Well, to get you to level or to get you to the surface of the... Oh, I see, to move as if you were down.
Yeah.
All right, is that because... Why is that, in your own opinion?
Because we're navigating a flat plane and the GPs need to all be on the same plane because they're all ground positions, and that's what we're navigating on, and that's the angles we're getting.
Are you sure that it's not because the angle to the horizon is below eye level as you get higher? And that since you're... Like, let's say you're at a certain...
You're making that up. No celestial navigation book is telling you that that's what you're doing. You just made that up.
Let me drop a celestial navigation book.
Damn.
Give me just a second. I think I got the PDF here.
Is there any engineer here? By any chance?
I'm a non-professional engineer.
Because if you are an engineer, use just the whole study, the whole measurements you do. It's because the Earth is not flat, okay? It can't be flat. If it is, everything we are studied or we doing about buildings, like anything, it will be just will fall. Oh my god, bro! What you think about? What the? I'm just confused. like there will be a lot of chance. Oh, just give me. The fuck is that?
I think that was Struck Throat.
But I mean it like. Damn. You have any engineer here? Or you just like the whole physics, the whole stuff, the whole like things that we are doing, bro, it's about physics and it depends on the earth is not flat, okay? It really depends on it. So if it's wrong, everything will be wrong. Nothing will work for us. Not even the
What won't
buildings
work? Give us
that
an example.
we build.
Yeah,
Like
so just give an example. Give a specific example.
scholars in physics that studies stuff. Look at it, bro. It's all just on
Yeah,
gravity and
but you're
stuff.
just
If you have
okay.
if
You're
you
just
have a flat
you're
Earth
not
going
giving
up, it won't
any
work.
you're not giving any
Are
examples.
you an engineer?
No. Are you?
So you want me to explain the whole engineering that I'm studying like 5
No.
years
I
or
just
3
want you to
years?
give one example, right?
we
So
have- One
instead of
example.
making a blanket statement,
It's not a
okay,
blanket statement, to be honest.
it is a
but-
blanket statement, and all you're doing is
Bro,
appealing to authority at the moment. So all
you
you have is fallacious. You just have fallacious logic. You're not able to give any specific examples at all.
Bro,
Actually,
I'm
there are
not giving examples.
from the professionals from NASA, dude. They have all these
Okay,
engineers,
I'm
surveyors,
not
bridge
that good in
builders, and all
English.
that.
That's why I'm not.
We're trusting their math. But
Let
what
me
I'm
talk.
saying is, NASA and the contractors already did all the math for us, bro.
NASA,
About
bro.
bridge building and all of that. They did all the measurements. They got the official math. All the buildings.
You know
and
Einstein, bro?
matched up. And what they said, every single one of these people said, these professional engineers with all their equipment and everything, they said the only way these things work is if the Earth is flat, because it's flat. So we're just trusting the professionals.
My God, you should study engineering, all of you. You will see how
Okay,
stupid
so
you
what in
were if you
engineering
think
should we
about that.
study? Yeah, so give an example. Give a specific
I don't
example
know.
of what you're talking about. What about engineering?
Bro, I can give
we
a
have
lot of
plenty of
examples, but
engineers.
it's not my.
We have
it's not
plenty
my
of
mother
architects.
language,
We have
English.
plenty
Hey,
of
let me talk,
pilots.
let
We
me
have
talk.
plenty of engineers
Where?
in the flat Earth community. So what's your point? You have to give a
Pilots? You
specific
think
point.
really? Okay.
Yeah,
Any
yeah.
pilots will know. Any
you want me to
pilots will
prove
know
it?
that's not true.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I can give
So
you.
there's
I
an
could show
end
you
to the Earth.
28 pilots.
Okay.
Yeah. So I could
There's an
share a
end
video
to the
right.
Earth.
Hey, bro. Do you know how to have a basic conversation where you don't talk over people?
God. But we
Yeah.
have
Oh my god,
satellites.
dude. You're jumping from topic to topic. You're scattergunning all over the place,
You know
just
when you
throwing out
talk-
fallacies and feelings
Nah.
constantly.
When
Right.
you
So
say like,
what if I can show you pilots that are flat earthers? Will you
what about
apologize
the
and say you
sun?
were wrong
Is
and
it
ignorant?
flat?
Why would the sun be flat?
Like all. Just
I don't
listen
think
to
you
me.
understand any
no,
of the
no,
arguments.
hey,
I don't think you understand
chill,
any
chill.
of the flat
Let me
earth
talk,
arguments.
bro. You're not letting me. Oh my god,
Dude, you
I will
sound
leave
you,
if you.
dude, you're
if
probably
you
the
want.
dumbest person in the room. I don't know why I'm letting you talk at all. Hey, do you even know anything about the globe at all? Like, do you know what the radius value
I
is?
really know.
Can you tell me the radius
I
value,
was
or do you have to
speaking.
Google it?
You're not letting me speak, bro. What the fuck? He's just
Because
talking
you're
to himself.
scattergunning from. Look, this is what I'm going to do. Right, I'm going to have to control you like a little child because you can't have a normal conversation. Okay, do you want to have a normal conversation? We talk about one topic at a time. Okay, so do you want to bring up the topic, or should I bring up the topic?
You're not
Or
letting
you're
me
going to have a
talk.
cry. You're going to try to cry in the side chat, and then I'm going to
So
mute
I
you in the
cried
side
and
chat. So you
bro.
can't.
If anybody like, just I'm not professional in English.
You
It's
sound
not
like
my mother language.
you're
That's
about
why.
to break down crying, bro. Just if do you want to have a normal conversation, how about we talk
Yeah,
about
habibi, yeah.
how about we
Allah.
talk about Earth curvature? Right? Do you know the
Earth
radius
curvature,
value
bro?
of the globe?
Bro, you
So
didn't
you
get
just
it.
talk, you wait for me to
If-
talk, and then you start talking.
Oh my god!
What country are
You
you
just
from?
asking me questions. You're not
What
letting
country
me
are you from?
speak.
Out
Oh
of
my God,
interest?
it's not your business. Wow.
I find it interesting to find
But-
which country people like you are from that don't have any social skills or any manners at all.
So you judge a whole country based on one person? Oh, that's so
No,
smart.
I said I find it interesting
so
to learn.
smart. That's so smart,
I find
bro.
it interesting to learn which countries people are from.
Oh, no wonder you believe in a
that act
flat
in a
Earth.
certain
No
way.
wonder. No wonder. Go.
Useless.
Yeah, no big deal. Hey DJ, I saw in the chat you had mentioned that you can get an elevation angle from a globe. Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, you just need to have an imaginary straight line coming out, right? Like a imaginary,
Oh,
like
okay.
just say you're on a plane or if
tangent.
you're up a mountain. Yeah, tangent. So yeah, you would just, like you said, you would, because you can take elevation angles from mountains, or like even if you're on a flat Earth, right? You could have you'd be on a section of the Earth where it's not flat at all. It's like mountain ranges or something like that, but you could still take an elevation angle, just in general. Even though the surface of the Earth obviously isn't curving, but you could still like be up in a plane or up a mountain or standing on a basketball or something like that, and still take an elevation angle, just in general.
It would just have
know
to
what I
be
mean?
like an imaginary tangent. You wouldn't be able to actually use the surface
of the Earth.
as an angle, as a
Completely
line for the
agree.
angle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's all I mean. And also, I mean, and with celestial navigation, I mean, if you want to use nautical almanacs, you have to treat the Earth as a globe to be able to use the nautical almanacs to get around in the ocean. Doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe. It's just a coordinate system that's based off the celestial sphere. So to make the little charts and to actually get around, you have to assume that the Earth's, you're using the spherical coordinate system. Doesn't mean that that's what the Earth is, but that's what the modern nautical almanacs are based off of.
But isn't that just because of like they call it the celestial sphere just because of perspective, how it looks like it's coming down
it's
and above us?
imaginary. Yeah, it's completely imaginary. It's just something. It was actually invented by flat Earth cultures originally. So that the Earth was flat, they needed a convenient way to map out the celestial bodies, so they came up with an imaginary way of doing it, which was, it makes sense because it's based. We see the sky in perspective, so it's perfectly logical that they would come up with a imaginary coordinate system like that, and that's basically what the globe came from, in my opinion. Reverse engineering the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, a coordinate system mistaken for reality.
And I noticed yesterday too, another guy, like, I don't know where they're getting this from, that they think that the dip correction is correcting for a horizon that's curving below you.
Yeah, I as far as I know, I mean, isn't it? Don't you just minus the height of the observer as the dip correction?
That's
Like
it.
if you're 8 foot above the surface, then you take 8 foot off. I'm not sure. I don't know that much about CellNav or elevation angles, but I'm just I'm more about long distance observations and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I find that the arguments about elevation angles and celestial navigation just go in endless circles, so I just kind of avoid them usually.
And that infamously small angle that he's talking about, and where the horizon dips down that super low angle. If you're going to use that as proof of curvature, that he said the Earth has to be like 400,000 times as big as what they're saying it is. There's some ridiculous numbers, tens of thousands of times as big as it is. Which, if the Earth is a whole lot bigger than it is, it ruins everything as far as our entire universe. So the Earth can't be bigger than it is, otherwise nothing works.
How would it work? What you're saying, like the GP could be something like 5,000 miles away. How much are you going to have to take off for the dip for the globe horizon over that distance?
I wasn't saying that. The other dude was saying that. So you have to ask him. I don't know that math for sure. I just know that's true. He said that, like, if you do the math, it makes Earth a lot bigger, and with the Earth getting bigger, nothing works. It just doesn't. None of the math. It destroys all of the heliocentric model if Earth is bigger than what they're saying it is by such magnitudes.
Yeah, it has to be the exact size.
Yeah, so that's
physically.
all he's saying. I don't know the exact math on it, but he did it, and he was saying he is correct, no matter how big it is, because we haven't measured everything. No matter how big that is, if it's way bigger than what the heliocentric model is saying, that it destroys the entire model. So it can't be a whole lot bigger than what it is said to be.
No, it would have to be the exact size that they say. It's gravity for everything. But when I watch celestial navigation like seminars, tutorials, 101 videos how to do it, they assume that the Earth's a globe, because the nautical almanacs assume that the Earth's a globe. So when they're doing their they're making their little charts to do their little calculations, they do have to assume that the Earth's a globe. But that's basically just because you're using a spherical coordinate system, then you have to use the terrestrial coordinate system to go along with that spherical coordinate system. That doesn't mean that the actual Earth is spherical. I'm not claiming that. But people that believe that the Earth is a globe and are professionals at doing celestial navigation, they can get around just fine using that coordinate system and assuming the Earth's a globe. I don't think
Why is everyone silent?
Oh, you cut out there, DJ. Last thing we heard was global coordinate system. Maybe you get a phone call or something, it happens.
He got throttled by the NSA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, happy Flat Earth Friday, everyone.
Hello, governors. I didn't get to say hi earlier.
here.
All right. Do we have any Globers on today? You want to present some evidence for your ball? Let's do it. Bring you up to the stand. Let's interrogate you. What's your best evidence? Bring it. Is it going to be NASA pictures? Maybe Eratosthenes?
The pictures of the moon.
Pictures of the moon. That's the best globe evidence, obviously. If I were to venture a guess, I'm going to say DJ's phone battery died and he's restarting it right now, getting his charger cable up and running.
So my question is, the now that they're saying the moon is green, are they finally admitting that they think that the moon is made of cheese, like some sage derby or ricotta or
Some kind of stinky cheese, like
some kind of cheese with herbs that's not been aged?
That
moldy.
horse and cheese spread. That shit's so good.
That is good. I can appreciate the good cracker with cheese. Oh, he's back. Hey, did your phone die? That was our guess.
It did, yeah.
Hey, I win. All right. Last thing we heard from you was
Can you hear
global.
me? Is my microphone working?
Yeah,
I was talking for ages. I was talking for ages, and I was like, "Shit, did I say something stupid?" Because I couldn't hear anything. And then finally, I realized my phone died.
The last thing we heard was global coordinates, and then we were like, "What? What about them? Tell us." No, he's gone.
Spherical coordinates.
Spherical
Spherical coordinate
coordinates.
system, and there's no globe. There's no globe.
There you go.
No, they just, I mean, the Globers hijacked the celestial sphere and then inverted it and then pretended that the Earth is actually a terrestrial sphere. It's crazy. And then they wonder why the sky observations match up with the globe or the spherical coordinate system, the pretend terrestrial coordinate system, because that's what it came from. I mean, I think it's a convenient coordinate system and it's useful for all sorts of different things, but it doesn't mean that the Earth is actually curving, because when we go out and test it, it's never doing that.
I had a conversation with somebody yesterday who sent me these two YouTube videos in the chat at 40 minutes past the hour. If you guys are interested in checking it out, it's the latest and greatest quote unquote evidence of Artemis actually having done what they say they did. So in the video, some guy allegedly actually tracked Artemis periodically throughout the entire trajectory. I don't know if it did. Did anybody see something like this before? It was a first for me. But apparently, this is like an independent.
I had someone came in here claiming that, but they weren't able to provide any data. So, yeah, I'll have a look at this.
Yeah, it looks very like 1995-esque, personally. So what the guy did apparently was take a telescope, take an old school, I guess it's old school, some sort of analog camera, hooked it up to that telescope, angled the telescope to where he personally predicted where Artemis would be at any given time, given the alleged trajectory, and claims to have been able to, be very accurate with it, because in the frame you see a little speck, a little rectangular kind of set of pixels, gradually moving across the view. So the claim is that's Artemis. Like, I don't know, man. Like, is this the best they can get for this? Like, you see pixels moving on a screen. To say that is what they say it is, I mean, like,
what are all the other little dots everywhere? Like, is that meant to all be stars or what?
Those are stars, yeah. So this is I think he's taking a negative. I'm not too familiar with some of this terminology there, but yeah. So it's like an accentuated view of what's going on up there because of like the high contrast or something. And with that, he was able to reveal this little speck alongside with the stars behind it. I don't know. Have a look. There was only, I think
This is the kind of evidence all the kind of evidence all the people are complaining about on TikTok. They're saying this is bullshit. The evidence sucks. Like, They're giving us 1995 quality imagery, and it's 2026. This is all bullshit. What the hell? And right, this just kind of adds to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, because the official video footage, right, from NASA, it's like 3D graphics from 30 years ago. This is like an add-on to that, but apparently from an independent, researcher or whatnot. But what I find interesting is the guy claimed to have been able to track it the entire trajectory. Now, their mission was 10 days, right? Something to that effect. This is 3 hours worth of footage. Now, the guy did say, hey, I didn't, what was it? Yeah, so the guy who cited this openly stated, hey, no, the guy didn't track it, 12 hours a day for 10 days, right? Only at night consecutively, right? He went out periodically and, tested the shots and shit, and then collated them or compiled them. Problem is, all I got was 2 hours or 3 hours worth of that. So I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to put it out there because
Yeah.
I came across it and I found it
Is this the guy that actually did it? This Astronomy Live guy? I think he's an anti-flat earther.
Right. It's a guy who claims to be his friend. I was in that QOP server last night, and he posted it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
All right. Cool story.
And see, I don't like.
Well, I'd be curious to know because they're going to do Artemis 3, right? In, I think, what, a year or two? So there's plenty of time for you guys, if you want to do it yourself, to figure it out and where to look, where you'll have to look then, get all the gear ready, and actually do it. And then, but I mean, obviously, only if that would convince you that it's real. If you actually see something there, like if this were real, would it convince you?
What? Seeing a tiny little dot in the sky that's unconfirmed to be Artemis? No, it's not going to convince anyone. It shouldn't convince anyone.
If you look at a specific spot in the sky and it's there, you see something traveling in the direction expected and at the spot expected, going to the moon, and then also doing it again coming from the moon, what are the chances both of those you'll see something?
If that's all exactly what's happening, right, and if that is exactly where it should be and all of that kind of thing, which it isn't in the video, that's all confirmed.
Yeah, like this is just we're taking the guy's word for it, right? But if you did it and you did this and you saw like, okay, well, there's like nothing anywhere else in the sky, and then this one spot that you look at that one time, you actually can see it. And
Why
then
would there
also
be?
on the return,
Isn't there
trip, same
thousands
thing.
and thousands and thousands of satellites and stuff up there?
Yeah, but like the direction wouldn't be going the exact same way, right?
Dude, it sounds like you never looked up in the sky at night. There's tons of shit moving around every single day. I think I could go out now and kind of fake one of these things. Look at this little dot that moves. That's Artemis. I mean, what are you
Okay, well, fuck it
talking
then.
about?
Like,
It's
I was just asking
ridiculous.
if it would convince you if this
No,
were real, but okay.
Well, we
It's
don't
pretty
trust them because
unconvincing.
when the Artemis was on the launch pad, when they were orbiting the launch pad, an airplane flew in from the right and disappeared into the blue sky before it even reached the rocket. So if the same people are projecting some bullshit up on that pad to fake us out, I'm not trusting anything that they point out to me in the sky, bro. And I'm okay with that.
Can you post that clip?
I still can't post in the chat.
Oh, you can't? Hold on, I'll give
And
you
I'm at
media
work, so I
points.
can't do it either because I'm driving.
Oh, okay. I'll give you media perms anyway.
Some of the same people who, obviously faked the moon landing. So it's been a long, long time. And I don't just start to trust people who, lie to me in bad faith.
What do you mean the same people, bro? These are not the same people. The moon landing fakers are old and retired, bro. Come on. Many of them probably passed away already. I mean,
It's the
may
same
God,
people, the
may
same
God, may
flavors at
God,
the top of the chain. So
may God have them in heaven.
Hey, Jemsy, I just want to say my bad if I interrupted that last conversation you're having.
No need to apologize. No interruptions. Just take over whenever. I mean, I'm just trying to keep the chat kind of like people opening their mics and having conversations. If you want to talk about the topic that is being talked about, just go right ahead. No need to apologize.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think Debate Daddy, people were expecting, high quality footage of the Earth, like what tons of cameras being on board, considering they have basically unlimited money. You would think that they would have amazing cameras, right? Ones set up for different exposures, right? So they can capture all of the amazing stars and zoom in on the Earth, right? They should be able to zoom in and show us upside down stuff, that kind of thing. Weather patterns, right? Stuff that's irrefutable. But there's just hundreds and hundreds of videos of pissed off people on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, blah, 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 saying how disappointed they are, right? That they thought that they were going to get all of this amazing footage because we have all of this amazing technology and all they get is shit that's basically on par with the quality of the shit that we got from the Apollo missions. Shit that would easily just be super easy to fake. If if it was fake, it would be easy to fake. Like it could be faked. Like I could show people any of the imagery that we got from Artemis and say, can you tell if this is real or CGI? They won't be able to tell. I mean,
There are even more people who find their threshold of evidence that that's perfectly enough.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, the sheeple. We call them the sheeple. They love it. They could tell them anything and they'd lap it up. They tell them it's raining diamonds on Uranus, sideways glass rain on exoplanets, hairy black holes, smells like farts on Uranus, smells like steak in space. They're just like, oh. Yeah.
Dude, they tell us they can read a newspaper from space. Why didn't they just zoom in on some guy in Australia reading it upside down then?
With my shitty $400 15-year-old Panasonic camcorder, I could zoom in on the moon and see it like craters and stuff upside down, and you could see the ridges upside down, and then I could pan up and see them the opposite way. There's no reason why, with all of this technology, they couldn't do that from space back to the Earth. Pan to the top, pan to the bottom, show us some upside down shit.
I guess my view on that is, even if they did do that, you guys would just call it still fake. Like, even if it was the best quality footage you could ever imagine or conceive of, I don't think it would be good enough for you guys. You'd
No,
still
it would
find
be compelling.
a
It
way.
would be compelling. No, it would be compelling because they could prove it doing that, right? They could zoom in on stuff that's real time. Yeah, it's not going to be proof, but it's going to be a lot more compelling, right? It's going to prevent millions and millions more people looking into flat Earth, okay? Because all that mission did, right? They're not going to lose a single flat earther from that mission. Not that they care. I'm not saying they care about this. I'm just saying no one's going to go back to the globe after seeing that Artemis thing. And then you're going to get millions more people that are going to start looking into flat Earth and calling bullshit on NASA. Like nearly everyone we talk to from any country that comes in here, right? most of the time they're skeptical of it. It wasn't impressive. I know you guys wanted it to be impressive, and you kind of trying to like all of the sort of flat Earth debunker crew were like, "Oh, Artemis is gonna shut you guys up," and you guys are trying to cling on to that still. But you guys should be pissed at NASA. I would be if I were you.
Hey, to get back to I don't know, I can't see which one of y'all was asking, but you're asking about where I saw the footage of the plane. I can't post it, but it's on Eric Dubé's latest Artemis hoax video where he talks about points at all the bullshit. It's one of the first points he makes in that video. It's one of his new videos. It's like a week old or something. It's on his YouTube page. It's right towards the start of the video. It shows the plane coming in and just disappearing into blue sky. Just want to let you know so you could look at it.
Do you guys accept Eric Dubé as one of your own? Like, some of the shit he puts out there is
We don't
don't you
talk
think some of
about
it's
people
nonsense
in
at
here.
least?
We look at the information. Doesn't matter if it's Eric or somebody else. It's totally irrelevant who posts this. We look at the post. So hey, I've seen that flight video actually. It's pretty good.
Yeah, some of Eric, you don't have to agree with everything. Like, you don't agree with everything every Glober says. It doesn't mean you have to dismiss everything they say. It's like an all or nothing fallacy. Eric Dubé has a lot of great content, but then there's some things I don't agree with.
Isn't he a vegan or a vegetarian? No, I'm not a vegetarian or a vegan.
Well, you shouldn't be able to take anything he says seriously then, Jamsey.
Yeah.
Dismiss everything.
Right.
We were talking about it yesterday, how even within this group, we aren't going to agree on everything, but we do have a common goal. So we need to work past those things and make sure to at least realize that we're all working together, even if we don't agree on everything.
I mean, I evaluate people's information. I don't care who it comes from. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson has some good points about, you can't see curvature from space and things like that. So absolutely, all or nothing fallacy. We got to stay away from that, and we got to stay away from judging information based on the person who's presented it.
Hey, Debate Daddy, man, you got to change your name. I hate calling you that. It sounds weird.
You can call me Double D.
That's even worse, bro. It's like you're a set of tits or something. Anyway,
Debate daddy. I never seen you win any debate. Will that make you debate mommy or something?
Debate Daddy. See, it sounds annoying.
Jamsey
all
woke up today and shows
Reductio.
violence.
I'm going to keep calling you Reductio. Did you see the one in the side chat there where she was being fed lines through an earpiece? All right.
Oh, let me look.
Notice she has her hair covering her ears in a weird way, but then all of a sudden her mic stops working, or her earpiece stops working, and watch it, check it out.
Hey, Debate Daddy. Someone in here earlier called you an owl. You sound like an owl. Nothing.
I think he's watching the video.
All right. Have you heard the joke, DJ?
No, I haven't heard it.
Someone in here said you sound like an owl.
Okay.
No, you're supposed to say who.
Ah, I gotcha. No, I
get
it.
It's a dad joke. Yeah, my kids got me.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. I thought I was going to get him, but he wasn't listening. All right, whatever.
I would like to have Debate Daddy answer my question. can he be debate daddy if he hasn't won any debates?
I think I remember him from X, actually. Is he an X anti-flat earther
He's
guy?
I think he's mostly from the politics server.
Oh.
I don't know. I change my name every like month or two.
I
Do
like
you
the
do that
video
for
of.
you?
Sorry, Jamesy, go ahead, man.
No, my bad. What video are you guys talking about? The media helper, is that the one?
Yeah,
watched-
yeah, that's the one.
I watched this one. I don't know why she says "uh-oh," like, because you might be able to play it off as, oh, she just went through this like really prolific experience and she's speechless. But she said
that's
"uh-oh."
that's not what it seemed like. I mean, it's not proof of anything, but it really does. Like it's not a good look. It really looks like
The
she was
"oh" is
getting
a weird.
fed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Well, maybe
she was
they
an
would just.
actress. I thought she would be a better actress than that. She was in Mad Max Fury Road, the movie.
Wasn't she
Maybe-
also when she was filming that, she was also training to be an astronaut at the same time?
Yo, I asked Grok about that, and Grok says that it's not the same person. They're different people.
About the Mad Max thing.
Yeah, about the Mad Max actress being the astronaut.
Really?
Yeah.
But isn't Grok retarded? Like sometimes these AIs are retarded. Well,
They have filters, and you have to get them to come off.
I don't know. I'd be willing to just grant she had an earpiece, but
Oh yeah, I mean you could try to defend it, but I mean that's just what it seems like. Really, it's not proof of anything. It's just an extra.
because it could be her own words that she just wanted to have piped to her.
Yeah, maybe, but that
I don't hear the context in what she's saying that would make someone say, "Oh."
It's,
it's pretty clear what happened to me.
It might be that she's getting fed some audio in her ears, and it cut out. So she didn't know what to say after the audio feed cut, and then came back, and now she's continuing the script.
Yeah, that's how it looks.
Could be nothing. It could be just someone forgetting their script and just remembering after.
Maybe her
whatever.
IBS was kicking in.
So I think you're right about that, Jamesy. I think that's a false claim. That she was in Mad Max. I think there's a lot of people trying to muddy the water with this one. It's a good tactic.
There's a lot of people just trying to make content, and for people to just watch their TikToks and YouTube shorts, and people just make money doing that, and that's the case for many topics, not just this one though.
Yeah,
I think a lot of them are also making like green screen like effects, so that people will anchor on that, and then when they disprove that, they say, "See, it's a sphere because you were wrong about this green screen effect." So it's just kind of like to discredit people who are questioning the official story.
Muddy the waters, yeah, like DJ said.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wait, so the astronaut's name is Christina Koch or Koch or whatever, and she has an IMDb and it says that she was an actress in Mad Max Fury Road. And then if you type in filmweb.com, it says that there was someone named Christina Koch who was in that, and isn't that is the name of the astronaut?
So maybe
Wait, are they the
Grok
same
is
person?
going. Maybe
That's not
Grok
good
is
for the
going.
conspiracies.
No, well,
I'm sorry.
If she's
the
literally an
AIs are saying
actress,
it's not. Well, unless there's a different one that looks exactly like her that was in Mad Max.
Yeah, what are the chances, huh? I'm just saying that Grok. When I ask Grok, I don't go by Grok, obviously. But I asked Grok, and Grok said it's a different person. I mean,
Yeah. So Google just said it's a different person as well. But there's people have put up side by side pictures showing her in the movie, which could also be fake. Now it's kind of annoying. Now we can't really believe anything that we look at on the internet.
what about this one, DJ? I posted one that there was someone recording the astronaut, and in the recording, in the camera, in the phone display, it wasn't showing like what he was looking at.
Oh yeah. There's a
That's
bunch
not
of those actually. Yeah, like they're pointing the camera right at the astronauts, and then people are zooming in on the phone screens, showing that you can't see the astronauts or anything that's in the scene on the phone screens. There's a whole bunch of those.
But then, like what we're talking about, they could just be muddying the water so that people just anchor down on that, and like, we proved you wrong. Here's the actual video, and you could see it. Frustrating.
Yeah, or they could even do it the other way around. Like make the fake video could be the one that actually has them on the screen. I guess that's why we need the original, like the original source videos. Use the original source videos.
See, that's why their lives from supposedly space were so cool, because the one they showed right in the middle of the mission, they're all like, "Oh, we're up in space and everything," and they're all talking on the live feed. Oh, then they end it. Well, then they forgot to like cut the feed and switch the feed over, so the video, not audio, stays on the astronauts. And as soon as they finish up what they were saying, they all immediately look and start talking to somebody off screen. I'm like, really? Who's up there? Who's the fifth person up in space with them? If that's the case, because they all started looking and talking to somebody off screen. It's like, okay, buddy, again, you're bullshitting me. I know it.
I just think if they're going to spend that much money fooling people, they're not going to make a simple production mistake like that.
Hey, debate daddy, you know which one that we can go by that is actually verifiable and falsifiable?
Which what?
So when they show in this whole thing, they show the Earth, right? The Earth, they show the Earth as a curving sphere. We can go to the Earth, and it's not a curving sphere. So there you go, easy. That's an easy
Oh, I
one.
gotcha. Yeah.
There you go. So any video that you see from these people showing you the Earth as a curving sphere, it can be falsified by going to the Earth and verifying that it's not curving, spinning curving sphere. Pretty simple, an easy one.
Well, I think, what is that? You got like 10 minutes of weightlessness or whatever. Aren't there footage? There's footage of astronauts being weightless far longer than that, so we know it can't be that, right?
Yeah, so not everyone's saying that they do it all in zero G planes. They seem to do it in different methods. Okay, like you know how we have movies like Gravity and all sorts of movies in space where obviously they're not doing it in zero G. They're using other methods, right? They're using green screens, harness systems, augmented reality, underwater for some of the scenes, maybe. Zero G flights, and then those zero G flights, they can also do like 40 arcs, parabolic arcs in one session, and then they can stitch it together. But yeah, all sorts of different methods, different ways they can do it. I mean, people can easily fake that. I mean, they did it in the Big Bang Theory, for God's sake, like 10 years ago.
Well, how would you stitch it if? Because like when you stitch things, you have to stand on the same mark, or everything has to be in the same position. And even then, there's going to be like maybe a frame that you could tell there's the switch.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't, if they're doing a longer scene, that they probably wouldn't. They don't always use that method. Remember, I was just explaining how they use different methods.
There would be evidence of that though if that were happening.
There's tons of evidence of them using cables. And okay, so have you seen the footage of what looks exactly the same as a zero G flight ending? All of the astronauts fall to the floor in exactly the same manner of a zero G flight ending. And if you put everyone falling to the floor when a zero G flight stops and line that up right next to the astronauts on the ISS, all falling to the floor, it looks identical. And then there's tons of footage of them where it looks like they're getting tangled in harnesses, where they're using harnesses. They're you can see the the outline of the harnesses through their shirts when they bend over. All sorts of things like that. There's so much footage of that stuff. Actually, just the other day on Witsit's Artemis live stream, Iru Landucci was going over all of that stuff. It was really, really good. He was showing just all of the weird, abnormal behavior amongst the astronauts when they're filming these scenes on the ISS. It's so weird the way they're acting.
No, it's not weird acting, DJ. It's bad acting.
Yeah. Yeah, terrible acting. Really.
Have you seen like probably most of the movies that are produced? They all have bloopers, right? Maybe find one that doesn't have any bloopers, but this is another one of them. Bad, just bloopers, movie bloopers.
Well, they could all just be mind controlled, brainwashed, and forced to do this and that, or their families' lives are on the line. That's to be the life of the astronaut.
I think most people also think that when people are on the ISS, that they're actually just like that once you get up to that height, you just float. I think a lot of people think that they're actually floating around like naturally because there's no gravity up there. Whereas in reality, there's something like 90% of the Earth's gravity up there. And if they were still, they wouldn't float at all. They would just walk around kind of like normal. It's just because they're falling. It's just like an endless parabolic flight, basically. If it's real, which it isn't.
The glitch is really funny on the ISS and stuff like that when the video glitches out on things, but the video only glitches out on the object that they're playing around with in the air and nothing else. Or it glitches out on an astronaut and not on anything else around them. And it's like, well, that's not a camera glitch at all. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so obvious they're using layers.
And they're sneaky about it too. They no longer use green screens. It's more like almost like a Xeroxing something. It's the name everybody uses for it. Because if you look at a lot of the things, they don't use green screens anymore. They use blue gridded screens. So the people are like, I'm not using a green screen. Yeah, I know you're not, buddy. I know you're not.
That's his favorite Artemis photo. This one's mine. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's a nice one. Yeah. It's clearly real. Couldn't be faked. Here's the challenge for you, debate daddy. This is the challenge. No Glober's got it right yet. Which one is from NASA? All the rest were created in ChatGPT, but one of them is from NASA. Which one is it?
I mean, if ChatGPT just fucking cloned the NASA one 8 times, like I'm not. If it's a copy paste, I can't tell.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
just generating. It's just generating different Earths. It's not copy pasting. None of them are the same. They're all completely different.
I don't
One of
know.
them's from NASA. Look, obviously you don't know is the honest answer. You're right. We can't tell the difference between the CGI ones and the real one. That's the point. What about just between these two here? All right, I'll make it easier. What about out of these two? Which one do you think looks better? Or which one do you think's the real one?
Oh, I can't tell.
I had to pick one. The second one looks better.
You reckon the second one? I think the top one looks better, personally.
Well, it looks better, but I don't know. It looks more like looks like somebody polished it up. I don't know how to describe it. It
The
looks
one
like it's
you
trying to be
posted, the
really
one you
pretty.
posted looks pretty polished up.
Dude, I don't even know what's going on in the one I posted. There's like so many things wrong with that picture. Like I don't. I just thought that one was the most like ridiculous looking one out of all the pictures I've seen. Reminds me of the old Indian moon landing.
What type of cameras are they freaking using that make the Earth like warp into these weird S shapes and stuff as well? Like this one, when when they were meant to be orbiting the Earth before they had the re-entry, the Earth was like warping into all these weird shapes. I think there's some footage of the moon too, where the moon's like warping into all these weird shapes.
I haven't.
Hey, debate daddy, do you know who Professor Phil Bell is?
Oh yeah, that's his grandpa. He's this debate daddy's daddy, and Professor Phil is grandpa.
He had a debate with QOP the other day. He's a physicist, but he's like an obsessed anti-flat earther. He'd be listening to this right now.
It's the guy with
Probably
cancer, right?
What's that? Yeah, here's
It's
a
a guy
picture
with
of him.
cancer, right?
I don't know if he has cancer.
He works for the Indian Space Organization.
Yeah. He used to, I think. Maybe he still does.
He got fucking pissed at QOP for thinking that he was lied to the entire time. Like he was like, look, I put this camera on the rocket. I tested it. We designed the program for taking a picture, and Caleb was like, "Yeah, they still injected like malware into it and like tricked you that somehow like implanted this image and then tricks mission control."
Yeah, I don't know about any of that, but I mean, all I know is that the Indian footage is some of the dumbest looking footage I've ever seen, and some of the most limited footage for India's greatest modern achievement. They couldn't afford a camera. Like, I mean, they pixelated. It's like a freaking 1 megapixel looking camera that shows a few seconds worth of footage, and then the rest is just this horrific Atari looking, like, obvious CGI. But yeah, the Phil Bell, like on his YouTube videos, he has like these subliminal satanic symbols that just pop up randomly in his videos. Right? Notice how he made himself red, kind of like a devil looking character. All right, and then throughout his videos, he's got these like pentagrams with 666 and stuff that just pop up for like half a second. Pretty weird.
What if he's putting that in as a deep troll?
Trolling who? Who's he trolling with this? Himself?
Like he knows that the flat earthers are gonna watch that shit and freak the fuck out over it.
So we shouldn't take him seriously then.
That's a weird thing for a physicist to be doing.
Yeah, so we shouldn't take him seriously then.
So he's just a troll.
He's a troll then.
Physicist that's also a troll.
Well, first off, is this true? Like, does it or?
Yeah, I took these screenshots myself, and the video link's right there. You could just go to that video and just look at the timestamps.
How long does it show up for?
Just shows up for like half a second, like just flashes on, flashes off. One at 2 seconds, and then another time at 1:55. And I haven't scrolled. I don't watch his content, so I mean, this was just one that I checked.
I think you read my mind because within the Artemis mission, there's this set. They were doing this setup, I think, attaching the astronauts to some seats or something. And the guy that was doing something to them, he had these tattoos, and he has like some whatever it is. It's some symbolisms, all tattoo over his hands, arms, or whatever. And I don't know, like
yeah, there's a lot of Satanism attached to NASA. What was the guy's name? The guy from back in the day who invented a lot of the technology. Is it Jack Parsons or something like that? Full on Satanist. I think it was Jack Parsons.
Are you a Satanist, Debate Daddy?
He was the one who had kind of direct links with Aleister Crowley.
What is Satanism like?
Where you worship Satan.
Didn't Satan not kill anyone in the Bible, but God did?
Okay, but we're talking about those who worship Satan.
Yeah, he was just asking you if you like were a Satan worshiper. You didn't say no. Okay.
So do you worship
God
people?
What are you talking about?
Real quick, do you worship people that worship Satan? Like NASA?
I don't worship NASA.
But you do believe everything they say, though. Like
Does NASA actually support? You don't believe it? They're like Satan supporters, right? Like,
I don't really know. It's just weird that they do it, and people are kind of like worshiping them way, like yourself. Looks like, I don't know. Maybe you're not, but looks like there's a lot of people like you worshiping NASA, though.
This is a weird flex.
Maybe they're just trolls.
What's satanic about
they're
NASA?
just trolls. Like, no, NASA, right? They have a lot of satanic influence, a lot of satanic people. When it's not Nazis, it's Freemasons or Satanists. There's a lot of people that are Freemasons, high-level Freemasons. There's a lot of Nazis that were basically, the founders of NASA, essentially. Werner von Braun, hundreds of Nazi scientists in Operation Paperclip. And then there's a lot of satanic influence as well with the guy that I mentioned just before. And then there's tons of footage of them doing weird little rituals and stuff like that. Doing the Baphomet hand symbols all the time and whatnot.
They picked Nazis because those were the only people who knew how to build rockets that they would need to go to space. They're the only people on Earth who could do it.
Why the other people don't have brains like the Nazis? Like the Nazis were the only ones with brains about this? What?
Yeah, like with the technology and the programs that were doing it at the time.
Really? So there wasn't other types of rockets, and there weren't other rocket engineers. It was just Nazis. Nazis were the only people that could do it.
At the time, we were just like
You sure
carpet
about
bombing
this?
cities, right? The only option was to carpet bomb cities, and then the Nazis had this method of, we don't even have to have a plane go over. We just shoot this shit.
So
Ground
are
to
the
ground.
Satanists, the Nazis, and the Masons are the only ones can go to the only ones that can go to space and send people to space? Is that what you're arguing for?
At the time, they were the only ones with like active programs.
What about today? Like today is the same people: the Masons, the Satanists, the Nazis. Still, NASA, Nazi.
What is the like connection with Satanists and NASA? I'm not seeing the connection.
They have symbolism and tattoos, tattooed on their bodies about Satanism. The people that are setting this whole thing.
Who? Maybe it's just like a band they like or something. I don't know.
Do you know who Aleister Crowley is?
Wait, what? Say that name again?
Crowley. Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, I've heard that name, yeah.
Cool. So you probably know that he's, well, you might jog your memory when I say he's a well-known Satanist from about, back in the day, like 1950s, 40s, bit earlier. Hung around with some interesting people. Walt Disney, a couple of people that funded NASA, all this type of stuff. They were hanging around with each other and kind of involved in the same type of things. I think it was Jack Parsons was involved in some kind of sex magic rituals, apparently, according to the way the conspiracy theories go. But yeah, this guy existed and these people hang out with him. Got some roots to European communities and groups as well, especially as they brought half of them over. Well, I say half of them, but a lot of people who are interested in this stuff, like with the Vrills and other occult knowledge that came from Europe. Some of these were the scientists that funded NASA. There's a video in the side chat if you want to have a look.
Are Satanists even like that much worse than Christians, though?
Well, Satanists go around and sacrifice children. Christians usually just go to house group on a Wednesday night. You might be talking about Christian Zionists.
What about the Crusades?
Pardon?
What about the Crusades?
The Knights Templar. Okay, what about that?
Or like, I don't know, dude. Like, I hear day after day Christians defending genocide in the Bible and all this crazy shit. Like,
Yeah, a lot of Christians are very much deceived, unfortunately. there's been a lot of altering of the Bible. You brought about the Crusades, or sorry, you spoke about the Crusades, and the Knights Templar and so on. The Jews were around this time, and the books that they were reading and writing, and that they found specifically in the Knights Templar, and then took and then rewrote, and then we've got the rewritten version today. And Christians look at the Bible and it's rewritten. So yeah, Christians are really confused.
So, Debate Daddy, wouldn't be evidence that the rituals and their symbolisms actually work by you being here and defending it?
Because that's where it goes back to.
Well, I'm not aware of any of their symbolism, so
You're not aware of the all-seeing eye. You're American, right?
I'm Canadian.
Okay, Canadian. But you're aware of the American dollar. It's got an eye on the back of it.
Yeah.
You're surrounded it. If you're Canadian, we've got a lot of in Britain, you take on a lot of our symbology, especially with the royal family and so on. Crests and emblems and whatnot. But yeah, if you don't see it, if you don't know it, then you don't see it. But when you know it, you can't unsee it. I guess you'd have to learn.
What's their story for having the symbol or having the all-seeing eye?
So symbolism is an unseen language that only those in the know can read, and those who don't are just blind to it. Other symbols and stuff can have magic connotations, like sigils and so on. This isn't what I believe. This is what they believe. You get a lot of, say, one eye symbology around. Apparently, lots of photographs have been taken of lots of Hollywood stars and actors and pop stars and whoever, where they're covering one eye. All of them weird. But that goes back to a Masonic thing, which then goes back to symbology and occult hidden magic and whatnot. Such things as the hidden hand as well. This is where a gentleman would hold usually his right hand, I believe, inside his breast pocket, so it is hidden inside his coat pocket. This is a symbology of the hidden hand being somebody behind the scenes, like the puppet master who pulls the strings that nobody can see. This has been seen by many people. President Trump is said to have symbology with regards to the way that he sits. He holds his hands in a specific way, which seems to form, let's say, a triangle shape. This could be akin to triangle symbology, again, with the pyramids and so on. You see it within the Star of David. I could go on for hours with this, and do apologize. But yeah, if you don't know it, you don't see it. When you do, it's everywhere.
There's a vintage Trump picture out there. It looks like he's sitting in a Masonic lodge in York Rite regalia.
Some people don't think the Masons exist. They fucking do. They have ceremonies in the Royal Albert Hall in London. Right?
I kind of think it might be a deception for them to pronounce that their numbers are dwindling, that they have declined in influence and all this. They're just a bunch of old fogies that do barbecues after church on Sundays. I really think that itself is not true. They say it, but it's not true. That it's actually a thriving organization with more influence than it's ever had. They just don't appear to be as influential anymore.
Is it because the spells are working? I mean, for example, here, Debate Daddy, he's not aware of any of this, but he's still defending the whole scam.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, one of the things I find really fascinating about this is, like, Freemasonry kind of blew up in the mid 1700s, and around that time, and even maybe for about 100 years or so prior to, for a bit longer than that actually, from the Renaissance era, there's this affinity, this cultural affinity that these European researcher occultists had for everything Hebrew. And we're not talking Paleo Hebrew either, but they've got this affinity for everything Hebrew, and they incorporate a lot of Judaica into their occultism, thinking that they're going back to ever more ancient ways, that they're going upstream in order to find greater source of truth and stronger source of light for their information. But what they're doing is they're hitting a dead end. Actually, they're hitting a dead end with post Second Temple Judaism, conflating it with earlier Judaism. That the occultism of the Hebrews, or of Judaica from after the Second Temple, is not going back to the original source. Like the original perennialism, if you want to go back to the original source and find a vessel that's carried like the light of ancient wisdom all the way through, in its least corrupted form, you're going to have to look to Eastern Christianity. It's the only thing. It's the only thing that goes back, and that's something that these European Freemasons really had zero contact with whatsoever.
Thank God.
Thank God. Yep. Like you go to a modern lodge and they've got like the Babylonian Hebrew block letters all over the place. It's supposed to invoke some mystery and ancient wisdom, but they're really just getting a bunch of corrupted Masoretic influence from Talmudic Jews who study Kabbalah after the Second Temple. And this is basically Dark Ages Judaism onward, and doesn't go back to the ancient days before Christ. But they like to think that by invoking this, that they're going back to like the original temple builders and the pyramid builders of Egypt, and they're really not. That their language was very much different in this.
This is what the Templars found, right? Time of the Crusades. This version of Jews.
Yeah, this modern form of Judaism that they thought was older. Actually, that's what the Templars were enamored with. Yeah. They thought it was more ancient. And so they start developing all these rites and rituals, or they incorporate what they think is far more ancient Judaism, and it's this modern, corrupt version.
And they started writing themselves into the text, taking things out of the text.
Yeah, we know that for sure.
This was the interesting thing after what happened in the temple, from what I've understood and what you've helped me understand as well, and see if I can say it properly. So, because they didn't want to accept Jesus Christ as Messiah, and the Christians were going around with that text, proving with that text that Jesus was the Messiah, they rewrote the texts. And this is what we've got today, the rewritten form, the Masoretic texts, right? Kind of a devolved devolution of that idea. So it's all being rewritten because they wanted to write Jesus out of the Bible, because remember, they rejected him. So they rewrote the fucking book.
Yeah, and so they've kind of had an upper hand, in essence, historically, because they got Western Protestantism and Western Catholicism both to accept this rewritten, corrupt version of history. Something that the East has, by and large, never really been stuck with.
Started inventing things like the Tetragrammaton, the name of God, like they knew it.
Yeah. Yeah, these inventions from like pre-Renaissance through the Renaissance ages that they pretend is much older than that, and it's not. Yeah. like a lot of this Kabbalistic mysticism, they pretend is really ancient, but is really medieval.
So then, according to your research, which is the oldest copy of Isaiah?
Sorry, what?
Oldest copy of what, sorry?
According to your research, which is the oldest copy that we have of Isaiah?
I don't know.
I'm going to say the Ethiopian Bible, but I might be wrong. I don't think it's the one that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Explain.
What do you mean? Why I don't think it's the one in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah.
Because the Dead Sea Scrolls aren't real. They're 800 years out of date, written in a new language that isn't the true language. It was made up afterwards.
Okay.
So it wasn't. We discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls in the caves in Qumran that have been there since, say, 70 AD or 73 AD, when the Romans come and took down the temple and they hid the texts. It couldn't have been that because the language is 800 years too young. It wasn't developed until like the 1800s in a written form. So for it to be in a written form, it was around the time of the Crusades, interestingly enough, that language was really like kind of written down. Also, the Dead Sea Scrolls are found on animal skin. They weren't writing on animal skin then, they were writing on papyrus. If they were true replicas, they would have been written on papyrus. So the language is not right, and the medium that they wrote on is 800 years out of date as well.
Yeah, so like occultists and Freemasons during that whole period, medieval Renaissance ages through in Europe, I don't think that they knew. I don't think that they were aware at that period in time in this part of the world that biblical Hebrew, Old Testament Hebrew as a language had been dead for hundreds of years by the time of Christ.
All right. So then I'll clarify with if Isaiah's oldest copy is written on a papyrus, then would you still include this as, and it's in Aramaic? Is this still not a valid manuscript?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Is there a very specific one in question that's up for debate? Or?
Yeah, the one I'd have to not be driving so that I could clarify, but I'll message it to you whenever I'm able to dig. But the I want to say it's like P50 something, and it's the largest of Isaiah's work amongst the scrolls in those caves, and they're claiming it's 500 years prior to Jesus.
Yeah, and it's written in which letters? Paleo or Masoretic Block Hebrew?
No, Aramaic.
Oh, it's written in Aramaic. Okay.
I'll have to verify to make sure that I'm getting the right one lined up. But yeah, it's one of the scrolls that silence the idea that the the Masoretic claim or the modern Jewish claim that Isaiah wasn't talking about Jesus, right? And it was saying things like the lion has pierced, like a lion, I'm pierced, instead of. Anyway, I'll get the number for you. I'll get the language.
Yeah, and
Pretty
I'm
sure
I'm
it's
curious about the
something,
controversy.
and it's Aramaic.
And is this version just not in like the Septuagint or in
No,
Vulgate
it.
or
From my understanding, you have Septuagint, which is the Greek. Then you've got um, 3 different groups of, who's claiming what manuscripts are, like, you got the Vulgate, and then you've got the Textus Receptus, and then you've got this other group, which is like an accumulation of writings that have been scratched out a lot and rewritten over, or they've been found in like trash bins, or uh, you know, as compared to the rest of it, it literally is not like the rest. And then let's see, like what is it? Would Mormons or Jehovah's Witness? They'll pull from the 3rd column. I can't remember the gentleman that wrote, or the 2 gentlemen that wrote up the Jehovah's Witness copy. And then if you want to get into it with a Jehovah's Witness, you've got to have them make a comparison between the copy that they read every day and the interlinear, because the interlinear matches the rest of the Christian, but then their New World Translation is worded differently than the interlinear. If someone wants to say that we don't have anything prior to Jesus, then the Isaiah scroll is the verifying copy that we've got of manuscripts, because it's aged 500 years prior, and it's got Isaiah's what is it, like 50 up to like 53, where you I'm not remembering which chapter it is specifically, but it describes him as being a lowly person, and his wounds heal us, and that one is from this Isaiah scroll that I'm thinking of.
well, it's not like when Christ came and lived and for hundreds of years after that there were no temples and no synagogues. The first Christians were Jews, and they carried on with their liturgics and their services as Christians.
Right.
So they had access to all this stuff. They were doing it in Greek. They were using the Septuagint. I'm surprised there's any controversy just regarding that. Like, Jerusalem is the mother church. I mean, the first church, and it was founded out of the Jewish temple by James, who was a temple leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, and brother of Christ under Joseph. I mean, so it's not like they were first Christians were without text and then just, invented it over time. That definitely didn't happen. People like to think that there was no Christianity until Emperor Constantine came around and invented it, which is the craziest thing I've heard.
Well, the craziest thing I've heard is that there's 2 main races, right? That Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 are 2 different groups that were created, and one of them is the lizard people. That's the
Yeah.
craziest thing.
I've heard that. Isn't that like the gap theory or something between 1 and 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the language is different.
Yeah, because the first for chapter 1 is calling him Elohim, and then the second chapter identifies him as Yahweh. And so they're saying that Elohim made one race, Yahweh made a second, and it's
That was it.
I can't remember if they're going to say that
Elohim being plural.
Yeah, exactly.
Yahweh just being the God of the Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always been part of tradition that, yes, there are many gods, and they're all lesser than the creator God, who's the father of the Trinity. And nobody talks about those.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is possible then before a fall that maybe you did have this whole council of gods, and that they were all good, right? They hadn't yet prevaricated, and then the fall happens. I mean, it's just kind of part of our tradition, right?
Yeah, it's Jude that explains that there's angels that are cast into darkness because they left their domain. They left their place. And you got Genesis chapter 6 talking about how the sons of God, which is also synonymous with the stars of heaven, and the host that sits around his throne, they left and made wives out of the daughters of men, right? And if if you loosely take the stories of like the Greeks and Romans and the Vikings and all of that blah, the angels that they would have interacted with would have portrayed themselves as the gods, and the flood would have wiped that civilization out. And Babylon, up until the Tower of Babel and the splitting of languages and nations in the land, that is where you get your different names to the gods, the angels. But the family trees, they line up similarly. And so really the only people who actually have a sky daddy are the pantheists. Because according to their family trees of their gods, it's the sky daddy and the earth mommy that made all the gods. So like the Sumerians, their sky daddy was Anu and their earth mommy was Enki. And then so you get the people that come out of them, the Anunnaki. And then you've got see, the Vikings are claiming that we're inside of his skull because the children of the Sky Daddy killed him and then made our environment, Midgard, out of his corpse. And then it's Odin, who's a god who ended up marrying a witch, who ends up giving birth to Thor. So that would be similar to an angel teaching men witchcraft and then making babies with them. Or Zeus and Hercules' mom, and Hercules and his brothers and sisters that are born of the gods who come down in Greece. Let's see. I'm not remembering anything out of the Romans.
Did you remember the Egyptian ones?
Yeah,
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't name them this time, but yeah, I remember. You got Anubis, which is the son of, I think, Osiris, and then you've got Horus, son of Osiris. You've got Net is goddess of the sky with stars painted on her, and I can't remember who the one that represents the land, but it's a male. And so Nut would give birth to the sun and then consume it at the end of the day. And the way they got the pictures, the gods ride on boats, and the boats sail across the sky. Which lines up with how they would be thinking along the lines of Archimedes' principles, you know, fluid densities, stratifying vertically. You know, I'm on water on a boat. It would make sense that the gods are on boats also in the sky. Or how in Genesis it says that the fish and the birds are both made from the waters that were gathered underneath. Gathered underneath by the firmament.
Hello again, governors.
Hello, Governor.
Yo, what's up, boys? And
Another
girl.
paradise.
Just got
Just
off
got to
work.
figure out whose paradise it is.
Oh, we don't have a single Glober in here today, huh?
It was just a bit ago.
Must have just missed them. Oh well. Hope everybody's doing good.
Pretty good.
Well, I'm better than a swift kick in the face with a golf shoe.
I would hope so. I'm about to go get some more panda again today. What sides do you guys recommend?
The right
Kangaroo
shoulder.
or
Wait, I completely missed that. One more time.
I said kangaroo.
Kangaroo? No, they don't have kangaroo at our panda.
I said the right shoulder.
Right shoulder?
Yeah, that's a good side of a panda.
Oh, ha. Aha.
You weren't thinking literally enough.
Yeah, I messed up again. Damn it. He always gets me every time. Well, if nobody has any suggestions, I guess I'll just be getting some orange chicken and
You
maybe
probably know
some
more.
Beijing beef.
I've been allergic to eggs and nuts for longer than panda's been around.
Wait, you're allergic to eggs and nuts?
And dairy and all kinds of other stuff.
Oh my
What do you
gosh.
eat? Dude, that sucks. What do you eat?
Just basically just, like meat and potatoes and simple stuff and some vegetables, very little fruit.
I'm trying to think back to my diet. I feel like all I eat is eggs and dairy and nuts.
I wonder if honestly the allergies are something that's not actually related to the food. I wonder if it's something that's actually on the food.
Oh, like a chemical on the food?
And I've
Yeah,
taken it's a real good question, and for better or for worse, I've had to become an expert in so many different things to be able to control my allergens. And food manufacturing, believe it or not, is one thing I had to learn forwards and backwards. And the reality is, the truth is in the middle on that. Like my best example is the people who are allergic to gluten. They can actually have wheat. They call it einkorn wheat, but it's a wheat like I forget if it was like 6 chromosomes are in it, but now there's something like 25 or something chromosomes in a wheat. So the food today is definitely much more potent. So if you might have had a mild sensitivity to it 100 years ago, it'll kill you today.
I think plants in general have way more chromosomes than humans do. Like I think like a tomato plant has like over 100 chromosomes.
No, I'm just flabbergasted that it went from, what'd you say, 6 to 25?
Now, now, mind you, that's selective breeding over hundreds and hundreds of years. So when they take those original strains like the einkorn wheat and such, they're a much more simple design. And there's a lot of foods like if you think of fruit, your body should probably have fruit during the fruit season. So nobody in history had apples all year round. If you lived where apples grew, you had some for part of the year. And now you're eating them all year round, so your body is probably going to, if you have a slight sensitivity and you could deal with a few apples a year, well, once you turn into eating them every day, now all of a sudden what was a little sensitivity turns into a deathly allergy. So I think there's a whole lot of foods that we're probably eating that we probably never should have ate, and then there's different kinds of allergies. There's that they're able to test. It's really bizarre that they have a lot of empirical evidence on allergies. I mean, it's probably one of the most empirical medical sciences they have, believe it or not.
I'm curious because if they're spraying, what do you say you're allergic to? The nuts and eggs.
So the
I guess at
biggest
least the
allergies I
chicken.
have is nuts,
Said dairy,
dairy,
right?
dairy, and
Yeah, so
then
if they're like
white
spraying
bread.
the grass and stuff that the chicken and the cows are eating with the same stuff that they're spraying the nuts with, to keep the bugs away,
The
maybe that
forever
could be the
chemicals.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
there's a lot of truth to that. So, like I say, then that sensitivity turns into something that's deathly. So it, it's crazy, but by the same token, so many people are living so much longer nowadays that it's a bit of a trade off. So, because I mean, you think about it, if apples grow and they mature in the late summer and fall, where do you get apples all through the winter and all through the early?
From all the
What?
canning and fermenting that they did.
Well, no, I mean they're sitting in the nowadays. They're sitting in. So every apple, every orange you buy at the store has been sitting for a year. If you drink orange juice, your orange juice you have is 2 years old. I live near one of the nation's largest. Well, actually, I should say the world's largest. One of the two world's largest orange juice manufacturing facilities. And
Yeah, I was just saying, like in terms of like we weren't only just eating it in season. We were also storing it by canning it and fermenting it, so they were able to eat it throughout the year, just not fresh.
yeah, and not like today. So like in what's stored. I have a theory that canned food is probably better than like the apples and such that are stored nearly frozen for a year. That the canned stuff is probably actually better for your body. Can't prove that exactly, but from a lot of the research and how enzymes change in food, that it's interesting. There's a whole is I'm kind of repeating myself to a bit, but there's a whole interesting field of study in it because they can track down the enzymes and how they change when food's processed certain ways. And so, yeah, as you were saying about the canning, probably those canned oranges, I mean, the canned apples and such was probably a whole lot better for you. The cooked apples were probably better for you out of season than the ones that are stored in a warehouse today.
Yeah, possibly. And then today also with the canned foods, they're all coated with endocrine disrupting chemicals on the inside. BPA, which is one of them.
So here's what's interesting is when we were in Indiana, there's one of the larger, well-known tomato processing facilities there. And the secret to a lot of the people who live there is that's the only place that they will get canned tomatoes from. And they swear that once you've ate those tomatoes for, like off and on, of course, over several months, that you won't be able to eat the canned tomatoes from other companies. And they're on every shelf in the U.S. And some people that I know that sell to them and such have pointed out some stuff on the internet that they publish about their process. So there's a very, very small handful of manufacturers out there that do it slightly different, just like you say. So that way, nobody thinks about their green beans and everything else they buy that's coated with God knows what.
A lot of the food we're eating today, it's all pasteurized, sanitized. We're not getting the healthy microbiome in our gut, which can lead to dysbiosis, which could also lead to autoimmune conditions and hyperimmunity responses like allergies.
I got to bounce out. If you want to talk about that a little more privately, so we're not violating any medical condition terms of service, I'd love to, because I could share a bit of insight on a few things I could probably speak a little more freely about. That there's one really interesting case study about allergies that's really, really fascinating. But I don't want to talk about it on the public. But if you want to talk about it privately, let me know. Feel free to send me a message or whatever if you do.
Your explanation of severity of reactions. Have you tested the severity of your reactions based on different, like you said, eggs? So have you checked to see the severity level of like store-bought eggs and fed from home chicken eggs? Or is all this the same?
So here's what. So believe it or not, yeah. See, I walked into a doctor back in 2012 talking about, sometimes I have problems breathing. Sometimes I have problems, with these, breaking out all over me. And so she immediately gave me an EpiPen, and she immediately gave me an inhaler. And she said, well, she said, there's no doubt about it. If you get randomly sick and such like this, and she said, you have food allergies. You just don't know what they are. And so she said, carry this everywhere you go. And then the inhaler was given to me just to try. She said, go do some vigorous exercise, don't use it, and then do some vigorous exercise and try it and see if you notice a difference. And I just tried it, and I didn't break out in a sweat like on a long bike ride that I took a lot. I was like, heck, that's entirely different. So I used it I've used it occasionally in my life. I've not ever used it like they say. But long story short is this, is so for a year, maybe 13, 14, 15 months, not quite a year and a half, but a little more than a year, a little less than a year and a half, I had a log of what ended up being 100 or so pages of when I would have a reaction and what I had eaten as far back as I could remember from that point. And it was really, really bizarre and really, really strange. And that's when I started learning about how food is manufactured and things like that, and what the food labels actually mean. And they don't mean exactly what they come off at first glance, but they ultimately, what I was able to deduce is that I had the same reaction regardless. So there's your $50 explanation for a 10-cent answer. Because I had, a big stable amount of data, and then we were able to track down, and then it was very simple. Just kind of as a side note, with AI now, I bet you it wouldn't have taken a year. I bet you I could have gone in, and I would bet you within 20 a day of going back and forth with it, I bet you it would have diagnosed. Well, I shouldn't use the word diagnosed. It would have given me some visibility into probably what I already knew. Because sometimes I could eat fish and sometimes I couldn't eat fish. Sometimes I could have pizza and sometimes I couldn't have pizza. Sometimes I could have certain things and sometimes I couldn't. And then when I had a couple reactions years before that I didn't realize were reactions, that I learned that they were reactions because I tracked in my log and then saw exactly what I had. And I'm like, I felt exactly like that before in about the exact same number of days afterward. And two specialists took what I had to say and confirmed that, yes, that is correct. And so it's a very nebulous thing. And I will say this just off the record, and I don't mind saying it a little more and privately, but I don't think MSG is as terrible as claimed after my research. So I don't know that. Obviously, you don't want to eat a big heaping tablespoon of it, but I don't know that it's as terrible as alleged.
I mean, just a quick cursory, when I Googled it, it gives me a PubMed reference mentioning how monosodium glutamate can trigger chronic inflammation, liver stress, metabolic issues in some individuals, acting as an excitotoxin, raising inflammatory markers. That's PubMed, and the article is called "Extensive Use of Monosodium Glutamate: A Threat to Public Health?" ?
So, and of course, the key to that is extensive, and the a lot of those studies, when you see the amount that they're studying, there's always stuff underneath the hood. The what we think of as MSG appears naturally in celery. It appears naturally in broths made from any kind of meat source.
Mushrooms,
So
tomatoes, anything with umami flavoring.
yeah, so so you can't avoid it entirely, but like with anything, moderation is probably the best.
Yeah, I agree. Moderation is key. But when you go out to eat, I think like 90% of food that you buy out, they add MSG. I mean, it makes it taste so much better. People are going to come back. They add it to everything. It's everywhere.
And they also have other things that they don't have to list. So the 1% rule of food ingredients is really fascinating because my favorite example is just the MSG thing. There's about 7 or 8 different things that are considered that are identical to MSG, and so they can use all 7 or 8 of those in extremely limited amounts, so they don't have to disclose that they're using it. So virtually anything that you buy that says spices in it, that's such a wide range of things that it can include that now if it did ever get to the 1% point, then you've got a real problem, but because then at 1% you have to list it. You don't have to list it if it's less than a percent. So if you had, say, I'm just making up math, wouldn't make sense in, say, MSG, but they do this with preservatives and other things where it is over 1%. So say it's 1.5%, you can use 7 identical different named ingredients, and none of those are over the 1% mark. So
you don't know unless you grow it yourself and make it yourself.
And then you don't always know what's kind of naturally concentrated or not after you've cooked it, and so it's food ingredients are a real conundrum because we don't always know. I mean, I love making bone broth. I take we save bones, so any kind of bone that we have from cooking, we save them in the freezer, and then every so often I'll use the pressure cooker or the crock pot, just depending, and I'll cook bone broth of it, and there's no way to know how much MSG's in that, even though I've washed all those bones and there's no seasoning or no anything else on them left. What accumulates naturally is anybody's guess. The unfortunate thing is a lot of the science that they use going into food ingredients and even testing them for the academic studies is about as clear as what we were hearing earlier about dip correction. Sounds good, but who knows if it's exactly, because they'll what I've seen time and time again is the titles and the abstracts oftentimes aren't what they put into the report when you read the whole report, and then you can't get any visibility to what they have thrown on the cutting room floor. So there's some aspect to some observation they didn't like. They just throw it on the cutting room floor and call it an outlier.
I think the so-called outliers should also be included in the reports.
Yeah, it would be nice if they did, but that doesn't always pay the bills. So, and that's why I'm loving the website Retraction Watch. I don't know if you've come across it, but that I really, really like that. They go in depth into a lot of the shenanigans that are pulled on what's considered mainstream science. And they love highlighting where they people who've made misconduct reports and things like that, where the organizers of the study will try to go after them and all sorts of stuff, and then shortly thereafter will be the admission that, well, that whistleblower was correct. And the question here from Cathos, I didn't see that earlier till Overfence's response about comparable protein, and she said like mealworms and crickets. Well, the Ashita powder, that is what they call those crickets, that was a bit overblown in social media and TikTok a few years ago, because Ashita powder is very expensive, and there's no way in the world you would put Ashita powder in things without spelling it out, because it has a huge fan base of bodybuilders and others who love the cricket paste. So a lot of that is, like I say, overblown. It sounded good for TikTok, but on further inspection, it was a little out there, because, like I say, Ashita powder is so expensive. When you have people who will pay good money for it, you're not going to throw it in as a food cheapener. But hopefully somebody can get us back onto the topic of the room. Somebody give us some proof of axial rotation. They can get us proof of gas pressure without containment, and most importantly, the number one flat Earth killer, which ought to be really easy. proof of bendy water. That's all we need is proof of bendy water, and this whole channel and everything else shuts down. But I've been waiting since 2008 for somebody to prove bendy water, and unfortunately, I have still yet to come across bendy water. We are approaching 20 years for me. I know there's others who've waited longer.
Oh, dude, you got boats over the horizon. And
Let's shut down the room. Boats go over the horizon.
and raindrops.
Yeah, sunset.
Oh yeah, that too. Forgot about that one.
No, we can't. We can't forget the importance of proving gas pressure without a container, which is interesting because NASA and the others have now said that the atmosphere extends beyond the moon. And now haven't they recently said that there's some sort of container outside of the Milky Way or something now? So now they're admitting that there's more, so I think they're trying to backpedal a little bit. And I want to know when they made the discovery of the galaxy bubble. Well, it was late at night. It was a best I heard. It was about 1:30 in the morning. They went from the bong hit to taking a little acid trip, and bam, there you go. We got it, dude. Drugs must solve everything, I guess. You got the multiverse coming from a chat with the boys over a mug of beer, and what's his name? Was there some bennies in that beer? There was something in the beer, but yeah, I remember there being. I think I got it saved. There was the guy that taught or mentored Tyson as he was taking the crown, and the wheelchair man, and a bald dude with glasses, and they were smiling at each other as they were saying how we come up with the best ideas on drugs. Think we knew that. That's it. Some Clockwork Orange, NASA's soy milk. You got it. Alrighty, gents. Well, I'm gonna back out of here and see if I can spend some times with the Yee lads. So enjoy the fam. But appreciate the chat as always, gents. Later, man.
Take care.
Jose Ma, do you have any globe proof, dude? Vitaliz. You have glow proof. Regular Joe, what's up? Do you have glow proof?
There is none.
Because I've been sitting here trying to convince these flat earthers that this shit's a globe. But I got nothing. Nope. I guess we'll wait.
Been waiting.
You there, with the galaxy. Do you have globe proof? Erlang, Imar, either of you, maybe Mike, have proof of the Earth being a globe. Strange charm. Please tell me you have proof that the Earth is a globe.
Yes. There is this guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson. Really smart.
Yeah.
And he said that
Yeah.
it's a globe.
Well, I heard him say that from greater than a height of an airplane, that stuff is flat. So
I didn't hear that.
Tyson said that from the height of Felix Baumgartner's jump, that the Earth is flat from that height.
Damn. I guess that's proof that the world is flat. Right?
Yeah.
Because he said that?
I mean, yeah, because I mean, he's telling you it looks
agree.
flat from that height, and he tells you that whenever they recorded that Baumgartner jump, that they were misdirecting people with fisheye lenses.
Yeah. All the people at NASA is lying. I agree.
You agree? I don't agree.
Really?
Yeah. Because a lot of people would just be, believing things. They wouldn't necessarily be lying.
But they said it's round when they went around in the ISS,
Oh,
in the
those
International Space
guys.
Station.
Yeah, those guys. The astronauts would be liars.
Yes, I know.
The
They're
producers, those would be liars.
I
But,
know. I agree.
the guy that took metal and shaped it into a cylinder and then bolted it together to another cylinder of metal, that guy wasn't lying. The guy that painted it, he wasn't lying. The guy that sits behind a computer screen and watches numbers, that guy is lying. He's exercising a belief.
There are liars at NASA, I know.
Not everybody.
The
There's a lot
astronauts,
of
definitely,
believers.
they're liars.
Yeah, the astronauts are liars.
Yeah,
I
yeah, they became an actor and then they realized that the world is flat, so they're like, man, I gotta lie about this, become an actor.
Well, it might not be the case that they think the Earth is flat. They could be globe believers too, and they're lying. Like, if really the only thing that they had to do was lie about them being in space, they could still believe that the Earth was a ball. I'm just being a patriotic American. I'm supporting the idea that America is doing great things as compared to the rest of the nations. We're
I
the
agree.
first ones on the moon.
It's so patriotic, I agree. Like, you're a real American if you believe the world is flat.
No, not
Only
flat.
real Americans know that.
Because if you're in the ISS as a NASA employee, you're not a flat earther, right? Because you're trying to convince people that it's a ball, right? You're trying to convince them that you're in space, right? So, how do you get flat earther out of that? Because really, how you get to, whether the Earth's a ball or not is by measuring the surface, not by pretending and acting.
Why everyone is silent? Why no one speaks?
Because we're waiting.
For what?
Globe proof. Because it's a natural given thing that the Earth appears to be flat, motionless. The story is that it's a sphere, not flat, and it's moving. Opposite of what your senses are saying. Do you believe the opposite of your senses?
If the Earth was flat, why we didn't find the edge of the Earth?
Because it's really, 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 really far away.
Yeah. Plus, I wasn't looking for it, so why would I find something I wasn't looking for? Hey, if the Earth is a globe, why is the sky blue?
This is a silly question, bro.
Well, so is the question about the edge. I think that's silly, but you think the sky being blue is a silly question.
Bro, I'm naive. I'm naive, really naive about this.
I'm being
it's
serious, right? So why is the sky blue? What's causing the sky to be blue?
Why don't you give the answer?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
You are flat Earth believer, so you need to have this answer.
Oh, because I'm a flat earther, I'm supposed to know the knowledge of everything in all of existence?
Yes.
It's a basic, man. It's a basic.
Bro, what are you talking
What
about, man?
basic? The color of the sky being blue? How is that basic? Right? I feel like basic would be like,
If it's
something
basic,
that I
you should be
could
able to figure it out.
experience. Because, like, if the sky is blue because there's gas, how is this gas existing above my head if I'm in a vacuum? Shouldn't the gas be going off into the vacuum and attempting to fill the volume?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, okay, so you got tires on your car, right? They're full of air, 36 psi. As soon as you get a nail, that high pressure comes out of that tire, right? Because the air is of a lower pressure. So the gas on Earth, we measure or arbitrated the 14 psi at sea level, and then calculated that the deepest portions of outer space is 10 to the negative 17 torr, which that's 14.7 times 5 quadrillion difference in pressure. But the Earth doesn't act like the tire on my car when it gets a nail in it.
Okay, now that makes sense.
You haven't
So
upgraded to gravity tires yet?
no one's made gravity tires. So the closest thing that they can get is making a solid tire. But that's a lot of material.
So they're called hovercrafts.
How the fuck does that work?
It just blows air out, doesn't it? I don't know.
I need that
Like
guy. Where is he?
toothless.
Yeah.
Why is the sky blue, dude? If the Earth's a globe, why is the sky blue?
From my point of view, or according to the science?
Either one. Either one.
Okay, to be honest, I don't know. But if
Me
you ask
neither.
me about why the ocean is blue, I will answer.
Why is that?
The
What's
sky?
that?
I don't know about
How
the
do liquid
sky.
nails work on a globe?
Dude, let's stop messing with this guy. He's gonna walk away thinking we're retarded for talking about the sky. This is the Flat Earth channel. You need to ask the question, what is our evidence for the Earth being flat? And then we can talk about that.
I didn't ask about the sky. This dude who was speaking about the sky.
I know, you need to ask the right question in here. What is our best evidence for Earth being flat? Can you ask that?
No, I will not.
Oh, all right, then we'll go on. Talk about the sky if you want to.
I didn't speak about the sky. I didn't even ask about the sky.
No, I'm giving you friendly advice.
Toothless.
Your
If
friend
the
asked
Earth
me
is a
about.
sphere, yeah. If the Earth is a sphere, why is it so flat?
I don't know. I got here to ask why. Where is the age of the Earth? That's all.
Over there.
Yeah. Not where you and I are.
I don't know
Somewhere
how
else.
far away over there it is, but it's over there. Was that your only question? Do you want to know if the edge is stuffed?
If you have a flat surface, does it really change anything if you don't know where the edge of it is? It's not going to make the surface stop being flat.
Yeah, you need to understand something. I'm not here to arguing. I'm just came to ask, and I got the answer. That's all.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing. I was just making a statement. We don't know where the edge is, but we don't claim to. And we know the surface is flat. And that's what we mean by flat Earth. The surface is flat.
To be honest, it doesn't matter for me. It was round or flat or square. For me, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
But
wait a minute. Okay, so like, let's say, for example, the TV starts like giving this emergency broadcast, and they're saying like, there's going to be a massive rock falling to Earth from outer space, right? Everybody needs to run to the local bunker that's been built to them, built for them in their local area, and they need to do it now, right? Would you go to that bunker?
Why not?
Well, if outer space was fake, then there'd be no actual reason for you to have to go to that bunker, right?
So, from your point of view, do you think there is a space in our universe?
No.
Space in our universe. What?
So,
outer space is fake.
What is
outer space?
What is outside what is outside the Earth?
There's no
Outside.
outside of what you experience. It's just what you experience.
I think I need the picture. Do you have a picture? Why?
What, of the Earth?
Go outside. Walk outside. And then there it is. I don't have to give you a picture.
I'm not asking for picture to prove. I just want to say.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not God, and I definitely am not God with a picture or a camera to take a picture of where you live so that I can stand in front of you and show it to you. What I've got is the same thing that you have, that is the world around you. If somebody says, hey, here's the ball, here's a model, you have to take the model and compare it to reality, the world around you. And what I'm saying is that the model they give you doesn't match the world around you. And I'm going to believe the world around me before I believe somebody's, claim to the world around me, especially if it's opposite of what I experience.
Mm.
Did you know there's people who can't prove that they have hands? And it's based on the idea that they live on a ball that's spinning in an ever expanding void of nothingness? I think that's
I
insane.
was hoping to address his misconception of shapes.
He's
Because he said,
misgendering
it doesn't
shape.
matter to me. He said, it doesn't matter to me if it's a sphere, if it's flat, or if it's a square. Well, that doesn't make any sense because squares are flat. Flat is not a shape. You realize that, don't you? So, we're not saying the Earth is of a particular shape. We're describing the surface quality. You understand that, don't you, sir? So it's not right to say like sphere, flat, square, right? No, you say sphere or square. Or you'd say this, I don't care if the Earth is curved or flat. If you're going to liken flat to another thing, like, or compare it to another type of surface quality, you'd say curved. This surface here is curved. This surface over here, that's flat. Right? This shape here is a square. That shape there is a triangle. This object here is a pyramid. This object over there is a sphere. The sphere has a curved surface, right? The pyramid has flat sides. You hear me?
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to
No.
me? Yeah.
No, I was
Because
talking to the other guy that we've been talking to for the last half an hour.
yes,
Or
sir.
however long. I've been here for about half an hour, so I don't know how long you were talking to this guy before. Toothless, is it Toothless? Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Yeah, I was talking to you.
so.
Flat is not a shape.
So what is it?
Flat is a surface description. So you could say, this table is flat. Now, based on that information, can you tell me what shape the table is?
Flat.
No, it's not a shape. It's not. I haven't described the shape. I've just said the table is flat. The surface of that table there is flat, but I haven't given you a shape of it.
Yeah.
I haven't told you the shape. So you see, you get it now? I could
Yeah, I
say
get
that
it.
square table is flat. Well, that round table is flat. Oh, wait, a round thing can be flat? That's weird.
Yeah.
So we're just describing the surface condition, which is flat or planar, horizontal, level, right? None of those adjectives tell you really what the shape is, does it? It doesn't tell you anything about the shape. Could be any shape. Could be a cloud shape. Could be rectangle. Could be anything that we're talking about. But we're not giving the information about a shape. We're just describing the surface quality. And like spheres have curved surfaces, but so do cylinders. Cylinders have two flat ends with a curved central beam, right? And he's gone. So where's the edge, guys? I want the coordinates.
Yeah, it can't be flat T-dub if you don't know where the edge is. It's impossible.
Right. Now you're getting that. Finally, no.
Actually, I'm gonna ask them that next time. I'm gonna say, can it still be flat if we don't know where the edge of it is? See what they say.
I liked Jedi's answer over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that way. Go that way. What way? That way.
I'm not wrong. Just pick a direction and fuck off. Right. Let me know what happens when you get there.
Who's Las? Las, like Las as in Las Vegas. just an ugly girl who likes to sing. Ah, okay. Architect and interior designer here. Feel free to ask about architectural and interior things. Huh. Alright. When you're designing a structure, do you imagine that it's going to be sitting on a curved surface? Glass? Do you depict it in your diagrams as teetering and tottering on a curved surface? If someone were to ask you to design let's say, a 10-mile long structure, would you draw it with a curved floor?
That's
Well, like
hilarious.
the engineering design, like the blueprints, the schematics. No.
It was just Lars's invited people to ask, I'm assuming her, about architecture and interior things.
I mean, if you're a ball believer, you would have to draw the floor curved 66 foot, right? I mean, I think the Tesla factory is like
Yeah.
4 miles. I wonder if they drew
How
that
many?
thing in.
How long?
I think the Giga factory in Texas, isn't it like 4 miles? Perfectly
Oh,
flat.
really? Wow. I'd
Perfectly
love to see
flat
that.
floor. I'm not sure. Maybe I got the number wrong. I got to Google it, but it's pretty big. Big enough to have to draw curvature in, I think. Let me check. No, it was only 1,300 meters, almost a mile. I thought it was bigger.
Wow, that's almost 1.5 kilometers. That's crazy.
Yeah. Should be a little bit of curvature there. You live on a ball. About 8 inches.
Eight inches is massive.
TWSS.
Ah, dear.
Yeah, I got it confused with the length of the sniper world record shot. That was about 4 miles, wasn't it?
Lots of activity in the side chat. I say lots of activity. Caesar's just posting blue stuff that I'm not going to click. Well, welcome, Caesar.
Looks like an article from a Melbourne or Victorian newspaper. What's this about? Let's see. What the heck? Why are you posting this?
Yeah, I read through those headlines. Was there anything about flat Earth in there? I don't know.
I don't
What's the
think
point?
so.
Don't know what his point is.
The former records the most glorious unintentional hoax that has ever been perpetrated in this part of the world. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about flat Earth. Weird. Delusional. This major study on AI psychosis suggests chatbots can encourage delusions among vulnerable people.
I have a friend who has been spending way too much time on his ChatGPT and is convinced that he's part of one of the 7 alien races and he has $1 billion in unclaimed crypto, and he totally believes it. Definitely has some AI psychosis.
Wow. I mean, NASA were already doing that anyway, but Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Pretty solid with Perplexity AI. I mean, it doesn't tend to want to entertain flights of fancy, right? Sort of pulls you up on that, actually. Yeah. Well, I'll do it to it too, like when I'm talking about like things that it's not even an it. It's so ridiculous. It's not even an entity. It's just code. So yeah, I took a bit of a drive the other day, so I had time to like listen to some stuff. But yeah, I was listening to this podcast. They're talking about AI schools. There's one in development, so you stick your kids in there, and it's pretty much unstaffed. Like there's no teachers. I guess they'd be supervisors. Like, you can't just have a bunch of kids running around in a facility, unsupervised. But the teaching's done, one-on-one with AI. It's like, it's like I think 2 hours is the amount of study that they'll do, like focusing on English, math, like those things. And then for the rest of the day, it's like hands-on, entrepreneurial learning, like sports, things like that.
I heard that right. AIs are going to be teaching our kids, replacing teachers.
Yeah, it'll probably be probably get kicked off in the private sector, I'd say, like public schools, like that. I think that teachers are going to be around for a while. Be a bit of an uproar if they started replacing teachers in public schools with AI. DJ, I'm having trouble. Excuse me. I'm having trouble understanding that title. How does that read? How do you read it? Aren't minus 2 part didn't. What does that mean? Oh, I see. Right. All right. Aren't minus Artemis. T minus. T minus 2. But what's part didn't? Part didn't. I guess I have to watch it.
Has anyone actually confirmed that the cloud formations on the pictures they sent back were copy and pasted, or is that just muddied water?
Oh, in which instance? Like, what are we talking about?
Like the Artemis pictures they sent back of the Earth and the cloud formations were copy and pasted again.
Oh, really? They found.
Yeah.
Did they find double images?
Oh, it looks like someone responded that I guess their excuse was it was 19 seconds apart with different exposures.
So double exposure and produced replica clouds. Yeah, I wonder about that too. Like, how does their orbital mechanics work as far as orbit around the sun goes? Like, they're just locked into that, right? So there's like that orbit, and then there's the separate orbit trajectory that they're taking to head to the moon.
That's the 3-body problem, right?
I guess. Well, they've already got 3 bodies. They've got the Earth, the spacecraft, and the moon. That's 3 bodies. Yeah. But like, does the sun keep them all like just cruising around at 66,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, they're maintaining all 17 vectors.
Right. When do you ever get to leave like a fucking reference frame?
So you see, actually, what you flat earthers don't know is that the sun can actually strengthen and weaken its gravitational pull at will. So it all works because the Earth's a globe.
Cool story, bro.
Well, it's the truth.
That's the truth. It's like the liberals. It's my truth.
No, it's the truth.
Isn't that due to the photon grapple effect?
Well, yeah, that's how we explain lunar eclipses. Because the atmosphere actually grabs the light and then flings it around to the moon to make it red. Ish.
Wait, what grabs it? Slings it?
Oh, dude, it's the photon grapple effect.
Yeah,
So
I
what
remember
happens
this.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, dude, a photon, right? For the explanation of the globe for why we can still see light opposite side of the Earth, right? When the Earth is blocking light from the sun, still casting, okay, so the moon is still lit up somehow, right? Reddish orange because of this photon grapple effect. So as the photon enters the Earth's atmo, it slows down like you're shooting a bullet into honey. And then as the gas rotates, right, the photon is stuck in the gas because the gas is grappling this photon, holding on to it until it lets go on the opposite side.
And then heads to the moon.
Yeah, then it heads to the moon. Yeah, exactly.
Maintaining its redness.
Exactly. Yes. Now you've got it. That's all because the Earth's a globe. Well done.
So the moon's
Globers
like
one,
reflecting
zero.
red photons.
Yes.
Well, I'd just like to read what Latz, how he explained it earlier. He said, the red absorbed in the Earth's atmosphere from brake lights, street lights, stop signs, etc., is projected on the moon during a total lunar eclipse after the light from the opposite side of the moon. It's hard to get through this. Light from the opposite side of the moon travels through the atmosphere thanks to the photon grapple effect.
Exactly.
It makes so much sense.
Because Earth's a globe.
Exactly.
Do we have
Stop
any?
signs.
Oh, damn, I should add strawberries to that too, damn it. And apples. It's funny. I can't believe we saved that. That's hilarious. We don't really have any flat earthers in here that want to practice with globe earth or lats here. Well, if any flat earthers are listening on YouTube and you want to come into the Discord and practice, if you ever want to be on the front lines debating this topic with us, or more educating people on it. Pretty slow if you want to practice talking, at least in a group of handsome and beautiful individuals. Like what happens, right? If you decide to take a cruise, the whole 24/7 crew, take a cruise and the boat goes down like the Titanic. Who's gonna maintain and take up the mantle of 24/7 after we're gone? Need some brave individuals.
आता जेव्हा एक मित्राला पकडायचं त्याला म्हणायचं हाय हॅलो आर यू डुईंग आर यू फाईन अँड ऑल ऑफ दॅट देन यू कॅन टॉक कंटिन्यू विथ देम टॉकिंग अँड ऑल बाय द वे गाईज आर यू डुईंग गुड
DJ. It's DJ. Oh no, he's gone. I don't know what he said, damn it. Made it my translator.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it. I did not quite catch it. No.
Dude, I will never forget this dude like babbled on for like a good 30 seconds without pause. And he sounded similar to that, if not worse. And the second after he stopped talking, there was like a pause for like 5 seconds. I was about to ask him what he said, but then DJ starts responding to him like he understood every single word that he said. It was the most miraculous thing I've seen in the English of this world. It was amazing. Shout out to DJ. Yeah, exactly. 20 cups of cruise. 24/7 cruise. Could you imagine like some anti-FE is gonna catch wind that we're all on a cruise together? But only half of us can be on the same cruise at one time. Oh, Hello there. Ahoy. Oh, that dude gone.
We can't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Ah, that's better. Now I can hear you. Yes.
Right.
Feel free to ask a question. You have any questions regarding the topic of the shape of the Earth? Or in our case, the geometric surface quality? Our friend Lats is standing by and awaiting your questions.
Oh my goodness, Chris almost died. Sorry, eating panda. I got about 15 minutes.
Did you say you're eating panda?
Yes, sir.
What the heck's panda? You're not eating a panda.
No, Panda Express.
Oh, right. Okay.
I asked a question in the side chat about the cruise. What do you guys think would bring a camera to make some long distance observations on vacation on a cruise? I feel like India would.
I arrived late, so I don't understand the topic.
Yeah, that's true over fences. Oh, we're just talking about the Earth. Sorry. The
Oh,
ground.
amazing.
Yeah. The ground underneath your feet. Do you think it is curving?
Great.
Oh, okay, I'll wait.
So the Earth is round, right?
How do you know that? Are you asking me or are you claiming that it's round?
I'm asking.
Oh, no. The Earth is not measured to be curving, so it cannot be a ball or a sphere.
Or
Oh,
round.
that sounds very interesting.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting. Like the surface of water, it is not curving. So if water covers the surface of most of the Earth, then the Earth is then therefore what?
Okay, but why do you think that?
Because we've measured the Earth to be flat.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a ball, sphere, oblate spheroid, whatever you want to call it, there would be curvature on the Earth. Like with the pictures and videos that NASA sends us, the water is curving in those pictures. So if we go out and check and the water is not curving, then what do you think is going to be false? Do you think reality is false, or do you think a picture or video is false? Um, all right then, that was fun. Goodbye. Hey Cole, you got a mic, bro. It's 2026. You should have a mic. You need me to ask your mom to get you one real quick? Oh, you're there, buddy. Please don't be scared of me. Every time I talk to Glovers, they always get scared of me for some reason. Please don't be scared.
Yeah, you sound so scary.
That's what I've heard, you know? Because there's just so much testosterone flowing through my vocal cords. I can't help it. I promise I'm super nice to nice people. Overdenses. I'm I probably got muted immediately. I got muted in there already. They hate me in there. Did we lose our friend Cole? Oh no, he's still here. Brother, I know you have a microphone. Please don't be scared to talk to me. If you're scared to talk to me, I can only imagine what's gonna happen if you try talking to a beautiful woman. What's gonna happen to you, bro? Come on, you obviously need to practice. Oh, you know what? I think it's maybe because I sound really sexy to you. So maybe that's why you're shy to engage with me. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. I did not know that I was that attractive to you. My bad. Hey, bro, let me work my magic, dude.
Thank goodness AI's not in here with his good mic.
I do this kind of stuff to people that are always quiet and never want to engage with me. This stuff always gets them to open their mic up every time. Yeah. I know this in politics all the time. Yeah, Colt. Open up your mic, bro. I'm getting bullied in the side chat. Yeah, 20 cups. Don't be a hater. Oh, man. That's good. Guess I didn't want to engage. Only got 4 minutes left. Rip.
Why would he want to engage? Talks up a big game in the side chat, then all of a sudden gets called out, realises, oh darn, I don't have any proof to back up any of my claims. I think I better sit here and be quiet.
That's what I was going to get to. I was hoping he was going to open up some else we can get there, but he's telling us that we got flat brains. What did I say? What did I can't even see that emoji. It's so tiny. Oh, yeah, flat or whole. That's a cookie. It's funny. No, dude. I need longer than 3 minutes.
Now you're just big noting. Well, Cole, your silence is a concession that we live on a flat, stationary Earth. Thank you.
Or he's talking to his mom, asking her to buy him a new mic because he got really good grades today.
a super sexy mic that's going to flip lats.
Oh yeah, of course. Better be. That's what I'm hoping for. Like freaking Jedi's mic is crazy, dude. He was like whispering in at the other ear, dude. I felt that in my spine, bro. It's gonna come in through all buttery smooth and sexy. Dude, I missed all of that. Yeah, 20 cups, hurry. I got like a minute left. Yeah, dude, hurry, whip it out, bro. We want to see it. I mean, hear it.
And they're all chanting in the background, whip it out, whip it out.
All right, 20 cups. I expect to hear that mic when I get home later. Oh, I'm nice and full now. I'm gonna go to Yogurt Land. It's gonna be a big back today. My kid got an award for being like in the top 4 kindergartners in his school, so I told him I was gonna get him some Yogurt Land. Don't worry, I'll eat some for you guys too. It's gonna be delicious.
What the heck is Yogurt Land? Is that like an establishment or is that like a brand of yogurt you buy from the store?
Yeah, it's an establishment. It's a chain frozen yogurt place with like various toppings and flavors.
Oh, so it's kind of like ice cream.
Yeah, pretty much. It's good, bro.
Well, I mean, if it's like ice cream, then it should be good.
Yeah. It's a land of yogurt. It's like Disneyland.
I mean, like if you gave somebody a cup of Yogurt Land and told them it was ice cream, would they believe you, or is it like you can tell that it's yogurt?
Yeah, you could tell it's like a lot softer.
Like a gelato?
Yeah, I'll probably say it's more similar to gelato.
Well, I mean, what about soft serve ice cream though? Like you go to Dairy Queen, you know, that's soft. Is it like Dairy Queen soft serve ice cream?
I don't know. I feel like that ice cream, like, can still hold its shape for longer. I don't
Well,
know. I
yeah,
feel like it's more like the peaks are stiffer.
they
You know what I
turn it
mean? Like if
upside.
you, yeah, I don't think you can do that with yogurt. It's probably gonna run down.
I mean, I eat Greek yogurt at work, and that stuff's pretty stiff. I could turn that container over; it's not gonna fall out. But that's Greek
Yep.
yogurt. I don't know if Greek yogurt's similar to Yogurt Land yogurt.
Maybe I'm describing it wrong.
So Yogurt Land is more like
It's like
frozen
garbage
yogurt.
in their stuff. Yeah, they like have a machine that's like constantly whipping it around.
Because years
almost
ago,
like
we
a-
used to get these little cups with frozen yogurt in it, and they were really nice. Different flavors, like your normal yogurt flavors, but it was frozen. And like, think gelato type consistency.
Yeah, this place doesn't have like a lot of different toppings you can put on it. Yeah, I don't know you use like honey and granola. Yeah. I'm basic, so I don't really put all that other stuff on there.
I just recently learned that a lot of people use yogurt as a substitution for mayonnaise or like some certain sauces, like even like hot sauces or like well, not hot sauce, but like a chipotle mayo. It's not actually mayonnaise. They just put like chili peppers and stuff, but then they mix it with yogurt. It's pretty good too. I've had it. I was like, dang, I would never guess that's like a yogurt. Couldn't think of yogurt in the dessert context. But now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of Indian food is like they marinate the chicken. Like if you get tikka chicken masala, that really popular chicken dish, it's marinated in yogurt. So I guess I don't know. Maybe the dessert yogurt's more of like an American thing.
Anybody here ever seen the old grapefruit spoons with the serrated front edges?
What of them?
So we used to, my mom had a bunch of old silverware from her grandma, and so we had those grapefruit spoons. We used to take actual yogurt, like Yoplait, and freeze them, and then you take it out and use that grapefruit spoon to actually scoop it out before it gets all the way soft. It's literally frozen yogurt.
I couldn't understand what you're saying. A grapefruit spoon? What does yogurt have to do with a grapefruit spoon?
Like I said, we used to freeze actual yogurt until the point where it was like hard, and you can't eat it with a normal spoon. So you take the grapefruit spoon with the serrated edges, and you can dig it out while it's still frozen instead of getting all mushy.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a specialty spoon for grapefruit.
To be honest, I don't even know if they make them anymore. That silverware's got to be 80 years old at least.
Yeah, I bet it had a real silver in it too. Probably be worth some money if you could find one today.
I wouldn't doubt it.
So if you're like cooking food in different elevations, like it takes less time for water to boil if you're on top of a mountain, or more time if you're down by the beach trying to boil water. I mean, that's a pretty significant gradation of air pressure, right? If we were in a closed system, I mean, in a closed system, air pressure, it what's the word I'm looking for? Like averages out. I mean, there might be a little
Does it?
small. Yeah,
Are
I
you
think
sure?
so.
Oh, you better go look that up then.
I'm not 100%. So it doesn't.
All I'm saying is you better go and look that up then, and see what tests that people have done.
Well, if you were to think about, like, you got a propane tank. Well, I don't know, because that's liquid propane, so I don't think that's a good example. Maybe
What were you saying happened though? I missed that part.
I'm just saying, like, if you fill a container up with a gas, right? That pressure is gonna, shortly after it's filled, that pressure is gonna expand in all directions, right? So the pressure is gonna be like consistent throughout that container, is what I'm saying. Like it's not.
There's a total pressure for the container, but what is happening within layers and that in that, you don't know. See, it might be layered all perfectly and looks like some rainbow effect all the way up the container, like an oxy cylinder, for example. You've put your gauge on top, 20,000 psi, happy days. You're just assuming straight up that it's 20,000 psi evenly distributed across that bottle or cylinder, where it might be 21 down the bottom and 20 at the top.
Well, I guess I'm just kind of assuming that it would be, because I mean that's just kind of what you would, I guess, naturally assume, that gas just disperses, it fills the container, and
Well, it
so
does
it would
fill its
be.
container. Take the container away and watch what happens. You're not going to have 20,000 psi in a very small space if there's no container there.
Yeah, but then you also got to consider.
Why do you think car tires go bang when you puncture them? Like if air didn't expand to fill its available volume, your car tire, you'd puncture it. The only way you'd find out you've got a puncture is if you actually got out and checked every single morning to see if there was a rip or a hole or something there. Because if it didn't expand and go out, you'd just cruise along and you wouldn't even notice. There'd be no bang, nothing to give it away.
That is true, but it's not a 1-to-1 comparison, because with the Earth, it's also, I mean, it's producing.
How do you mean, not a 1-to-1 comparison?
Well,
it's
because
a container. The tire's a container. That's all it is.
but
Higher pressure inside.
To be closer than the tire itself would have to be producing air just to
No, it
be a
wouldn't.
close. Well, I mean, the Earth, that all the
It's just a
gases.
container. All it is a test to show how gas pressure needs to have a container. You've got your container, that's the rubber. Take the rubber away, no pressure. Puncture a hole in the rubber, no pressure.
Yeah, but my point is that, so it's not as if, so the Earth being contained, it's not as if there's an outside influence injecting, air or any sort of gas into it. I mean, it's generating it itself from the surface.
It's recycling. Do you know how a terrarium works? You know, when they put plants and stuff inside little glass bottles, not little ones, in glass bottles, containers, put the cork on the top. There's that one dude that had like a some record one that's been going for like 60 years or some crazy number like that. And all he's ever done in that time was pop the cork once and put a bit more water in it and put the lid back on.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, it's generating it, but it's a cycle. I get what you're saying.
But it's sealed. And it's not like it's generating pressure and blows the cork clean off the top of the thing. It's sealed.
Well, I mean, if you make and bottle your own beer, for example, I mean, it can blow the top off.
I do. That's different.
You ever seen that?
It's
that
not
episode
it's
of-
not a recycling system. It's
Tank?
actually producing carbon dioxide. So you've got your yeast in there, which is eating sugar, drinking water, shitting out carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
And because there's excess, it pressurizes your container, or carbonates the liquid that's in there. Pressurizes the container. That's why you put that extra sugar drop or whatever in your bottle just before you seal it. That kickstarts what yeast you've got left. Causes carbonation of that particular bottle, or if you're using a keg, you don't have to. You probably spoke to the wrong person about bottling beer there, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. If you have like a single gas that reacts the same all the time and it's a more controlled environment within its like temperature and pressure range, then yeah, it would be evenly distributed. I guess what he's saying is there's just so many external factors or mixtures of gas or a living producing thing like yeast that can change all of those that he was saying it's just a little too much of a generalization.
No, he was trying to use that to something else. Wasn't just a generalization. He needs his globe.
Says that part, my bad.
He knew where I was going. Matrix cut me off at the pass.
Well, it's not going to cut you off at the pass. It's just that's what happens. That's the whole beer thing. Well, it's not really anything over the top. It's really simple when you take a step back and have a look at the process in its entirety.
Yeah. But the reason we talk about that is have you seen that Breaking Bad episode where he like has that kind of experience, but he brews his own beer. So one night, like I guess he put too much yeast or whatever, and it starts pop 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 pop.
Yeah.
Basically, have a panic attack. Yeah, that was a good scene. You brew your own beer, Matrix?
Yeah. Yeah, I've
Nice.
been in a couple of competitions and the local show. I got a couple of years ago. I got second place in the local show. Yeah.
I got fourth place for my weed.
Wow. The Cannabis Cup.
That was called the Cannabis Growers Cup in my local town. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I could never imagine something like that over here. Maybe up at Nimbin, around that area. But down this way, nah. Too many do-gooders.
It's legal in my state, so I was up against a bunch of guys with these high level fucking plants and hydroponic setups and everything else, and I got my little 2x2x4 tent growing autoflowers in my closet. I got fourth place, so I must be doing something right. You got to give that energy to the plants, and they respond for sure.
Yeah, I think if culture was more of a weed culture rather than a alcohol culture, I think things would be a lot more peaceful.
I'm not even a
50
real big fan of the culture because I don't think you should make it like your personality. But I do agree if it was like more peaceful, definitely more peaceful and like and safe for your body and everybody else around you than alcohol and hard drugs for sure. So
Yeah.
I wish it was like that too. Wish it didn't have so much stigma.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean cultures in like a bunch of people walking around on drug rugs and little pins on their hats and just being stoned all the time. Just like if you go out, there's more like it would be cool to see instead of bars everywhere. You know, well, there just wouldn't be alcohol bars. It would just be like you can have a after dinner, marijuana cigarette or something like that.
It is much better. I quit drinking and just do that, and it's just much better in like physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, every way, man. Better for my family. Just way better.
50% of all murders in America, at least one of the parties is inebriated. I think 75% of all domestic abuse cases involve alcohol. Alcohol, like, pretty crazy.
Yes, we know it lowers inhibitions and things, but when you have angry or evil or poisoned intentions behind it, then lowering the inhibitions to keep those at bay is not a good thing.
But a culture geared more towards marijuana would be much more accepting of flat Earth. I think that would accelerate the awakening to that.
The federal government, that I read a study the other day, the federal government did studies on like how controllable people are when they're on different substances, and they found that people that smoke marijuana are definitely much more open-minded and also much less controllable than people that don't smoke or that drink alcohol instead of smoking. Standards are potheads in general. People that just smoke weed and these standards of potheads, just people that smoke marijuana are less controllable than people that don't. That's what they said.
So you live in a state where marijuana is legal?
Yeah.
Is it just medically or is it recreationally legal there?
Medically, recreationally, we don't yet have the what is it called? The crap, not the legal infrastructure, but you know what I mean, like the legal infrastructure with the regulation. That's where we don't have the regulation laws set up yet to where we can actually sell it, like in like shops and stuff like that yet. But a lot of people just don't give a shit. They label it all as THCA, and that's legal to sell. So they just label everything as THCA and then sell that to scoop through the loopholes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't smoked weed in a long time just because I don't trust buying it. Like, I'd rather buy it from a store or something where it's this like chain of custody, so it's not like just grown in some random drug cartel field where they probably spray it with all kinds of shit.
You're not wrong. That does happen. And between that, being able to choose like the exact high that I want, and also how fucking cheap it is to grow, those are all reasons I grow instead of buying. Plus, it's fun too.
You know, if the Earth was a record player, right? and you were to shoot a bullet at it, like a flat Earth, or at a bowling ball, right? And the bullet being a meteorite.
Okay, how did you jump from the top? Go back. You just jump from if the Earth was a record player, you shoot it, or at a bowling ball. None of these things have got anything in common. So where are you going, bro?
I'm trying to explain to you that if the
That's
Earth
not an
was
explanation.
well, I am.
The Earth's not a record player, and it's not a bowling ball. So try again.
Wouldn't it shatter if a meteorite hit a flat Earth? Wouldn't the Earth shatter because it's thin and its mantelpiece is not a solid like a sphere?
Because its mantelpiece is thin.
If someone
It's a loaded question, bro. What's a meteorite? What's a meteorite?
A meteorite.
Yeah.
A meteorite is something that killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah, we went through this, right? Cool story, bro.
Yeah, but I had an important phone call when we were discussing it yesterday, and then I got sidetracked. So I'm back to educate you flat earthers. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's about to get your mind blown. He's about to get your mind blown.
I thought your education level was going to be when Artemis went round the moon, you were going to come back dancing around and claiming how it had proven something. Where have you been, mate?
I've been on a scientific discovery that would blow your mind away, human.
Well,
the problem is I can only hold back the floodgates for so long to protect your brain from imploding inside of the matrix. The Earth is round, okay, and it's as simple as that. Because
well, if it's round, you would have some kind of measurement to validate, verify, or prove such a simple claim.
Well, the pyramids actually have that equation inside of it.
The pyramids have the equation inside them for a measurement that you haven't taken or that can't get hold of. Either way.
No. The secret lies within Gaza.
And you've been in the pyramids and you've witnessed this equation.
Have you witnessed the Earth being flats?
No, don't sidestep it. You said the equation is in the pyramids. Now, logically, the next sequence of questions would be in regards to the pyramids and said equation. So have you been into the pyramids to witness said equation that proves the Earth is a ball tard?
I saw it on a documentary.
You saw it on a documentary, so you're not even sure about that.
It was on the Discovery Channel on cable TV. This is prior Netflix, right? This is early 2000s. I don't know if you're even alive then, my good Hebrew friend.
I'm a 78 model. I think I'd just scrape in.
Nice, yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah. He's talking about stuff in the early 2000s. I used to like watching a show called Beyond 2000.
I remember that too. I remember that. How cool was that? How cool. You used to hang out for, remember? Every Sunday before 60 Minutes. It used to be on before 60 Minutes, remember?
I just liked the show. I couldn't tell you what was on after it. Wasn't interested.
It was always, I know, because then it was Dad's turn. It was Dad's turn for the TV remote. Yeah.
I reckon 60 Minutes, that show went too long.
You reckon they could have nailed it down to about 5 minutes and just called it a day?
On a serious note, because my time is limited. I've only got so many times I can come in here and try and educate you fools, because I can only hold back the floodgates of heaven for so long before the rapture happens for the four corners of the winds of the earth.
So on one hand, you're preaching to us that it's a ball, it's a ball, it's a ball. And the next hand, you're telling us about
the floodgates.
The
floodgates of the four corners.
Yeah. On a
The
flat
problem is,
Earth. Awesome.
If you think the Earth is flat, do you believe in God? Being a flat earther? Simple question. Do you believe in God?
Well, there's no necessity to believe or not to believe in God. All you've got to do is measure the ground. Totally non-related.
Okay. On a closing though, I can stand on the beach and look into the horizon with my peripheral view, and I can see the Earth curving through the corner of each part of my eye when I look straight out into the ocean.
Excellent.
Okay.
So let's just say you're standing on a raft. You're out in the middle of the ocean. You cannot see land anywhere. You're looking straight ahead. So you're saying over on the right-hand side of your vision, you can see it curving down, and far left, you can see it curving down. Is that correct?
It curves up. It curves up on the left, curves down on the right.
Straighten your head up. So it's like a sine wave. High on one side, low on the other.
Oh, sorry. Dear sir, no, it does go left and right, then right and left, downwards on a curved
So it's
earth.
down. So on the edge of your vision, it bends down.
It goes down. Yes. That's
Excellent.
the same
So that's
direction.
facing north, right? So you're out the raft.
Wait.
You're on your raft. Yeah, I don't want you to get lost.
Okay.
You're out in your raft. You're facing north, and you look straight ahead, and it slowly dips down onto the extremities of your vision. That's what you're saying.
But aren't I
nice
already
and
lost
easy.
because I'm on a raft? Aren't I already lost because I am on a raft?
Well, it doesn't matter. We're not trying to go anywhere. The only place you're going to go is you're going to turn around in a 360-degree. That's all you're going to do. So what's going to happen now? So you were facing north. Now we're going to turn around and face south. When you look ahead, do you still see your vision dipping down at the sides?
Always. Because as I spin on the spot, it's always...
No, you'll get dizzy and fall over because you're an alcoholic. Don't do that. Anyways, so you've faced north. You've told me that it dips down at the sides. You've faced south, and you've told me that it dips down at the sides. So now we're going to face east. Are you looking at the dip?
Is this the stock market dip? The crypto dip? Or...
Don't be a clown. Answer the question. This is to do with your vision. Are you now looking at the dip?
No, because the dip constantly keeps moving and rotating.
So that must be something to do with your optic then, not to do with the ground.
No, the ground is
constantly keeps moving.
Because
it keeps moving. As you move, you just said as you move, it moves. So that must be something to do with you, not the Earth.
If it was that simple, what you just described, right,
it is that simple, bro.
Then we're all being lied to.
No shit. Welcome to the club.
Not in the club. I'm just trying to say to you that the Earth is round, right? And we're not.
Your reasonings for it being round. Your reasonings. I didn't say it was a pizza tray. So stop putting stupid ideas out there, child. Seriously, bro. Wake up yourself.
Wow.
Your reasonings for thinking it's round. Yeah, I've got a job. It's Saturday. I've got my day off, dude. Your reasonings for thinking it's your reasonings for thinking it's round is what is broken, Nobby. You just said you think it's round because that's how you see it when you're looking out there. And all of a sudden I've shown you that it's not the Earth that's curving, it's just your eyes, your optics, that makes it appear that way.
Is that because my eyes are round?
I just thought it was because you're fucked in the head, but that's another story.
Oh, so now we're name calling you piece of shit.
No, I said you're fucked in the head. I didn't say you're a piece of shit.
No, but you are calling
slightly different.
You think you're cool. don't you? You're one of the cool kids, aren't you?
Oh no, I'm the nasty one that they leave alone. Not one of the cool ones.
Nah, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon you're right there. Jesus
As you can
loves
see,
you.
Nobby,
I want you to
yeah,
know
if
that.
you want to act like a clown, which you do, I can quite easily
I don't.
accommodate that shit. That's not a
No,
problem.
no. I'm not a clown.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
not a clown. I'm a human being.
So why do you come in here and
I'm a
say dumb
human.
shit all the time? Why don't you
It's not
ever
dumb.
learn?
It's actually highly.
If the Earth was a record and you shot it, it'd shatter, because if you shot the bowling ball, it wouldn't shatter.
Yeah.
And that's the last time we spoke, and I'll be damned if you didn't come in and say the same shit today. You are the broken record on repeat, Nobby.
Do you understand? I'm trying to help you, you fool. You fool, run!
You got to help yourself, bro. Don't worry about helping us.
How do I do that?
Get out in the real world.
And what is like your world?
Instead of your imaginary
world
crypto crap that you've been gibbering on about for ages.
Oh, mate, it's about to pop off.
Yeah. Sure.
It'll be huge.
Yeah.
Why do you think that what you have is proof, TV Nobby? Because it's not.
Look, I gotta go. I gotta go. My energy cells have been burnt up today, and
all right. Well,
I
just before you go, just before you go, right? Think about this. Just before you go, just feign being a flat earther, like to a friend or something. Like challenge their belief in the globe and see if they can prove it to you. And with every response they give, just answer them with what we answer you with, and see if they can actually prove their globe.
I'll do that. But you have to promise to love me and hold me.
Promise to what?
Love me and hold me, and be gentle. I'm very emotional.
8 days a week? What the heck, bro?
I like that one. I just like to say that my bowling ball theory of
It's a joke. You couldn't beat time with a stick. Seriously.
I don't know what it is, but I picture TV Nobby like selling fruit and veggies.
Can you say that again, bro? What'd you say?
said I don't know what it is, but I always like I picture TV Nobby as somebody that's like sells fruit and veggies. That's a
Like
good.
on the fruit, right?
Yeah. I think I don't know. I'm guessing TV Nobby, you have some kind of ethnic background, possibly Lebanese. Could be Greek, but I'm leaning towards Lebanese. Definitely a big lad, anyway. If that's you and your PFP there.
I'm Italian. I come from the Roman descendants of the glorious gladiators of the round earth, where Julius Caesar once pondered.
So he's only 5'1" tall.
You know the
Listen,
Romans built the aqueducts, right? They built it
Yeah,
on
I
the
know.
principle of level, and
No, they
the head, the head architect that was leading those aqueduct projects. He scoffed at the idea of the Earth being a globe. It's actually written down in history.
Can I tell you something that I've noticed about the flat earthers in this Discord that will blow your mind away? Just quickly. I won't take too much of your time. I swear it's.
If it won't, then why won't you get to the point already? You're making it take forever.
What is the point? Seriously, what is
You
the
brought
point?
it up.
He's
You brought it
forgotten.
up. Why do you got to be a goldfish?
I don't know. That's a good question. Why do I? Ooh. There's some intellect.
Just seeing if I can grab you that name of that head architect, the Roman architect, and a quote for you, just so you know, I'm not full of shit. Okay, so Vitruvius, circa 80 to 15 BCE, the father of Roman architecture. And he designed massive aqueducts that ran for 50 plus miles. He had to account for level. If the earth curved as much as the librarians of Alexander claimed, a 50-mile aqueduct would have to bend significantly. One sec. So the claim is that Vitruvius and Roman surveyors worked on the absolute plane principle. They didn't correct for curvature in their blueprints because, on the scale of their physical world, the curve was non-existent, or speculative math that didn't affect the water in their channels.
Mic check. Checking on the new people. You got any questions about the topic? Right ahead. Open your mic and ask.
Loud and clear, Jimsy.
What was that, Tito? I'm sorry. I'm warming up some rebuy.
I was just saying loud and clear.
In here to see. Damn, Strek. Can you speak for yourself?
Yeah, who did that mute? That was so fast. Holy.
I've still got it.
Bro, I thought I was gonna be the first one to do it. Wow, that was quick.
I thought I was gonna be the first one to do it.
The most depressing part is, lads, is when I'm on another screen reading stuff and I've got enough time to click back, find the clown, and mute them. That's the sad part. Sorry.
Emotional
damage!
You beat me by a mile. Not gonna lie.
You need to speed that up, Yaga, so it's just a blur.
Here's a quote from Vitruvius. I'm not so sure about his. He may have been a globetard, but his use of water practically in the help of constructing aqueducts is clear in some of his works. Specifically, Book 8, Chapter 5 of De Architectura. He says, "But if the wind interposes," now this is to do with plumbobs, "then have a groove on the upper side of his Karabates," right? I don't know how you pronounce it. Have a groove on the upper side, 5 feet long, 1 digit wide, and a digit and a half deep, and pour water into it. If the water comes up uniformly to the rims of the groove, it will be known that the instrument is level.
I'm excited to finally get a new pocket knife after like 3 years of having this old one. It was time. The other one was freaking not really small, but smaller than this new one I got. This one's a new one. Big boy.
Yeah, I just picked up a couple new orange blade, all black knives in there. They feel really good to carry around. Look really cool.
I just use a katana.
I was carrying around to work, but yeah, no, that is very useful.
Oh yeah, you could use one of those too.
Sacre bleu, une lightsaber terrible.
By the way, that frozen yogurt I got was so good. I posted up a picture in the side chat too if anybody wants to look at it. But anyway, we talk about flat Earth in here. If anybody has any questions about flat Earth, it's more than welcome to ask.
If the Earth was a record player, right, and you shot a bullet at that, and it's a bowl, and we do not care. The Earth is also a bowling ball. Wouldn't the bullet shatter the record player? The bullet being a meteorite, wouldn't it dissolve?
Bro, what are you saying?
I just wonder why you're wasting my time talking about record players. I'm not a fucking child.
That's the most incoherent thing I've heard in a long time.
So that's not bad. It only took him 20-something minutes to reset. That's pretty good.
It's like, yes, if Earth was a giant banana and then a gorilla peeled back the skin and started eating it, would we still be alive? Would
Would you
anime
like
still be
blueberries?
real? Yeah. Like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Well, if there's any people listening on YouTube, this is your current globe champion. I'm sure you have better arguments. You guys are more than welcome to come on in.
I've got to know, Nobby, do you honestly forget stuff and you just keep repeating because you've just forgotten that you've said it? Or do you actually really think that you've got some kind in your head that you've actually got some kind of something to put forward there out of that gibberish that you had?
Right now, he sounds like a broken record player.
All I've got to say is the more you learn, is the more you earn.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
That's the slogan that they use to sell college to people. And then you got people with, $60, $70, $80,000 worth of debt, student loan debt, and they're hoping to pay it off because they got that entry level position at, Starbucks.
That's a fucked up phrase anyway. The fact that they sell education to you. That's fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. That's capitalism at its finest.
They
Everything
sell
is a marketplace.
education. Bro, they sell water. They sell, electricity. They charge everyone for property. I don't know, complete nonsense.
Yeah, there's enough land that the entire world population, the alleged number currently, could all get a quarter acre and fit in the country of Brazil. No problems.
Or the state of Texas, either one.
That's if you make everyone stand in formation. They can all fit in Texas. But if you give them like the standard American quarter acre property, everybody could have a house in Brazil.
I mean, they could have solved homelessness in the entire United States with the money they spent on this fucking stupid article vision.
Yeah.
If you don't know how uninformed we are, I didn't know this either, but I found out this week that per the law, and they mention it in the House in the U.S., that our entire federal income tax system is a voluntary system. We don't actually even have to pay it. We just have to tell them we want our money back by the old silver currency that's non-taxable. And if we pay any federal taxes, they have to refund it to us. But if we just don't pay any federal taxes during the year, they can't do anything to us. And they were like, if everybody used this voluntary system, it would collapse. It's voluntary. And all you have to make it is pay it to them. We've been paying people to do our taxes for us because when you do that, you are voluntarily saying, I'm supposed to pay this much and I have to. But if you say, I don't want to be taxed federally, they can't tax you. That's crazy.
Yeah, the income tax at one time was supposed to be temporary anyways. Something like 100 years ago, maybe a little bit more. And then they just kind of forgot to tell everybody to stop paying. It's been a fantastic scam for them.
Well, I mean, I'm never paying federal tax again.
Talking about space
Used on
scams.
fake moon missions and bombing people in Gaza. Things.
Your taxes don't go for that. The taxes are just being kind of like paid to certain to the crown, basically. That's allegedly, and to the that stuff ends up to to kind of support the big families, including the Vatican and stuff.
That's
But
correct.
the another scam besides the space scam and the income tax. It will be property taxes. That is one of the biggest scams that there is.
Yes, sir. I also found out this week that apparently we are still under British maritime law here in the U.S. That's fun. I need to do some more research on it, but that part was crazy. The guy said if you walk into a courtroom anywhere in the U.S., you'll see the American flag had this gold fringe all around the edge, and that gold fringe means that you are under British maritime law, and they can charge you and prosecute you under your birth certificate, which proves that you are a corporation and property of the U.S. government, as well as on the stock exchange. But if you ask them to take away that flag with the gold fringe and replace it with the regular one, they won't do it, because if they do, that puts you under your personal law, your capital first letter with lowercase other letters. Where you'll notice any corporation stuff that's given to you is all capitals. If you ask them to do it, they won't want to do it because it makes you underneath your own human physical personal law, and there is no law written to control that. So if you ask them to take it away, they can't prosecute you with the crime, which is why they won't do it. So I need to do more research on that and see if that's 100% accurate. Not that I'm not in trouble with the law, but that's just a crazy interpretation that I did not know about.
Basically, all crimes are like a commercial. That's why all of it is in the commercial code. Even the criminal code, it falls on the USCC commercial code. So I mean, unless you're like just, criminal for whatever that means, unless you're like taking property from someone, or even hurting someone physically, that you have someone like a man and a woman or a child like having a claim against you, like because you cause harm to them. It's one thing. But everything else, like the traffic code, that's commercial. Um, whatever whatever you can say about fines, it's all commercial, and the courts, they monetize everything. So all of those tickets and everything that says numbers in the court, like the prosecutor when he presents you with, oh, you got this fine and this fine, all of those things are bonds that they're making, and they monetize all that. So from one traffic stop to when the police officer writes the citation, whatever, $250 fine or whatever, that is a bond. That is a commercial paper that is being monetized. And from there, they can monetize every single step you do through the court system. And they charge you cash as well in the public side. Because all of the bonds and all the monetary instruments that you sign just to get out of the problem, all of that stuff is being monetized. And they can, as a banking institution, which the courts are banks basically, they can monetize all of those monetary instruments 10 times the value of them under the modern money mechanics and how money works. They can monetize all of that stuff, and cash basically get 10 times the amount.
I was watching another video that along that same vein that was saying that same taxable tender that they use, it says on it, this is legal tender for all debts, public and private. But the fact is that money is actually a debt. When they print that money, it increases our national debt. because it's thin air. There's no backing to it. So technically, like a $1 bill is a debt that we have to repay with interest to those banks. And so when they're asking us to pay a debt with a debt, by law, you can't do that. So if you say like, don't pay a bet, don't pay a debt, and they come after you for whatever, as long as you know which law to reference and you have a lawyer to back it up with, you can be like, yeah, I don't want to pay it per, I don't remember the law because my brain is terrible. But per these two laws here, I don't have to pay it back. The federal government is actually responsible to pay back that debt. I can't pay a debt with a debt. So you can't come after me for the debt. So it's the federal government's responsibility to pay that. And per that law, you won't have to pay the debt and they can't come after you for it. Now, I don't know any other variables as far as like your car loan, they can't take your car or something like that. I don't know at that part. I don't know all the details, but that's just what it was saying. Is that, again, I want to do more research on it, but that's just a crazy thing to even know because they won't tell you that, of course.
Yeah, you cannot pay. You cannot actually pay with dollars because that's how do you say my goodness, like you said, it's a debt instrument. You can
That's why
only charge off, or what is it called, a discharge. And in the past, the only way to actually settle as a payment, is supposed to be gold or silver. That's actual money under. I mean, for millennia, gold and silver has been recognized as actual money, but these dollars are not actual money. That's not money.
And that's why
Look,
there's laws against you paying like your car loan with a credit card because you can't pay a debt with a debt.
Yeah, so it's like an IOU then.
the thing is that every time you give them these deposits, they as a banking institution, car dealerships like Toyota. Toyota is owned by a bank, right? So in the public side, you giving Toyota cash, but in the private side, they convert that cash 10 times the amount as a banking institution. They can monetize that 10 times. When you receive certain bills, many times the bills are gonna say payment voucher. Have you ever seen that? The actual bill says payment voucher, and in the instructions, I'm gonna read from one that I've seen, that I have a copy of it, right? And it says, let me see, where is it? Pay, but okay. It says go to this website to pay from your bank account or with a credit card, right? Or pay by mail using the voucher below. It's clear as a night and day. Pay by mail by using the voucher below. And if you look at the voucher, it says payment voucher, and it has an amount. It has it's like a check. It looks like a check. It looks like a money order, basically. It actually looks like a money order, similar to it, because it's a monetary instrument. And it has the amount, right? And it's a payment voucher. And it says up above it, if you want to pay this debt, pay by mailing this voucher below. There you go.
Yeah. That's like the DTC that got like an actual value to a birth certificate. They have like a value to the birth certificate, like each everybody with a birth certificate or a social security number have an account of value. So it's like literal live stock. And they actually traded within the market. That's actually what they claim that they trade in, or productivity. But it's just basically BTC put a value upon our life expectancy and our
are inherent value. And that's what they basically say, like, oh, well, that's why we don't need the gold standard anymore, because the United States of America is just, they're using the U.S. citizens since they are all corporations. We're going to use the inherent value of these corporations using their birth certificates and social security cards or numbers or accounts.
And that goes back to like Fight Club, where he's like the insurance guy that looks at problems with cars and does the math on, okay, this thing, are we going to recall it because it's going to have these failures and kill this many people and cost this much money? If it costs more money to fix the cars than it's going to cost to kill the people, then they just don't do it. Ford Pinto was one of the biggest examples of that. And yeah, that's just placing a monetary value on a human life.
Next time you get like a, let's say, I don't know about all, but most of them are pretty. Like the one I was reading, you could probably look online, or if you yourself probably get something in the mail, maybe from the federal government, maybe send you a bill for taxes or whatever, and they send you or the state taxes, I think as well. Just read through it, and it's in plain English, guys. It says right there. There's a voucher right here, and you can pay this debt with it.
Look at that tax bill from last year, and really hard when I got home.
You know what's weird about that whole thing? Like, it's been people like teaching that for years, and they don't never get on the people that actually use it, use the knowledge with success. They always attack the people that teach it. I guess, they all, like all those guys like Lord Williams, Wilson Stroud, like all those guys like Gene Keith and all those guys. They put those guys in jail just because they wrote books.
Well, they told you they want a nation of workers, not of thinkers. So if you're teaching people how to think and get out of the scam, you're gonna be in trouble because you're gonna be. I mean, instead of having workers, you're gonna be having people not cleaning their toilets, not serving their teas. Like what I'm saying is that these people they want to be on the administrative side, not on the working side. They need workers for them to be the administrators. Let's check real quick on new people. Mauro, bienvenido, Mauro. Welcome. I'm just speculating. Mauro sounds kind of like a Spanish name.
You know, if a hot air balloon can capture the heat because it's round, then surely the Earth is round because it captures the heat from the sun.
Wait. TV Nobi, you've been. I remember you. Damn, when was it? I DM you a long time ago. 2025, yeah.
I've been in here destroying these flat earthers all morning. They've just been grasping at air. Actually, some of them have changed their lives and they've gone and got a job. And then one guy actually went and got married and had kids and said thank you for saving me from the shackles of this cult based on my bowling ball theory. Would you like to hear it?
You play volleyball and you save yourself because you're doing exercise. Volleyball.
No,
You exercising?
the bowling ball theory that has saved many flat earthers' lives from a burning wreckage. There's screaming people in the background, freaking out. Would you like to know more?
Have you dropped the alcohol though? Yourself? Or you
I
still
don't
like
drink.
getting drunk?
Actually, I don't drink or smoke
Why
or
why
anything.
you sound drunk though?
This is the way I sound. This is the way I am.
I mean, sounds like there's something wrong there then. Have you saved
That's just
yourself?
the way I am.
Have you saved yourself from something like that?
What do you mean if I save myself? What, my
Yeah, it's called
virginity?
it's called the saving yourself with the sound of your voice theory. Have you heard of it?
I have, and I've heard what my voice sounds like, and I've got to admit that I wanted to be my friend. Yeah.
You want to be your own friend? Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, because I sound incredible. I sound amazing. Now see, they say that I have the sweetest voice, the nicest voice. That's what they say. That's what they say. I mean, I quite know the guy.
Are you like pretending or something? Is this like a pretending thing that you're doing or what?
But why would I? Why would I pretend? Just explain that to me. Just seriously, take a moment, take a knee, and just explain it to me why you'd want to do this. Why?
What? But why
Why?
not? What? But why not? Why not? Tell me why not.
The earth
Why
is
not?
round.
Well, I see a table right here that I have next to me, and it is round. Table. Are you saying the
Yes,
earth is a table? Are you saying the earth is a table?
the top of my head is round. Okay. Everything's round. We live in a round society. You have round eyeballs. You drive a car with a round steering wheel. Okay, if it wasn't for the round steering wheel, how would you navigate around on a round Earth? I rest my case. I
But
don't need to be
that will. You're saying that the earth is like a. Is that what you're saying though?
saying.
But
I don't know if the spiritual.
that will be impossible though. It will be an impossibility
See?
to be
What's a
so.
ball? Ball. Listen to the words you're saying. It's a play on words. Ball, posse ball. Ball
Yeah, yeah,
being round. Round being the earth. Oh my god, you just unlocked Pandora's box.
yeah. Because remember, we know balls in real life, right? Like a soccer ball,
Your
balls,
ball bag, your
a volley.
balls.
You mentioned a
What about your
volleyball
balls?
earlier. We know
What
how
about your
balls work in reality, right? But the
what
globe
about
ball an impossible. It's not a ball in reality. It's an impossibility, not a real
what
ball.
about a ball joint to a car? That's a ball. You've got
Those are
all sorts of things.
you can call those, maybe you can call those balls, maybe, or spheres. Yeah, sure. That might be.
Like you need to understand that they say that we have the sweetest earth, the most roundest earth. Okay. I just want you to know that I forgive you. Where's Batman? He picked on Henry. You heard what Batman has said to Henry before? Oh my goodness. Batman should be ashamed of himself.
But what are you holding to this impossible in your beliefs? What is it, like something emotional that you're holding? Is it like something in your culture that
Like
you
my
like
culture.
missed?
You make me want to do this also. I'm serious, bro. You make me
Like
want to do listen, mate.
is it like you love the impossible, you love the impossible, and that's why you just promote the scam, even though you're not a scammer. I'm pretty sure I mean, I cannot tell if you are, but you're
Not
probably not a
tell.
scammer. But you
You
push the
scam.
scam because you love the impossible.
You are scam.
Is that what it is?
You are. Yes.
Because I don't see any logical way that you can argue for the impossible. So why are you doing it?
The reason why it's impossible, it's incredible, because I know the guy. I've met the guy. I've met the guy that told the lie.
So why are you pushing the impossible again? Don't mute, bro. Just talk to me. Come on.
No, I can't. I can't. I need to rest. My energy sectors are getting low, and I need to get some more krypton to recharge myself. It's very complicated, okay? If I go to a hyperflux warp drive with the capacitors, there's no coming back, and the Earth will shatter in half.
Oh, I get now why
I
you
need to be
sound tired. I get it why you sound tired because you've been looking at the
Why?
crypto charts and your money's going down. You haven't been able to sleep well or something.
How did you? How did you know? Stop it! Stop it! How did you know? Tell me.
Because it
Je ne
sounds
sais
like
pas.
that. It sounds like you have been losing sleep because you're seeing your account like drop value by the second or by the day or something.
I want to be honest with you. You make me want to go to Bali and buy some Louis Vuitton handbags. I'm actually serious. There's
Wait, you
something
need
about you.
what you need is to get a new mic first.
I'm gonna. But what I need you to understand is, we're free spirits. We're free men. Walk here.
Hey, what happened with the other coin? Did it went to zero? The one that you were pushing like last year? Oh, he left. I was just trolling the troll. It's obviously.
I mean, obviously, he's over here telling us he's setting people free from a cult while he gives a shit about the fake ass money.
And he had like a new crypto this time, Negro or something. So last year he was here doing something similar to what he just did now. I kind of trolled him a little bit back then because he just was doing the same thing.
You said you just want to survive what?
He wants to survive one more day or something.
I feel that, brother, out there for a very great many years, bro. You got this shit.
He dropped out. I wasn't like looking to make fun of him or anything, but he was kind of like saying, I saved a bunch of flat earthers. Now one of them have a family, he got a job. I'm like, this guy is just trolling.
I was hoping he was going to name drop who they were. I was going to ask him once you guys were done talking.
He was listening to us talking about, money and some theories about that, and he wanted to make fun of people in here, so that's why I had to just, I don't know, put him down a little bit. And he dropped when I asked him about not being able to sleep because his crypto value was falling from the sky. I mean, that's not funny, but he's trying to make fun of people and their personal stuff. And he's just, I don't know what's wrong with him. Last time he was flashing money like, I'll give you $5,000 right now if I want to. I got a lot of money. I asked him, give me the 5,000, I'll take it. He never gave it.
He didn't give you any conditions. He was just going to give it to you.
Yeah, nobody asked him. He said, "I'll give you $5,000 because I got money." That's what he said. I'll send you crypto right now. I was sure I'll take it, but he never did.
Dude, I would take that too. You know how much Panda you could buy for $5,000?
Yeah, I just go on a vacation just for free vacation. Thanks, and I'll still have like more than half the money when I come back.
Money doesn't make you a good like anything really. It doesn't. I mean, it can make you more comfortable in this stupid life, and take care of your family, alleviate stress, and all that kind of stuff, make you more comfortable. But like actually having money is such a trap, dude. Look at all the people, the richest people in this world. Almost every single one of them is also the worst person on earth. So, and that happens to like every level, even local levels. The richest people around usually are in some position of social or governmental power, and they also screw over the people in their local areas, and it just goes up the ladder the whole way, where the richest people are screwing over the poorest people at every level. I mean, I don't want to be rich.
I think I hit a nerve because when I asked him about his account losing value, he said, "How do you know?" He said that, right? Or something like that. Is that what he said?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, dude. That's pretty funny.
So when he's losing in the crypto market, he comes in here to take out his frustrations.
Yeah,
take it out
exactly.
on us.
So he has in his profile he's a Nairo whale. Nairo, that's a cryptocurrency. And for the past, let's say, well, for the past year, it's been down 40%. So if he jumped in a year ago, he's down 40%. If he was in 3 months ago, he's down 21%. So he took a big cut.
Ouch.
Unless he went
It's
in, he went in like 30 days ago, he's up 50% from all the downside that it had. But still, I don't think he's up that much, honestly.
What are you talking about? Bitcoin?
No, some guy that was here saying that he saved flat earthers and he made a flat earther find a family and another one to get a job, and he had this he said volleyball earth theory, or he said something like that, volleyball theory, and yeah, he saved flat earthers from volleyball theory, and he saved flat earthers from being in a cold, and he was just saying all that. But then when I checked the name, it's someone that was here like a year ago doing the same exact thing and promoting this scam crypto coin that fell from the firmament. So I guess he lost in that one maybe, and now he was promoting another one that he has in his name, and that one is falling too.
Oh, I see.
So when I was trying to just kind of like get in his head a little bit, just trying to do different approaches, then I finally said, "What's wrong with you? Is your crypto wallet falling, losing value?" Because, and then he got triggered and left.
The delusion's falling apart, huh?
Maybe he got a lot of money. I don't know, but I don't know. He got kind of like a little bit defensive when I mentioned the crypto and him losing money on it. I mean, he was trying to trigger people in here, saying that this is a cult, and he got people out of the cult.
He saved flat earthers. He saved them. Another weird one. Probably the weirdest one of the day.
Yeah, I heard part of that. He was off his nut.
Anyways, let's check on the new people. If there's anyone in here that would like to ask any questions about the topic of the VC, you are welcome to open your mic and ask. You can direct all of your questions to T-Dup or Matrix or anyone else in here except myself. Wink, wink.
he was doing that whole thing that like most people that do globally do. And he was like, the Earth is a ball, and there's the curve. You can see it right there. And it's like, well, you're assuming that Earth is a ball, and that's the curve without thinking about it. That's like finding a dead body and seeing a person in the general vicinity and be like, well, there's the murderer. There's a dead body. The person's been murdered. Like that guy's here, so he must be the murderer without looking into DNA evidence, video camera evidence, looking deeper, asking questions, seeing if he was even there. Any of that, no motive, just nothing. They just say, "Oh, there's somebody that murdered, and the person is here. He must be the murderer." And if you look closer, you'd see that nothing else about that matches. You can't just make that assumption based on the Earth being round and there's the curve, and you don't look into it anymore. That's pretty much what happens, and the opposite of what we do. But it's hard to get people to like get that in their heads and get them on that mindset.
Let's see, any new people in here that want to ask any questions about the topic? Let me check the panel. Oh, there's Lats and there's Lass. I almost confused it. Almost thought it was the same person. Lass, have you been here before, Lass? Just an ugly guy. Oh, ugly girl who likes to sing. Okay. Architect and interior designer here. Feel free to ask about architectural and interior things. Lass, do you take into account level and horizontal to build structures in architecture? Or as an architect, do you take level into account? I guess the bio is not factual because he's saying ask questions. Feel free to ask about architectural things, but she's not replying. Alright, keep your secrets. Cole, welcome Cole. How you doing, Cole? Cole! Yeah, why people being so shy? Cole, did you mute it and try to say something? Because I couldn't hear it. I know, it's sleepy time for a lot. Oh, go ahead. What if it's a curving bridge? He met the dude that told the lie? I'm sorry.
He was trolling, bro. He full of shit.
But that will make it an impossible, because balls don't do what they claim the globe does, right? That's why I call it an impossible. In reality, we don't have that type of balls. Balls don't behave like the globe ball.
So, Jimsy, I have a couple of questions here. So if the sun is 93 million miles away, right? Then by the time the light gets here, it'd be traveling in straight parallel lines, right?
That's the one more time, I bet. I was reading this Andy Breaking Balls name, and I was, wait, Andy Breaking Balls.
I said, if the sun is 93 million miles away, based on what we know of the laws of light, by the time the light gets here, it would be traveling in straight parallel lines, right?
Allegedly, yeah, sure, okay, yeah.
All right, so I live in between two mountain ranges that are parallel to each other in a valley. The two mountain ranges about 25 miles apart. And this time of the year, where I'm working is right in the middle between those two mountain ranges, and the sun goes right over top of my head. So there are that today I could see it. And yesterday, all week, honestly, you can see clouds that were not directly over top of the mountains, but slightly off them, like slightly inside the valley a little bit on either side. And I can see both sides of the mountains. And you can see by the shapes of the clouds and stuff that the shadows that are running along the mountains are of the clouds that are slightly inside the valley, not on top of the mountains, on both sides. So the sun rays are coming in at an angle from the sun, hitting those clouds and projecting them farther outward at an angle onto the mountains. If the light gets here at parallel angles from the sun 93 million miles away, how is that happening?
That might be another impossibility. I don't know. How does stuff works in an impossible fantasy made up by silly guys in a cult? Really couldn't be able to tell you how that stuff works, because it doesn't.
We don't know everything. We don't know how far away the sun is. We don't know, but we do know it's not that far away. So we know that what we've been told isn't accurate. And that's where questions start getting answered past that.
Let me check if any of the Globers can help me in here. GGX Duck, can you help me out? Or maybe Last. I don't remember if Last. I only see Last has one server mutual with me, so. Or Cole. I don't know if these people are actually Globe believers, but. Can you guys help me out by any chance? Because these fantasy Globe questions don't compute for me. You guys tell me how it works? Since he's asking me how it works, I think it doesn't work. So how does it work? Please tell. If the sun was 93 million miles away and they say space is not empty, right? Empty space? I mean, is it empty space or is there something in there? Because if there's stuff in the way, why isn't the light blocked? Or let's say other stars, right, that we can see that are trillions of miles away. Why isn't the light blocked by stuff in the way? Wouldn't there be like trillions of miles of stuff in the way? G-Town?
12 miles of.
That wasn't audible.
Dark matter and light dispersion.
I'm just saying, to be able to see those
You
lights.
dumbass flat earther, you have a flat brain, dumbass.
Hey, Cole, welcome, Cole. Yeah, do you think brains are flat? Where do you saw that though? Where you've seen that, Cole? Is that like in your mind, or do you imagined it or something? Don't tell me you came out with that all by yourself. Flat brains. That's a funny one, actually, Cole. Do you made that one up? Cole! I guess Cole is not allowed to speak. He's probably asking his daddy or someone else to be able to open his mic, 'cause, I mean, he's not doing it. So I will only imagine that he's not allowed to.
Shit like that's not even worth giving attention, man. I mean, you give it attention, it makes it real. And I'm just not in the business of making crap like that real.
I'm pretty sure Cole is capable of being, able to have a conversation with people, but at this moment, I have my doubts. Cole, are you capable of talking to people without calling them flat brains? I mean, you can do that if you like. That's your word choosing, right? You can choose those words, but is your vocabulary extensive enough to have a lengthy conversation, Cole? And listen, English is my second language, but it sounded to me that English might be your first language, and you might have like a short vocabulary for what you said. You said what? How many words? Like 5 words, and then you muted yourself and not saying nothing else? Is that all you got, Cole? Is that it? I bet you're thinking about pressing that red button and drop out, huh? Running away, Cole? Or are you gonna back up what you said? Let's check the etymology of the word coal. What does a coal means? Do you know what coal means, Cole? Let's check it. Let's learn something new with coal. Many times when you check these people's names, you find the meaning of the words they project. Actually projecting. Remember reverse? A guy reverse. He used to reverse everything you said. Doesn't matter what you said. It could be something real. If it was said by a flat earther, he will reverse everything you said.
Contrarian for the sake of it.
Yeah, just being a contrarian just because. And his name was reversed. Maybe he also walked backwards. Cole etymology. Let's see if it means anything. Maybe Cole just wasn't able to complete a word and he just picked 3 letters. Maybe he's lazy. Are you lazy, Cole? You cannot unmute your mic? Because by the sound of it, you just said 3 words or 4. I don't know how many words. Maybe 5 words. And then you mute it. And then you're not able to say anything else. Not energized enough to unmute again. And maybe not allowed to speak. The noun col referring to a mountain, pass, or depression. Depression, huh, Col? Comes from the French word col, neck, collar, delivered from the Latin column, neck. It gained its geographical meaning in the 17th century because a mountain pass acted as a neck or narrow passage between two peaks. There you go, Cole. That's the meaning of your username. And you were talking about mountains when he interrupted. So he got triggered. Remember, D-Town? You were talking about mountains? And he opened his mic?
Yeah.
And what are the
That's
chances that that's the meaning of it and he heard you talking about mountains and he had to reply?
That's pretty crazy. Actually, that's pretty nutty, man. Pointing that out, it's awesome. Thank you.
You see, that's why you gotta check the etymology of the meaning of the usernames that they pick, because there's always something related to what they're doing or thinking or the way they operate.
Yeah, mine's just a play on my last name because it sounds like D-Town, and my friends gave that to me like 25 years ago. So they've been calling me that ever since. I didn't even come up with that one, but that's a play on my name. So.
Kind of funny because Gemsy was actually given to me by a friend when I was a child, and he used. So I have an identical twin brother, and he couldn't like tell which one was who, and he will just call both of us Gemsy.
Nice.
So I took it. I just was like, all right, let me just use it.
That's kind of what I do. My I had nearly identical fraternal twin little sisters, and I couldn't tell which one was which unless I was looking at them dead straight on. So I just called them both Goober if I wasn't looking at them straight on.
I also liked it eventually because I'm a twin. I'm also, whatever people call Gemini around those times of the year. I'm also a Gemini, so it kind of like, oh, Gemini, twin. It just added up to whatever I was picking up and as a username. Hey, Cole, are you ever gonna redeem yourself, or are you gonna be able to have a conversation? Or is that it, Cole? Is that all you got? I'm worried about Cole. He opened his mind like he went to a corner. He went to a friggin' I don't know. Do you went into a room that nobody was listening to you to say the word flat earthers? Scared that someone around you might hear you saying that word? That's why you're muted now, because people might hear you talking to flat earther, and that's kind of like scary for you or something, Cole. Cole is talking to flat earthers. Ha! He might not be the cool kid anymore, huh?
It kind of goes what we were talking about earlier today with like Satan and when I said GD and stuff, dude. Like Satan is such a bitch, dude. He's so fucking cheap and easy, dude. Like destruction, chaos, death, anger, hatred, vitriol, throwing rocks, pulling triggers, throwing fists, throwing words, throwing insults. It's all so fucking easy, dude. You can light a match and drop it and burn something down. You can put your foot in somebody's way and trip them. You can shove somebody to go down instantly. You can pull the trigger and take a life. It's all too fucking easy, dude. It's easy, cheap, bitch move shit. And you know what's hard? Living, helping people live, helping people up, picking them up, building a building. That's what's tough. Living is tough. Dying for somebody's easy. Living for somebody is tough. So, I mean, it's not like I haven't gone around throwing rocks before. Not for a long time. I'm an internet gamer. I'm going to do it. I was really bad at one time. But time changes shit. Knowledge changes shit. And I see that, dude. It's cheap. It's easy. It's easy. The Satan is a pussy, dude. That kind of attitude getting spread around. It's too easy, dude. Just throwing rocks. Yeah, meh.
All had to run away, obviously. He just added up. That just clicked for Cole. You know, he came in here. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't own anyone in here. He said you guys flat earthers have flat brains. Ha ha ha. That's Satan right there, taking over his brain. Jesse learned today that he couldn't do what he was proposing earlier from Ancient Traveler. So at least Jesse is here coming back, and he kind of like acknowledges that he's probably wrong, right, Jesse?
Well, Professor Triangle passed it off to you, who passed it off to someone else, who passed it off finally to someone who put some effort into
Traveler.
it. Oh yeah, and then both
And then
he and I,
and then you got it, and then you got it.
and then both
Finally.
both BJ and myself explained to Agent Traveler that he was a little bit mistaken on celestial navigation, and I gave him a book on it, and he's going to check into it more. So I think we haven't concluded yet.
Oh, but at the angle on the curved surface, I didn't hear that next section of the conversation, so I left. But the angle on the curved surface with the spaghetti stick.
Yes, I think we agreed that you can have a spaghetti stick normal to a spherical surface or a geoidal surface.
All right, so there you go. Now we can have angles with that. Then, what about can you have a sphere that behaves, or a ball? Let's say ball. Remember, we kind of like agreed on the ball part. Can you have a ball that behaves like the impossible of the globe ball? Can we actually have that?
But in what sense?
Well, you know, in reality, we have balls. We know balls behave certain ways.
How do balls behave?
Oh, you know, balls. They fall to the floor. If you how do you say, pour water on them and spin them, the water goes to the floor. Splash, splash, right? The gas pressure, if it's a basketball, is inside of the ball, right? If you I guess, can you have this ball like in a pressurized and in one of those vacuums, and does it? I don't know. That might be a good question, but you know, the ball doesn't show what the globe ball shows, or doesn't show, because we haven't seen that, right? So real balls don't behave like a globe ball.
Okay, pick one thing and tell me what that one thing is that you think that all balls have in common without fail.
Okay, that if we put any ball in a vacuum and we try to have water on the outside of it and gas pressure on top of that on the outside of the ball, we know that's not gonna work.
That's more than one thing. You've got gases in there, you've got liquids in there, and you got pressures.
But we have to add all of the one things, because it's one thing on top of the other thing, right? We have water on the surface, gas pressure on top of that. We have you know, the surface below that. We cannot just use one thing. We have many things, don't we?
Well, there are many things, but we can't talk
There
about
you
them
go.
all at once. And if we continually hopscotch from one
Yes,
to the
we
next to the
can.
next to the next,
He's not hopscotching, Jesse. This is reality. This is what you've got to get through your head and combine all at the same time, which something the Globers can't do is jigsaw puzzles.
Hello.
So Jesse, again, the real ball, we put it in a vacuum. We pour water on it. It has to be floating and spinning. Remember, floating, spinning. In the vacuum, the gas on the outside, on top of the water. Can you show that in reality?
Probably, but you'd have to get it away from the immediate
Is that a
vicinity.
yes or a no?
Jesse, you mind if I say something real quick?
Go. Hello? Yeah?
Jesse, you there? Can you hear me? Jesse, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, real quick, I'm home. I'm getting off of here. I just wanted to say that you're in here all the time, and I don't agree with you. I think you're stubborn sometimes to a fault. But I appreciate that you're nice. I appreciate you put all the effort into your research and science, and you're not just out here bullshitting. And you actually care about your position. So I just wanted to thank you for those things.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah, good luck out there, bro. I'll see you later.
Yeah. So can you show this impossible in reality? Jesse. Is that a no? Because if it's a yes, you will be able to show it. But if it's a no, you wouldn't be able to show it. Are you gonna show it? Silence. See, how can you entertain hypotheticals but not entertain reality? Well, he actually dropped that. Oh no, you're here, Jesse. You're muted too.
I'm on push to talk.
Push to talk. So what happened though? You don't wanna like entertain the idea of the impossibility of the globe thingy? Impossibilities.
I'm really more interested in dialogue. So there you go.
Dialogue about demonstrating something. We can talk about that, right? Dialogue about it. Or not being able to demonstrate it, which is the case in this example. It's pretty obvious, especially for you. It's obvious because, I mean, you cannot demonstrate this globe stuff, so you avoid it.
Is the
But I
flat
don't
Earth
even
better?
flat Earth. I mean, two words, right? Two words is the word. Like I told you, flat Earth is just a term that maybe I don't know, your colleagues and whoever else kind of like use and determine it to be something. It has been weaponized to attach it to people that go out of the norm or the belief of the globe, right? That's what flat earth means. Just make fun of that person. Just go as a flat earther, make fun of him. Label him. Don't take him seriously.
I feel like you didn't hear my question. Let me ask it again. Is flat Earth better?
Flat Earth, 2 words, could not be what I'm talking about.
Well, okay, you asked me a question. Is XYZ possible? Okay. Can I ask you such a question, or would that flat Earth couldn't handle that?
As it stands, without the terms, let's say, without the labels, flat Earth, for whatever that means. For some people, for you, it probably means something. For other people, means something else. But disregarding that, the world stands by itself without your opinion or my opinion, right? Or whatever labels I attach to it or you attach to the world, right? To the physical and natural world, it will stand by itself without the labels. Because flat earth is just words, letters that have been picked and chosen to represent something, but it's not the something. The globe is globes, words or letters picked to misrepresent something, but it's not the something. It's not the thing. Yeah, like flat earth is not the thing, it's the label. Well, I don't know if for you, Jesse, flat earth means a disk in the vacuum of space. I don't know if it means a sheet of paper, or how does flat earth looks for you in your mind? What does that mean? Flat earth, Jesse. Is it just a weaponized term that you employ to label certain people? Is that what
Not
it
at
is?
all. Not at all. Not me. I
Okay.
was just
Some
asking
people
if
do that, right?
everybody does something is done by someone at some point, right?
Not everything, because nobody's standing on any sphere spinning through a vacuum. Nobody's doing that. Even though some people believe that. So not everything is being done by someone. Wouldn't you agree? I like flat earth, water world, under the heaven.
Jesse, Jesse says to you, can you make a physical scale model of flat Earth in your garage that has an air pressure that goes from 14.7 psi at the surface to 0.07 psi at 10 inches high? No, no, therefore Earth cannot be flat. We know that the air pressure goes from 14.7 psi at sea level and reduces to 0.07 psi at around 113,000 feet. Since you cannot scale this pressure gradient down to a small scale model, Earth cannot be flat, right? Or is this a scaling fallacy?
Yes, this kind of sounds to me like you're picking who to talk to. For what reason?
Well, as I said, I'm interested in dialogue, which means two people taking turns talking and listening to each other and trying to figure something out. And when people just start cutting me off 3 words into my response when they ask me a question, I recognize that dialogue isn't going to happen in that sense. So that's why I put my question in the text.
If I interrupted you, I apologize. It's just that when you are hitting the mic, I think I'm probably adding something to what I said, and then you are about to start speaking, and I probably start speaking as well. So you can finish your sentence.
Well, that was the question that I have for you about the pressure gradient. Is it possible to build a scale model flat Earth in your garage where you have a pressure gradient that goes from 14.7 psi at the surface of the scale model to 0.07 psi 10 inches above the surface of the model?
0 points. What is the 0 point something? What is that?
Pounds per square inch? Yeah, 0.07 pounds per square inch.
Is that 17 torr
Well,
something?
hang on.
Like,
If
wait,
it's
real quick.
scale,
I just want to clarify. What does you mean by the 0 point 17 torr? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm
no,
talking about
that'd be much higher than that. 0.007. 0.07, did you say? 0.07 psi. That's what altitude?
that's what Dwayne Kellum, the flat earther, measured
Recorded?
with his
Okay,
balloon
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
at that
That's
altitude.
like 100,000 to 120 feet or something.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Okay.
we know that in reality, the pressure does go from 14.7.
But wouldn't you have to scale the pressures down too?
Do we? That's my question.
What do you have? What do you have to compare that scale to anyway?
Well, we know that this pressure and altitude relationship exists because Dwayne Kellum's balloon telemetry data recorded it. So, should we not be able to build a scale model that has that same range of pressure in our garage? Or is this a scaling fallacy?
Why do you keep invoking a container when you talk?
You have to scale it that down and the
Why do you
altitude
keep saying the word
down to the
pressure? You keep using the word pressure, so you're invoking a container. So now you have to prove a container.
Yeah, but you'd have to scale everything down.
Oh, do tell. So how much pressure gradient could we get in the
Like if you were to scale that pressure down 10%, right? You'd have 1.47 psi and 0.007 psi, and the 100,000 feet would be 10,000 feet, and you keep scaling it down.
Kind of a Oh, okay. So we would just okay. So, so like you're saying it couldn't be done with
Like
that pressure range. It would be.
if you just make a scale model, you have to scale down everything, every constituent part.
What about the
What are you gonna
unknowns of the
scale?
road?
What did you measure that you're gonna scale down? What's the height? What's the height of the container that you're talking about? That's how you get pressure, right? Volume, you need volume, right? So what's the height of your container and the width and the length?
And was outside of the container maybe bringing an input into the system or the medium
Well, I'm
inside
trying to
of
get
it?
from Jesse where he
let me ask
says
you,
pressure,
how do
and
you,
I'm trying to get where he determined the pressure. So you
right,
must
okay.
have a
I'm
fixed
just wondering
volume.
how he
What's that
scales
volume?
flatness. Sorry, Randall.
Because he's asking that in contrast to what I asked him. Can you demonstrate the
Yes.
impossibility of the globe and show, the curving ball? Because, like I said, we have real spheres. In reality, we have spheres. Can you show one sphere doing what the globe sphere does? And he's asking me, can you model the flat Earth, right? But the flat Earth will be not a whole construct like they claim, a whole geometry, the whole Earth and the space. I don't know the mechanisms of the heavens above. I wouldn't be able to construct those mechanisms to affect the environment that we're in and the medium that we're in.
So, like, if we did, like, what sort of size ball are we asking him to demonstrate on? Like, so if we scale his 3,959 mile radius ball down to a let's say a 3.959 foot ball. I don't know. What sort of film of liquid would that require to be around it? You'd have to work out the.
But we would also have to take into the dynamics, right? Into account the dynamics, right?
What dynamics?
Well, if we're testing the globe model claims,
spinning, yeah, you gotta add that in.
Then we have to also scale the spinning appropriately, right?
So if we're going to entertain the notion that it's a ball, we also have to entertain the notion of the reason why water behaves the way it does on its surface due to some sort of influence from the matter exerting influence on the water itself.
No, that
Like
should
the
happen
ball.
automatically because you made a ball and you're putting it in a vacuum chamber and you're putting water on it, according to Jesse. That makes water stick to a ball.
Well, okay, are we talking about gravity, Jesse? Is that what you're getting at? Sorry to interrupt you. I actually interrupted you. Sorry.
Yes. Basically, Gemsy is saying to me, can you take a ball and pour water on it and, have an exact scale model of Earth in your hands, in your living room, and the ball is just levitating there too. But I'm saying that no, we have to take everything into proper scale. We have the formula F equals G times M over R squared that tells us the amount of force that based on the mass of our model ball. So just like this
scale that down.
Just like this 0.0005 psi of gradient that you could get in your flat Earth scale model, the amount of gravitational ball from this scale model Earth is also going to
scale down automatically.
It's going to also be extremely small of a gravitational force, and of course, if we do this as an experiment,
So it should be able to hold the scaled down amount of water as well.
Yeah, just a tiny bit of water then. So yeah, that's perfect. I'm going to try that in my vacuum chamber tonight.
But the problem is, if we do this experiment right here close to the surface of Earth,
With
then
right. Okay.
then the
Right. I
pull
gotcha.
of that, the pull of the water that we try to stick to this ball
Right.
from Earth is going to be a
You have to
billion times
isolate it.
greater. Yeah.
You have to completely isolate
I
it
gotta
away
do it
from
in
whatever
outer
else
space,
you
Ex-
think
man.
is influencing the dynamics.
Right.
I gotta
Exactly.
do it in outer space. What if I drop my vacuum chamber and at the same time then start pulling it and turning it into a gas, and then by the time it hits the ground, it's not water anymore. It's just nothing. What if I do that?
I'm not sure I was following all that. So you've got a vacuum chamber and it's falling and it's turning. Wow. What kind
No,
of
I got
vacuum chamber do you have?
a vacuum chamber. Look them up.
You can set up one of those dielectric hover, like the one that makes the droplet or a frog like hover just in this field. That's an oscillating field that keeps it, that maintains its position in free space. And actually, like the little water droplet like forms a sphere. I think that's what I see. That's interesting. But
You have to do
like,
that in air pressure.
so you get you scaled down little Earth and get it inside one of them, inside a vacuum
No,
chamber.
you have to do it in Earth in a
Add the
vacuum
appropriate
chamber.
amount, but this has to be isolated because Jesse's saying it has to be done like at the Lagrange point or some shit, right? Somewhere
No,
way
you
out of
can't.
space.
You can't you can't use air pressure to make something float and then remove the air pressure and it still float.
I can't do the experiment right now because I took my Lagrange point to the shop in for repairs.
What's that soundbite from QOP server? Give me a couple of Lagrange.
It's funny and all, but one thing that you can do constructing from one to the other is that you can measure the surface of the Earth and it's not curving. We do have balls on the surface of the Earth that are falling to the floor. We have gas pressure that requires containment, so everything indicates that the globe is an impossible. So my point stands.
Wait, which one of them?
Go ahead.
Sorry, go.
No, go ahead. You have a question. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Sorry. You go ahead.
I'm just saying, yeah, I cannot build the mechanisms of whatever is above the Earth, above the atmos or whatever heights we can reach. I cannot show you how that works, but that's not what we're claiming. We just, telling you that the Earth is not curving, and that's demonstrable, testable, repeatable, verifiable. And as at least at the points that we are at, the places we can go, we can show that. But now you're asking for me to build the whole construct of the whole of the Earth that we know, and add the heavens above, and those variables are unknown to, at least for me. So no, I wouldn't be able to build the whole construct to show you how everything works on this. But I never make a claim that I know how everything works. I'm just saying that yes, you can have a horizontal surface, you can have water on top, maybe around the surface or on top of the surface. You can have gas pressure within that setup and environment. We'll most likely be missing a few variables like you're asking for, but still it's going to be more accurate to reality, and the demonstration of reality closer to what we can. We can show you something like that, and it's going to be way better than what you can offer on the globe side. That you cannot show anything, nothing at all. You don't have nothing to show for.
No, you don't get it. Terrariums is how you demonstrate, a globe ecosystem.
Yeah, that's why I tell him it's an impossible. Because it's not a real ball, as we know them in reality.
That is interesting, right? That is interesting. That like a terrarium is like somewhat controlled ecosystem, right? Where you've
Have a light outside as well, out of it, and you can be shining from the outside into it, and it will help that ecosystem to sustain as well.
right. Yeah, I mean, you could even set up artificial lighting if you wanted to. Yeah, but it's interesting, like to replicate, like to like do something like that nature has, like, and we control the conditions, right? We have to. It'll be nice. You can have whatever terrain at the bottom you like, but you generally want it to be pretty. Have some, some plain aspect about it for like practical purposes.
Why
And
I
then
didn't
you
think
want
about
it
a terrarium?
enclosed, right?
I
You want
replied
it
for him.
enclosed.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Jesse.
No, and the good thing that you mentioned a terrarium, because that could be closer to what he's asking, way closer from what I'm asking him to do, that he can not show anything for. So Jesse, can you hear that? I mean, terrarium versus you showing nothing, that no kind of demonstrate anything from the other side.
I apologize. I wasn't following your guys' conversation.
Oh, that in contrast to what you were asking and I was asking, right? A demonstration of a near example that still gonna have some missing variables. A terrarium will be closer to what you're asking for. And what I'm asking of you, do you have anything to show for? I have a terrarium though.
I do have what would be possible to show on a globe Earth at the surface. So obviously, we can't just, even if Earth was a globe, we still couldn't stand on the Earth, take a soccer ball, dip it in water, and expect water to cling, so deep to the surface all around, and expect little pebbles to orbit it and all that stuff. Obviously, that wouldn't work because we're in Earth's gravity field, if Earth is a globe, right? The only thing that I've been able to figure out how to do here on the surface is to eliminate the downward force from the experiment and do a somewhat Cavendish-like experiment where lead weights attracted to each other. I'll get you my video.
Hey, if they're attracting each other, then that lead weight can hold some water to its surface.
Well, it could, unless there was another gravitational force 1 billion times stronger.
Okay, then you've just ruined any type of like Cavendish experiment. Then you can't account for it. The thing that you're saying is going to influence this is the very thing that you're trying to figure out what sort of influence that thing has. That would be circular reasoning, wouldn't it? Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah.
I'm not even sure.
Okay,
what you're
so we
saying.
don't understand the exact influence that the thing we're thinking has an influence, right? Has. So we're going to set up this experiment to try and figure that out. And to do that, we need to account for how much influence it has to understand how much it influenced the things that you're saying are attracting each other. Are you just saying that they attract each other in this sense, right? And without accounting for the thing that it's being performed on, which you say has an influence on it, but you don't know how much it is because that's the thing you're trying to figure out. How are you going to figure it out? It's circular. Like, how?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your dilemma there, but I did put a video in the chat. And
okay, you're performing the Cavendish experiment, right? You're saying the problem is that the influence of the thing, right? So we want to know how much influence the Earth has in this respect, right? This is what this is what some people are using the Cavendish experiment, to figure out how much influence the Earth's gravity has on other things.
I eliminated Earth's gravity from affecting this experiment.
From the Cavendish experiment?
Well, I didn't
You
say
can't
this was
eliminate it from your little, like, let's make a replica spinning ball Earth, right, in a vacuum. You can't remove it then, but you can do it with the Cavendish experiment. How?
It's in the design. I used two balanced weights. So the downward force of their weight was canceled out by each other because by definition that's what balanced means, right?
Are they or are they not still being pulled down?
Oh,
independently of their balanced weight?
I'm not
You
sure.
can't just say that you balance these weights, therefore gravity's not acting on them.
Well, he's saying like if you were to weigh them, they would still have a weight reading, right? If there's a scale underneath these weights that like it was balancing on, for example.
Right, of course, things still have their own weight.
Okay.
But the masses, the way it was set up was so that any attraction of the masses would be acting in the horizontal plane, if you want me to call it that. And so the gravity of Earth couldn't overpower it because it was exactly normal to, or if you prefer, perpendicular to the direction of down. Like,
have you got them suspended?
Yes. Well, the inner two
are.
What
would happen if you? What would happen if they weren't suspended?
Obviously, they'd just drop down and land in the tuna
can.
can.
So gravity's still acting on them. There's that influence there.
But it's not active in the axis that it's allowed to pivot.
Oh, so real quick,
no.
Teed up. In the terrarium, we have the pressure, we have, environment, soil, mist, water, even weather in the terrarium. We have a light setup. I mean, we can turn it off and have night. We can even have the light, I don't know, in a cycle, moving, dimming in and dimming out, whatever, right? Can set that up as well. We have all of these variables that can add up to close to reality the way things behave. How does the Cavendish show any of this comparable to what we experience in reality and claiming that this reality is happening on a globe and not in a terrarium just because we're looking at one balanced thing that is missing weather, plants, soil, life, insects, life and death? How is the Cavendish anywhere near that demonstration? And saying, yeah, it's because we live on a sphere.
You know,
Sorry, I chased him into the weeds there a bit. Sorry, guys.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna ask him, like, don't you think that us as humans are more massive than one of those lead balls that you used?
Yes.
So we have more gravitational force. And we walk by other masses that are bigger than one of those other lead balls, like another human, for example. So we should be able to measure the gravitational attraction between two humans just walking next to each other.
You would both have to be on extremely good roller skates. Let me just put it that way, because we're talking probably femtograms, billions or trillions or trillions of an actual gram of force.
Yeah, we could be ice skates on top of ice, near frictionless surface. How long is it going to take before we end up touching because of gravity? Or even better yet, what you could do is you can have like some tungsten cubes and place them both a millimeter apart. And then see how long it's going to take before they touch each other. You place them on top of a frozen lake. And then you can cover it up. Like a little glass dome or something. So that the wind doesn't affect it.
You can just say that you cannot demonstrate the globe on a smaller scale, but we can demonstrate a environment that has a horizontal frame of reference like the terrarium, right? You could put it on a table. You could have a flat floor. You could have water, a garden, maybe a couple ponds. You could make a big terrarium, a small one. I mean, all of these conditions can be demonstrated, controlled, shown, but none of the globe conditions can be shown or demonstrated. So still, the impossible doesn't have any footing, any standing.
Which theory is this a demonstration of anyway? Because I mean, it can't be Newtonian, right? Because he said that anyone who believes in action at a distance is basically retarded. So, what are we demonstrating here? Sideways gravity? Whose theory is this?
Yes, sideways gravity. This is Newton.
It's not Newton. He said action at a distance isn't a thing. You're not within your faculties, you know. You're not right in the brain. That was his words. You think you can do that? Am I right or am I wrong? Is that not a quote from him?
It very well may be, but many people who have discovered new and amazing things were having a hard time believing it at first. So I'm not
So,
sure what to say.
if Cavendish is a thing, why isn't that the one they use now for co-data when they do the big G measurements?
Say that once more.
You know what co-data is? CO data, co-data. It's a database with where they every time you measure gravity, you have to. I mean, you don't have to, but if you're serious about it, you enter into the co-data database the value you got, right? And they've done it almost every year, almost back to since 1895. It was 6.66. Now it's 667 something something, and it changes a little bit every time they do it. But they don't use Cavendish anymore. If it's so good, why don't they do that?
I don't know anything about that. What do they use now?
They use gravimeters.
How do you do that?
No idea.
That
That's what
doesn't
they
tell you.
claim.
That tells you little g. That doesn't tell you big G.
Yeah, it tells you. It should. Look, wait, I can post one of the co-data screenshots I
Oh,
have.
cool.
So is that a no, Jesse? You cannot demonstrate the globe any shape or form? I mean, the impossible. Because we do have globes. You can buy some in like at the store, right? Retail store. You can use them for decoration purposes. Do you have any globes at your house?
I do. I have a 1970s or 1980s spot globe.
Okay, so is this globe closer to the impossible reality or closer to the reality that we live on? Like, you know, does it has the water and the gas pressure around, or do you have to use blue coloring markers to paint the blue water around it? See, it looks to me like even the globe that you have in your house is actually evidence that the impossible is impossible, and the horizontal frame of reference is taken into account just for you to have this globe on your table or whatever you have it at. So just having a globe in your house, you're debunking the impossible right there. Isn't that ironic, Jesse? Does he has a stand that has like a flat bottom, that stand to be able to stand on the table horizontally?
I'm still waiting for the answer. If I was to park two trucks 1 millimeter apart from each other, when are they going to touch?
Oh yeah, I started to respond to that and then got distracted. It's a great thought experiment, okay? And I could calculate it for you. But in reality, there's too much friction, and the force is so small that you wouldn't actually get the expected results that you were hoping for. They would either freeze in the ice and stick before they perceptibly moved, or they would melt through the ice if the ice was melting and sink to the bottom of the lake in practical terms. So
So what
that's
if?
why.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna ask for a different one. So what if I was to take like 2 tungsten cubes and I was to suspend them in the air, like they're both tied on like one shoestring, for example, then I put it around a log that's horizontal, so they're both dangling 1 millimeter apart from each other. When are they gonna touch?
Never, because they're both tied to the same physical object, and they will lean towards each other, or they'll swing towards each other maybe a fraction of a wavelength of light, but then that slanted angle of their two respective strings will prevent them from going farther.
So if they were individually tied, you think that then they would touch to the tree, suspended 1 millimeter apart from each other, they would touch.
Well, suspended by what?
String. A fishing wire could be a shoestring.
And the string is tied to. Have
Or
you ever?
you know what we could do? We could go in a hot air balloon and then drop 2 tungsten cubes right next to each other. They should hypothetically touch before they reach the bottom, right?
Well, it would have to be inside a vacuum chamber, or at least shielded completely from the high speed air around them. So you mean like take them on a 0G flight, the Vomit Comet?
Sure.
Okay. The problem is the answer is yes, but at the same time, practically speaking, you need to let them set for a couple of hours, and the Vomit Comet. Yeah, we're
Cavendish
talking.
was acted almost immediately, right? I'm using 2 pieces of matter here that are more dense than lead, so they should have more gravitational attraction, right, towards each other. So it should be even faster. You see Cavendish acting within seconds. They should snap together like magnets, no?
No. They still are obeying the laws of acceleration, so their acceleration is equal to force divided by mass.
So say we should use smaller masses, and so I should use like styrofoam balls instead and suspend those.
Well, those would also produce less mass and less force.
So what element should I use?
Denser elements are better because you can get their centers of mass closer together. But the key is to having it so that they can move towards each other with 0 friction.
Yeah, so then why don't I just suspend them or place them on ice?
Well, ice is not exactly 0 friction.
Oh, then I can suspend them in air, right? On a string.
But
is that not 0 friction?
That's not 0. Well, it's 0 friction, but it's not
Cavendish
0.
was done in the medium of gas, right?
Yeah, no, it's not the gas I'm talking about. Have you ever pushed a kid on a swing and you start pushing the kid on the swing? What? No? Okay. And the further you push, let's say they're not swinging and you walk up to the center, right under the swing truss, and you just start pushing them away from center. The further you push them, the higher they get and the harder you have to push, right?
Oh, I got you. I have a solution for that problem. So the part where you tie it off on the log, they can be on opposite sides of each other. So they're not going to be tied at the bottom of the log, but on the left and the right. Understand what I'm saying?
Not yet.
They're not going to be leaning away from the log, for example. I'll probably have to draw this out for you.
Yeah, I would definitely look at a diagram.
I got you.
The way I solved it is I used 2 fixed weights and then 2 freely moving weights that were on a crossbeam, on opposite ends of a crossbeam, suspended by 10-foot long monofilament nylon fishing line, which allowed the beam with the weight on each end to freely rotate. And then I brought the two fixed weights up next to it so that I could see if they would pull towards it. And because it's free to rotate, then that gave it extreme freedom. You know, very, very, very low friction.
I think that's what I'm trying to suggest too with my suspension. I got you. Give me I'll draw something up for you at, what time is it? Almost 5. Around 5:30. I'll get something up for you.
No rush, because I actually need to run off to the parts store before they close. So, I actually do need to do that because it's 5 o'clock here, and they close at 6:30, and I have a bunch of errands I need to run.
All right, bro.
But thank you.
You get what I'm saying, Jesse?
Well, I'm just catching up and trying to read over. I try to pay attention in VC when people are engaging there, and then I catch up on the text chat later.
Oh, yeah, my bad, Tito. I kind of hopped in there.
No, like this is just like me in my globe shoes, challenging the Cavendish. This is not even from like this is granting that there is an influence, right? This is granting that the presence of matter, right, influences the behavior of other presences of matter, the motion, and their behavior.
I'm not sure what you're saying about
Right. So are you telling me, right? Are you telling me that if you were to take the Earth away and perform the same Cavendish experiment, you get the same results that you got when it was there?
Yes.
Nah,
That is
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
all right. Present your evidence.
Well, the evidence is you don't know yet. You haven't done that.
Well, okay, that's the mainstream model. How's that? That's what the mainstream model says.
But you'd need to know, for that to be a proper experiment, you'd have to do it when the Earth is there and when it's not there. That would be removing any like controlling variables and demonstrating in different types of conditions that, you know, whether the results change or not. You can't
I
just
suppose
say that you've removed the influence that it would have if you haven't removed what you think might be having an influence. Because otherwise, that's begging the question of how you think it is influencing those objects in the first place. You've already decided it's having an influence and how much it will influence for you to be able to know that your setup has removed the influence. It's circular reasoning. You can't do that in a scientific experiment. So how do you know that it's not affecting the lateral motion that the other two are having on each other? The lateral motion effect that the other two are having on each other.
Well, I mean, I guess if we're going to argue that anything could be or must be or could be because it hasn't been proven not to be, then anything could be that hasn't been proven not to be, right?
But that's what you're trying to figure out.
And we could also say that if there's an apple tree within 10 feet, that might affect it, and until we do it away from an apple tree, then we can't rule that out.
Yes,
And
exactly. That's science. That's science.
What's the test and the variable that's in question? Okay.
Hey, Taylor, Cavendish.
Hey, Jesse, how are you doing? What are y'all talking about measuring?
So he's saying that in
What's
his
that?
setup, he's removed the potential influence that the Earth's having on the results. You
What
can't
results
do
of
that
what
unless you.
test?
The Cavendish experiment.
Oh, the Cavendish. Okay. Well,
Right. So
the
you
Cavendish.
can't say you removed the influence, potential influence that the Earth's having on your setup, right, and your results,
Okay, so the
unless you've actually
Cavendish is that.
removed the Earth from the setup, from the environment, from the controlled environment.
Well, okay, so even if we were to grant that these two things are moving closer to each other, it's not explaining why. So we see an effect, but to establish cause and effect, you have to introduce and remove the variable. But since if you're trying to
Right.
prove gravity, then you can't add and take away gravity. That's a better point. So you
But
wouldn't be able to
we're
pinpoint that cause
granting
to the
them
effect.
we're granting them that there is an influence that they're having on each other. I'm in my
But we
globe
know
shoes.
in some
I'm in
way
my globe
that
shoes. I'm saying, okay, the motion appears to be because the two masses are near each other, right? But you don't
yeah,
know
but people
how
say that could be
much.
magnetism and other things, you know?
Sure. But the point is, there's motion when they're placed in a controlled environment.
You don't grant that happens. I'm just curious. I don't know. You don't grant that they do get closer. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm granting them motion. There seems to be motion
Oh,
in a controlled setup between the two objects, right? I'm granting that, right?
Oh, you are
Yeah.
granting it.
Yeah, I'm granting it. Yeah, but the thing is, you don't know. But see that Jesse was saying that he can't do this other experiment that's been requested of him, where he tries to demonstrate a scaled down version of the globe Earth, like being able to suspend liquid to its surface and possibly even gas, and throw in some other things like it's spinning and it's inside a vacuum, right? Whatever, right? He said I can't do that because of the Earth's influence on the setup on my experiment, right? I can't do anything. That potential variable exists that I can't control. But he's going to claim he can do it in this setup with Cavendish. And I'm saying, well,
so the Cavendish,
you
we don't
can't.
know. Is gravity the thing in question?
Yeah, my point is, he's saying the Earth
Okay,
itself,
that's easy.
right,
I mean,
is going to have influence on this other experiment, but he's somehow eliminating it as a potential variable. He's saying it's a control variable. How?
the Earth itself, like, okay, so they're moving in different directions, right? To come towards each other. I think, yeah.
See you,
So
guys.
like, yeah, I don't know. I would just say like, okay, we can acknowledge that there's some effect happening. We just can't pinpoint the cause without introducing and removing said variable, whether it be gravity or whatever. You know what I mean?
We called it sideways gravity.
Yeah.
But you've got this other potential variable involved that is, has the potential to influence the outcome, right? He's saying he's accounted for that in this experiment. He can't do it in this other one. He can do it in this one, though, by making the weights balance.
Jesse, were you going to say something?
So he's saying that by doing that, he's eliminated the potential for that the Earth as a variable, as an influential variable, right? He's eliminated its potential to affect the lateral motion of his two other variables. I'm saying you can't do that. You haven't removed the actual thing that you're saying you've
So
controlled.
you're saying like,
when you don't,
maybe the Cavendish doesn't happen in space or something. Like not the space is, we're granting it's real or whatever, but just theoretically. Is that kind of what?
Well, yeah, he's saying that if
Okay.
you were to remove the Earth from the experiment and you did it without the Earth's any Earth influence at all, you get the same results in this experiment as you would if it was done on the surface of the Earth.
Well, nobody's tested that. I mean, that would be hypothetically, I guess you could say, based on their model, you could say that. But if you haven't tested that, you can't really claim that. I mean, that's a good point to point out. Yeah, you couldn't claim that the same thing would happen in this condition because we actually see that apparently, like whenever they looked into space and tried to model gravity, there was a bunch of unknown matter. So apparently, the laws of gravity themselves on its face is not applicable to space because we see that there should be much more matter to keep galaxies together. So yeah, there's already some difference in the amount of like gravity or whatever dark matter in space, out of space. So that's a good thing to point out. Like yeah, that's something to consider.
I mean, it's not going to stop influencing it. He's just saying he's mitigated, like he's neutral, like it's neutral, like he can. Well, that's saying how much it's influencing it in the first place, right? To control its influence, you're saying, well, I know how much it's influencing these other things. I know how to account for it. I know how to mitigate it. I know how to make it negligible in the results.
Could there be a force just around the Earth that makes mass attract mass, assuming that that's what's happening, and then everywhere else that couldn't be present? Is that kind of the thing that you're hypothesizing?
I'm saying that there's still the potential there for it to like control, like for example, the rate at which these two other variables move.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right, because that could skew the results, especially if it's done over a tangent point.
Is Jesse here still?
Yeah, he's still here. Oh wait, is he?
Jesse. I don't know, but I thought he was trying to say something.
Oh, he might have had to go. Sorry.
Aw. Okay. Well, shucks.
He'll be back.
Someone was
He just
arguing
had to run an errand.
Someone was arguing that the measurements of G are like different over like 1973 to 2014, as if that's evidence against
They don't.
Big
They
G.
don't know. Yeah, they don't know.
Yeah, Andrew
They
couldn't
don't know.
reproduce it.
Oh, you're
I know
dumb.
somebody-
Shut the fuck up.
Well,
They
do you know how
don't know
small
what big
10
G
to
is.
do you know how small 10 to negative 11 is, and the fact that they all start with 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11 is huge.
But an inconsistency of 0.15% is huge to them as well. So,
There's
I invited Andrew.
10,
they want
or 11
better.
zeros there. The fact that it's
They
10
want to
or 11
reduce that.
zeros.
They want to
10 or 11
reduce it.
zeros, and then
That's not good enough. It's too. They don't have. Yeah, they've got a range within which they think it falls, but it keeps changing.
No,
too.
there's a range that it's measured in.
Yeah, the better they get at
Those aren't guesses.
the better they say they get at doing it, the more it gets more inconsistent.
No.
Yes, that's what that article says from Forbes, from that theoretical physicist Segal. That's what he's saying.
Nope. If you look at the error range, the plus minus reference range, it gets smaller over time. Like we're getting better at measuring it. But just the fact that they all start with 0.000000000000667, and then like the numbers after that, which are so small, just shows that you're capturing the same thing. There's a consistency there. Now you might say that, okay, well the decimal places after that like kind of differ with the however precise your instrument is. Still getting at the same thing.
Okay, I know somebody, Andrew, who teaches engineering. Y'all might know him. He tried to reproduce a Cavendish and didn't get the same results.
Well, did he factor out, some of the other covariates that were brought up earlier?
I just invited him in here. I have no clue about his materials and methods. I just know he said he tried to reproduce it and couldn't reproduce it. So I'm not sure the details, but he does teach engineering, like to college students. So you should know about it.
Like I can get why that code data, you might say, oh, well, one of these says like it's 100 units off of the other one or whatever. The fact that they're all well within it and they all say 667, 10 to the minus 11 is honestly very impressive and strikingly consistent given how small of a
No,
unit you're trying to measure.
look, debate daddy. This is a small subset. You go all the way back to